This is Audible.
Weidenfeld and Nicholson presents 38 Londres Street, On Impunity, Pinochet in England, and a Nazi in Patagonia. Written and read by Philippe Sands. For Natalia. There is not anything that hath bred greater troubles than the liberty which is given to the wicked to offend with all impunity. Jean Bodin, 1577. I am a monument. Walter Rauff, 1979. I am an angel. Augusto Pinochet, 2003. Note to the listener. I played a minor role in the unprecedented and historic legal proceedings that followed the arrest of Augusto Pinochet in London on the evening of October the 16th, 1998. It offered a front-row seat in one of the most important international criminal cases since Nuremberg. Time has passed, but I've not forgotten the experience, the stories, or the characters. Many years after the arrest and the events that followed, I was researching a book about the rat line, the route used by a Nazi to escape from the city of Lviv and Europe to South America. In the archive of an Austrian family, I came across a letter written by a former Nazi leader named Walter Rauff. Hunted for crimes against humanity and genocide, the SS man offered advice to an old comrade. A decade later, I learned, the author of the letter moved to Patagonia in southern Chile, where he would manage a cannery that packed the flesh of king crabs into small tins. It had not occurred to me that Pinochet and Rauff might be linked, but it turned out that the lives of the two men were deeply intertwined. This is the story of a journey to uncover their connection and its consequences, one that touches on matters of history, law, politics, and literature. It also evokes ideas about memory and the line that is said to separate fact and fiction, truth and myth. On the lives of these two men, I've sought to describe fairly what I have learned, relying on documents, archives, testimonies, and conversations. The account is not a complete version or the only version. On such matters where so many individuals are involved, there will be many perspectives and recollections. We know from daily life that two people who experience the same moment may see things differently, that memories are fluid, and that what happened may be open to interpretation. This is my interpretation, based on what I have seen, heard, or read. It is a personal journey. It's about justice and memory and impunity across time and place, about the threads that weave together our strange lives in which questions and coincidences so often arise. Philippe Sands, London and Bonnieux, November 2024. Prologue. Santiago, August 1974. A Chevrolet refrigerated van trundled along La Alameda, which connected the Moneda Palace to the university. Near the ancient church of San Francisco, it turned right to enter the barrio Paris-Londres, constructed around the intersection of two streets, Calle Londres and Calle Paris. The neighborhood, once the garden of an ancient hermitage, was home to poets, writers, and artists. The van moved over the cobblestones before coming to a stop before a low, grey stone building, number 38. Referred to simply as Londres, elsewhere the street might have been Londenstrasse or Rue de Londres or Londres Street. Men in civilian clothing opened the van's rear doors, and a group of men and women in blindfolds tumbled out and entered number 38. One was a 20-year-old student of history, arrested for subversion. He wasn't sure where he was, but through a gap in the blindfold, he glimpsed the black and white floor tiles that marked the entrance, a chessboard, the headquarters of the Socialist Party. He was led up a few stone steps and into the building, separated from his companions, and taken to a side room where he was instructed to sit. Another person, a woman, sat next to him. "My name is Leon." "My name is Hedy," the woman replied. They waited. After a while, he was escorted to a staircase that wound up the back of the building to the first floor. In another room, a guard ordered him to remove his clothing. Naked, he was made to lie on his back on the frame of an old bed, metal and cold. His wrists and ankles were tied to the frame. He was splayed like a pig on a spit. He heard low voices and wondered if one had a German accent. As he lay, he made out the shape of an old typewriter, tall, elegant. He heard other voices and noticed a scent, cheap and familiar. The sounds approached, the scent sharpened. Flanio, a perfume that would come to induce a sense of anxiety and fear. Later, when he was back in the room on the ground floor, a young man was carried in and deposited on the floor in a heap. Alfonso, someone whispered, a philosophy student, in a dreadful condition. Shortly, a young woman was brought to him, another detainee. The two spoke a few words before the philosophy student was bundled out of the building, put in the back of a refrigerated van, and driven away. He was never seen again. London, October 1998. 24 years later. 4 police officers gathered outside room 801 on the 8th floor of a medical clinic on a street in the centre of London. An interpreter was present late on that Friday evening in October. They entered the room, where an 82-year-old man lay in bed, recovering from an operation on his back. Augusto Pinochet. The interpreter, a lady with bouffant hair, informed him in Spanish that he was under arrest and told him his rights. "You are charged with murder," she said, "by a Spanish judge who wishes to extradite you to Madrid to be put on trial for a genocide you perpetrated in Chile, for torturing people and making them disappear." 3 weeks later, in Paris, I greeted my wife at the large wooden gates that marked the entrance to the Pantin cemetery on the outskirts of the city. This was where my grandfather was buried. We embraced. "I've just received an approach from Augusto Pinochet's lawyers," I told her. "They'd like me to argue that he's immune from the jurisdiction of the English courts and could not be extradited to Spain for genocide or any other crimes." "Will you do it?" she asked in a firm voice. I reminded her of the cab rank principle, the rule that required barristers to act like taxi drivers, to take every fare, to turn down none because of politics or personality. "Will you do it?" she asked again. "Well, you know the rule, so yes, that was my inclination." "Fine," she said in a tone that was both irritated and sweet. "But if you do it, I will divorce you." Hagenberg, Austria, June 2015. 17 years later. I was on the upper floor of an ancient and dilapidated castle in northern Austria, making my way through the family archive of a long-dead Austrian couple. I found an old letter, written after the war, sent to Otto Wächter on the run in Rome. The writer was a man named Walter Rauff, dispensing advice from Damascus in Syria. "Maintain an unshakable toughness," he wrote. "Don't be shy about the work you do, and don't spend time harking back to better times. Accept the current situation, and you can achieve a lot and climb back up the ladder. The main thing is to get out of Europe and focus on the reassembling of good forces for a later operation." "Go to South America," Rauff told Wächter, who had once overseen the extermination of hundreds of thousands of Jews and Poles in Lviv, and then added, "I will pursue things along these lines." I learned that the writer of the letter was also an SS man on the run. He was notorious for his role in overseeing the policy to use vans to gas Jews and others to their deaths, and then to kill hundreds of thousands of people across Europe, to make them disappear. Indicted for these acts of mass killing, Herr Rauff avoided capture and made his way onto the rat line. Years later, he ended up at the end of the world in Patagonia in southern Chile, the manager of a king crab cannery. Rumours about his past followed him. So did rumours about his connection to General Pinochet. "Everybody knows," said a taxi driver in downtown Santiago. Part 1. Arrest. The certainty that there is no place on earth where crimes will go unpunished may be an effective means of preventing them. Cesare Beccaria, 1764. London, October 1998. 1. It was October the 17th, 1998, a Saturday afternoon, when I heard the news on the radio, waiting for the football results. It was my 38th birthday. The former Chilean dictator, General Augusto Pinochet, has been arrested in London, the BBC reported, at the request of a Spanish judge. This was interesting, as it wasn't every day that a former head of state was detained. The details were sketchy, but it was said that the extradition request alleged crimes of genocide, torture and disappearances committed during his years in power, from the day of the coup that brought him to power on September the 11th, 1973, until he stepped down in March 1990. News of the arrest gave rise to anger, delight, and disbelief. The Chilean government protested that Pinochet was a former president and senator for life with complete immunity, a transgression of international norms, his son told a crowd throwing eggs at the British ambassador's residence in Santiago. An act of cowardice, claimed the Pinochet Foundation, guardian of his legacy. He was sleeping when police arrived at his room in the clinic. Pinochet's opponents, on the other hand, were thrilled. "Finally, he can be questioned on the fate of our loved ones," said the president of the families of the disappeared. "A unique opportunity to answer for his regime's human rights violations," said Maria Isabel Allende, daughter of President Salvador Allende, who died on the day of the coup. "An earthquake," wrote Roberto Bolaño, a Chilean novelist living near Barcelona. "A matter for the courts," said the British government. The idea that a brutal dictator should claim diplomatic immunity would be pretty gut-wrenching stuff for most people, said Peter Mandelson, a minister. Former Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher declared the arrest to be outrageous, unlawful and inhumane, carried out at dead of night on a sedated Pinochet. It put all former leaders at risk, inhibiting decisions that might cause a leader to appear before a foreign court to answer for it. Those who wield absolute power would be less likely to relinquish it for fear of ending their days in a Spanish prison. She was supported by Norman Lamont, a former Conservative minister who considered Pinochet to be a good, brave and honourable soldier. I was a teenager at the time of the coup and knew little about Pinochet. Over the next years, I didn't visit Chile, and the Chileans I came to know were mainly law students who took my classes or academics exiled to Europe. I did, however, read books and see films about those times. In 1991, I saw a performance of Ariel Dorfman's play Death and the Maiden at the Royal Court Theatre in London, and I have not forgotten Juliet Stevenson's portrayal of a woman who recognises her torturer, a memory she describes to her husband. "Weren't you blindfolded and sick?" says the husband. "I can be sick and recognise a voice. A vague memory of someone's voice is not proof of anything. It's his voice. I recognised it as soon as he came in here last night, the way he laughs, certain phrases he uses." Around that time, I came to know a Chilean law professor, Francisco Orrego Vicuña, with whom I later worked on environmental issues. I was not aware he'd served as Pinochet's ambassador in London until that detail emerged and scuppered his election to become a judge at the International Court of Justice. He was in decent company. The writer Jorge Luis Borges was said to have lost his chance of a Nobel Prize for Literature because of the admiration he expressed for Pinochet. 2. Augusto Pinochet Ugarte was born in 1915 in Valparaiso, of Breton and Basque heritage. He joined the military and made his way up through the ranks. On the way, he taught in military academies in Chile and Ecuador, where he lived in the mid-1950s, with his wife, Lucia Hiriart. In 1970, Salvador Allende, the newly elected socialist president, appointed Pinochet as General Chief of Staff of the Army, serving under Carlos Prats, his friend and Commander-in-Chief. On August the 23rd, 1973, after Prats resigned, Allende promoted Pinochet to Commander-in-Chief. 18 days later, on September the 11th, Pinochet played a leading role in the coup that toppled Allende, who committed suicide in the Moneda Palace, the home of the presidency. The events are portrayed in Patricio Guzman's The Battle of Chile, a trilogy of remarkable documentary films. Pinochet, a virulent anti-communist and Germanophile, was anointed as head of a four-man military junta and later president of Chile. He was supported by large sections of the Chilean population and, in the United States, by President Nixon and Henry Kissinger, who became Secretary of State a week after the coup. They welcomed Pinochet's government as a bulwark against Soviet influence and a means to promote free market principles inspired by the ideas of the economist Milton Friedman and the Chicago Boys. The junta legislated to remove Marxism from Chile, dissolving leftist political parties and expropriating their assets. The Socialist Party building at Londres 38, in the heart of Santiago, was acquired and turned into a secret interrogation and torture centre known as the Yucatan Barracks. Here, to avoid drawing attention, interrogators and guards, dressed as civilians, uniformed personnel were prohibited, and unmarked vans and other regular vehicles moved prisoners in and out. The junta took over private companies to operate and finance its secret activities and repression. The junta established a secret police force, the Dirección de Inteligencia Nacional, the DINA, to rein in opponents and run Londres 38 and other such places of torture and killing. As director, Pinochet appointed Manuel Contreras, a trusted army man from the School of Engineers in Tejas Verdes near San Antonio, west of Santiago on the Pacific coast, giving him unlimited powers to destroy leftists. Every morning, Contreras reported to Pinochet, who, he claimed, personally approved each DINA operation. Pinochet himself was protected by the Boinas Negras, the Black Berets, an elite military group. For 4 years, the DINA detained, interrogated, and tortured tens of thousands of Pinochet's opponents. Many were killed, and by September 1977, when the DINA was dissolved, more than 1,500 people had disappeared. Imprisonment and assassination became routine in Chile and also abroad. A country occupied by the dictatorship, which was directly in line with the thinking of the Nazis, thought the poet Raúl Zurita. Within a day of the coup, Salvador Allende's former ministers were sent to a newly constructed concentration camp on Dawson Island in the Straits of Magellan near Punta Arenas in the south of the country. Within a month, a Chilean army death squad was engaged in a countrywide tour of assassinations. 97 people were killed in the operation that came to be known as the Caravan of Death. Within a year, the DINA was operating dozens of detention centres. At Londres 38, on average, one prisoner disappeared every day. Nearby detention centres included the National Stadium, the Villa Grimaldi, the clandestine cells at Cuatro Alamos, part of the regular facilities at Tres Alamos, and the secret Simón Bolivar Barracks, operated by the DINA's Lautaro Brigade. The DINA acquired a house on the Via Naranja in a wealthy suburb of Santiago, where chemists produced sarin gas in the basement as literary salons were held on the upper floor. The DINA operated centres around the entire country. In San Antonio, there was the Tejas Verdes barracks, and a little further south, the torture facilities at Santo Domingo. In the far south, in Punta Arenas, the old naval hospital was taken over and came to be known as the Palacio de las Sonrisas, the Palace of Smiles. A year after the coup, the Pinochet government and the DINA acted to commit murder outside Chile. In September 1974, General Prats was assassinated in Buenos Aires. "A most capable man," said Pinochet on hearing about the death of his old friend and predecessor as commander-in-chief. "I always felt affection for him." In October 1975, the exiled Christian Democrat leader Bernardo Leighton was the target of a failed assassination attempt in Rome. In November 1975, on Pinochet's 60th birthday, the DINA established Operation Condor, a joint project with Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, and Uruguay. It would target leftist leaders and Democrats across South America. In July 1976, Carmelo Soria, a United Nations official with full immunity under international law, was abducted on a central Santiago street. 2 days later, the body of the dual Chilean and Spanish national was found in the city's Canal del Carmen. In September 1976, Orlando Letelier, Allende's former ambassador to the United States and then Minister of Defense, was assassinated in downtown Washington, D.C. On it went, for years, generating opposition. In September 1986, Pinochet's motorcade was ambushed and 5 soldiers were killed and many others injured. The president, who narrowly avoided death, ordered a series of reprisal killings. 2 years later, in October 1988, Chileans voted no in a referendum that Pinochet organized to continue as president. Instead, they voted for a return to democratic rule, and in March 1990, after 17 years in power, Pinochet stepped down, staying on as commander-in-chief of the army. A democratically elected government took office, a coalition known as the Concertación, supported by Christian Democrats and socialists. President Patricio Aylwin established a National Commission for Truth and Reconciliation, chaired by Raul Rettig, which reported in 1991. The Rettig report found that Pinochet's leadership caused over 40,000 people to be illegally detained or tortured, and more than 3,000 to be murdered or disappeared. Many put the numbers even higher. In March 1998, Pinochet stepped down as commander-in-chief of the army. He accepted the appointment of Senator for Life, which gave him complete immunity as a parliamentarian from legal proceedings in Chile. By now, however, the cases in relation to the crimes of his government and his own role were stacking up. By October 1998, Juan Guzman, a prosecutor in Santiago, was investigating Pinochet's personal role in allegedly authorizing the Caravan of Death operation. As with other investigations, it could not proceed to trial because the amnesty law signed by Pinochet in 1978 precluded almost all prosecutions and trials for the crimes committed by the government he headed over 17 years. This was how things stood in Chile when Pinochet flew to London, a city he loved and where he felt himself to be welcomed, not least for his role in assisting the British in the Falklands-Malvinas War with Argentina back in 1982. 3. The truth is that Pinochet felt himself to be above the law, and he had no regrets about his actions. "I'm a soldier," he liked to say. "My coup saved Chile from communism, leftist agitators, and a Cuban future." In terms of style, he was not an intellectual or a thinker, unlike Carlos Prats, whom he feared for that reason, but something of a fox. He liked Star Wars films and books about Napoleon Bonaparte, and enjoyed the company of military veterans, especially if they were old Nazis like Hans Ulrich Rudel. Hitler's only mistake was to lose the war, the Luftwaffe ace once told him. Pinochet admired his anti-communist stance and was sceptical about the extent of Nazi crimes. He once asked a visiting West German government minister whether he was sure that 6 million Jews had really died. Wasn't it only 4 million? Pinochet was proud of his personal library, with books on guerrilla insurgencies, the writings of Antonio Gramsci and other Marxist theorists, and accounts of communist crimes. He had an original copy of the 16th century epic poem La Araucano, written by the Spanish soldier and poet Alonso de Ercilla y Zúñiga, and was seemingly untroubled by its lyrical account of colonial Spain's brutal response to the insurrection of Araucanian Indians in Chile. Brute, unparalleled malevolence has polluted our invasion, the poet recorded. Pinochet's appreciation of literature and brutality did not extend to lawyers, who made him wary. He appointed judges who would look after him and lawyers who could protect him. He passed a law to immunize himself from risks of prosecution. The 1978 amnesty law gave him total protection. The amnesty law was prompted by the response to Pinochet's decision to have Orlando Letelier killed in Washington 2 years before. This was a story I knew something about, as my father-in-law, André Schifrin, published an account, Assassination on Embassy Row, and he and Letelier had been working on a book proposal at the time of Letelier's murder. Letelier came for lunch a few days before the assassination, my wife Natalia once told me. He said I had lovely freckles. A 12-year-old girl remembers things like that. Letelier was murdered 2 months after US Secretary of State Henry Kissinger visited Pinochet in Chile to offer support to the regime. Jimmy Carter had just won the Ohio Democratic primary, and Paul McCartney and Wings topped the music charts with silly love songs. The Kissinger visit coincided with the ending of the ban on political parties in Spain, imposed in 1939 after General Franco's nationalists prevailed in the Spanish Civil War. Pinochet greatly admired Franco, who died a few months before Kissinger's visit, and was one of the few foreign leaders to attend the funeral. During their June 1976 meeting at La Moneda, Pinochet and Kissinger worried that communism was springing up again in Spain, and agreed that Chile's coup was merely a further stage of the conflict that caused the Spanish Civil War. I am very sympathetic to your efforts in Chile, Kissinger assured Pinochet. We wish your government well, the official transcript recorded. Kissinger spoke the words in full knowledge of the massive human rights abuses being perpetrated in Chile and efforts in the US Congress to block arms sales to that country. I want progress on human rights, he said, including constitutional limits on unlawful detentions. Only 400 are still detained, Pinochet assured him, which wasn't true. But Kissinger seemed uninterested in the numbers. You did a great service to the West in overthrowing Allende. Of greater concern to Pinochet were the actions of Chileans abroad, and Letelier in particular. He's spreading false information, he told Kissinger. At that moment, in Washington, Letelier was indeed complaining about his treatment by Pinochet as a nightmare. Letelier had been detained for a year after the coup, including 8 months on Dawson Island. How can the world permit something so brutal and immoral in this century, he asked. Is it true that a German in Chile planned the camp? A journalist asked. Walter Rauff, Letelier replied. That's the rumour. I have not seen Mr. Rauff and do not know him to be the planner of this camp, but I have read many reports on it being so. Kissinger's time in Santiago must have reassured Pinochet. Within a month of his visit, in July 1976, the UN diplomat Carmelo Soria was murdered in the capital, and Pinochet instructed Contreras and Pedro Espinosa, his deputy at the DINA, to deal with Letelier. The pair instructed Michael Townley to execute the assassination. The 33-year-old American, recruited by the DINA 2 years earlier, was married to Mariana Callejas, a Chilean writer recently awarded a literary prize by El Mercurio, a newspaper that strongly supported Pinochet. The DINA gave the couple a house on the Via Naranja in Santiago's wealthy Locuro district. The initial plan was to kill Letelier with sarin gas, hidden in a bottle of Chanel No. 5 perfume. Instead, on September the 21st, 1976, on Sheridan Circle, in the heart of Washington's Embassy Row, Letelier's Chevrolet was blown up, killing the former minister, and Ronnie Carpen Moffat, a colleague at the Institute of Policy Studies. Pinochet was delighted by the news of his nemesis's demise, which was received as he prepared to receive Jorge Luis Borges at the Palacio de la Moneda. An excellent man, the Argentine writer said of Chile's president, a gentleman of warmth and goodness, words that thrilled Pinochet and extinguished any hope of a Nobel Prize for Borges. In the United States, Letelier's killing caused an outcry. Pinochet blamed political opponents and denied any involvement. 4. Letelier's assassination would have serious consequences. The criminal investigations that followed would lead to the Dina and Contreras and pose a serious threat to Pinochet. The episode alerted him to the dangers posed by foreign prosecutors and the need to take protective measures. Within a year, under pressure from the United States, Pinochet was replacing the Dina with a new Central Nacional de Informaciones, or CNI. Losing his position as director, Contreras destroyed the Dina's documents, evidence of 4 years of criminality, but knew the power he held over the president. "I'm not with him, he's with me," he would say of Pinochet, who promoted Contreras to brigadier general, hoping to keep him quiet. Pinochet sent a high-level delegation to Washington, including a trusted young lawyer, Miguel Schweitzer Walters, whose father was Minister of Justice in Chile. The U.S. Justice Department's investigation was homing in on Townley, who confessed to Chilean investigators that he was involved, instructed by Contreras and Espinosa. Pinochet refused a U.S. request for Townley to be extradited, but forced Contreras to resign from the army and cut a deal with Espinosa, who confessed his role and signed an affidavit exonerating Pinochet. He'd later recant, claiming duress. Espinosa was dispatched to Punta Arenas as head of the army's Pudeto regiment. There, it was said, he helped Contreras ship incriminating documents to Hamburg to be able to reveal them if necessary. In April 1978, acting through Schweitzer, Pinochet cut a deal with the Americans. Townley would be expelled to the US. The Americans would not investigate Pinochet or other Dina activities. The agreement was never made public. Instead, the two governments issued a joint statement to the effect that Townley and other rogue agents killed Letelier and Pinochet had played no role. Transported to Miami in handcuffs and weeping, Townley insisted to US prosecutors that the Dina and Contreras were to blame for the crimes committed. Under pressure, Contreras privately admitted his role and threatened to implicate Pinochet to save himself. "I always acted on direct orders from him," was his line. Pinochet insisted he only gave Contreras general instructions on the mission, not details or the means. In August 1978, a US grand jury indicted Townley along with Contreras and Espinosa and 5 Cuban exiles. The American request that Contreras and Espinosa be extradited to the US created a major crisis in Santiago. As US criminal investigators concluded that Pinochet was involved in the cover-up of Letelier's killing, if not the crime, the CIA reported that he was deeply troubled, drinking and aggressive. The CIA worried that the US government was now at risk of becoming entangled. Fearing a raft of extradition requests, Pinochet and Contreras cut a deal on the basis of a lie and a quid pro quo. They agreed that Townley was on a frolic of his own, and Contreras would protect Pinochet, provided he himself was not extradited to the United States. Pinochet duly took steps to prevent the Chilean courts from acceding to a US request to extradite Contreras or Espinosa. He ordered the Supreme Court's president to rule that the two men could not be extradited, which Judge Israel Borges duly confirmed. The Borges ruling was appealed to the full Supreme Court, so Pinochet intervened once more to toughen up the draft judgment in order to extinguish any risk of extradition. The language was changed to comply with Pinochet's order, the CIA reported. On October 1st, 1979, the Supreme Court confirmed Borges's ruling, allowing Contreras and Espinosa to be released from detention. Pinochet had saved himself and learned much about courts and extradition and the power of Washington, D.C. He opened numerous bank accounts in the United States under various names into which monies were deposited in amounts that could not have come from his modest presidential salary. Townley now cut a deal of his own with US prosecutors. He pleaded guilty to the killing of Letelier and agreed to be a witness for the prosecution against his Cuban helpers. I obtained a first-hand account from Lucy Reed, an American lawyer with whom I sat as an arbitrator in international disputes. I remember the Townley case well, Lucy told me, to my surprise, as I was the judge's law clerk during the case. One exchange stood out for her. "Do you regret your actions?" the prosecutor asked Townley. "No, sir. Letelier was a soldier, and so was I," Townley replied. "I received an order and carried it out to the best of my ability." He said he did regret the death of Ronnie Moffat. Townley took care not to implicate Pinochet. He said nothing about the Dina's role in the killings of Carlos Prats and Carmelo Soria, honouring the secret agreement negotiated by Miguel Schweitzer and the Americans. "I don't think the judge was aware of that agreement," said Lucy Reed when I described it to her. The judge sentenced Townley to 10 years in prison. He was paroled after 40 months and on release entered a witness protection program in the United States. To this day, his identity and location are secret, and the US has consistently refused to extradite him to Chile to face charges for other crimes. Pinochet had bought himself 10 more years as president. Only after he stepped down in March 1990 did the Chilean courts investigate, prosecute, convict, and imprison Contreras and Espinosa for the murders of Letelier and Moffat, the Supreme Court having ruled that the amnesty law didn't apply to crimes committed abroad. As Pinochet prepared to travel to London in October 1998, no senior figure had been convicted by the Chilean courts for the crimes of his regime. His role in the Caravan of Death case was being investigated by Judge Guzman, but the amnesty law and parliamentary immunity protected him at home, and the rules of diplomatic immunity applicable to a former head of state would protect him abroad. That's not to say he wasn't warned about the risks of foreign travel. There was a growing recognition of the principle of universal jurisdiction, which allowed the courts of any country to prosecute crimes against humanity and genocide wherever and by whoever they were committed. On September the 11th, shortly before Pinochet travelled to London, Chile signed the Statute of the International Criminal Court, recently adopted in Rome. Pinochet knew, too, that human rights groups had tried to have him arrested in the past. The efforts failed, but senior army figures counselled against the trip. Britain has a new Labour government and Prime Minister, Tony Blair, he was told, much less sympathetic than Margaret Thatcher and the Conservatives. Pinochet ignored the advice. He bore no responsibility for any excesses during his years in power. He was protected. He had a clear conscience. The British were a decent lot, and the Letelier affair happened long ago. "I am an angel," he would say, and truly believed it. 5. 82 years old, on a vague mission to purchase weapons for his country, Pinochet travelled with his wife Lucia. The couple dined with friends in fancy restaurants. "I love London," he told Thatcher over tea. The couple went shopping, a coat from Burberry's, a book on Napoleon from Hatchard's on Piccadilly, and he prepared for a minor operation on his back. He found time to give an interview to the New Yorker magazine. John Lee Anderson arrived at his hotel with a photographer for a shoot at the nearby Grosvenor House Hotel in a room filled with white cupids. Pinochet found the decor to be unsuitable. "Too gay," Anderson told me, and wanted something more dignified. I was only an aspirante dictator, Pinochet joked over tea, while repeatedly banging his fist on the table if a question irritated him. It was the closest that Pinochet ever came to showing me his fear, said Anderson. I want a gesture of reconciliation, Pinochet told him, meaning an end to the lawsuits. Although protected by his amnesty law and immunities, 9 criminal lawsuits were pending against him in Chile, a development he did not like. The allegations included charges of genocide and illegal expropriation of property, filed by Gladys Marin, Secretary-General of Chile's Communist Party, whose husband, Jorge Muñoz, was disappeared in 1976. Mere talk of such matters agitated Pinochet. An end to the lawsuits. He repeated the words, banged once more on the table. More than 800 lawsuits, he complained, some closed, others reopened. They always go back to the same thing. A few days later, Pinochet checked into the London clinic in Marylebone, and the New Yorker published its article, The Dictator, by Anderson. A photograph portrayed Pinochet as serene, powerful, and untouchable, a civilian in a pale blue tie to match his eyes. The medical operation went smoothly. As he recuperated on the evening of Friday, October the 16th, and looked forward to going home, there was a knock on the door. A police officer from Scotland Yard entered room 801 with a lady as an interpreter. Within a few minutes, he understood he had lost his freedom. Detained in London, said shocked friends. Arrested for genocide and crimes against humanity, said the newspapers. 6. 2 decades passed before I came to know of the events that led to that momentous evening in London. I first heard the details from Juan Garcés, a Spanish lawyer I'd come to know in the context of a case brought by Victor Pay, his Chilean client. Pay's newspaper, El Clarín, was closed by Pinochet on the day of the coup, and he wanted compensation. I wasn't able to assist Garcés, but it allowed us to meet in November 2018 at his home in Madrid. Quiet and scholarly, with a gentle face, dominated by a grey walrus moustache, he has sparkly eyes and a soft and philosophical voice. In September 1973, he was 29 years old, working as a political advisor to President Allende. On the day of the coup, as the Moneda Palace was being bombed by British-made Chilean Air Force Hawker Hunter jet fighters, Allende instructed him to leave. Someone has to recount what happened here, and only you can do it. Garcés didn't forget the instruction. He went to Paris to study for a doctorate in law, returning to Spain only after General Franco died in 1975. Garcés opened a law office in Madrid, handled cases on narco-trafficking and extradition, and in the mid-1990s, Chilean exiles sought him out. With the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Cold War on hold, the United Nations created international tribunals for crimes committed in Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia, the first such bodies since Nuremberg, 1945-6, and Tokyo, 1946-8, and negotiations were underway to create an international criminal court. Ideas about international justice were springing into life and seeping into public consciousness. After 50 years of quietude, genocide and crimes against humanity were back on the agenda. In Spain, as in other countries, ideas were floated. Could Pinochet be indicted before Spanish courts for international crimes on the basis of universal jurisdiction? This was a matter of honour and justice, not revenge, Garcés believed, a nod towards justice and international cooperation. Victims and their families came to me to ask about cases. They did so because he was president of the Salvador Allende Foundation, which dealt with torture and disappearances in Chile. Garcés gathered together people's stories. One was shared by the widow of the United Nations official abducted, tortured, and killed in July 1976. His name was Carmelo Soria, and his wife Laura wanted to target Pinochet in the Spanish courts, as there was no justice for him in Chile. Garcés gathered evidence, talked to lawyers, met prosecutors. When we first met, he mentioned Soria, but the name didn't resonate. 3 years later, in February 2021, a prosecutor in Madrid with whom Garces had contact wrote to me. His name was Carlos Castrosana, and he'd read an interview in El País on the Spanish edition of my book, The Rat Line. The article mentioned that I was writing on the Pinochet case in London. I can tell you how the case really started, Castrosana told me. 7. Carlos Castrosana and I first spoke over Zoom in May 2021. He took me back to the spring of 1996 when he worked at Spain's anti-corruption unit and was a member of the Union of Progressive Prosecutors. Newspapers were writing about the 20th anniversary of the military dictatorship in Argentina, and 2 decades was a significant moment in Spain, the time limit under the country's statute of limitations for bringing a case for crimes committed abroad. Cases were underway in Argentina, as well as in France, Germany, and Italy, Castrosana told me. In Spain, however, despite the presence of many Argentine exiles, nothing was happening. I wanted to find a way to act on behalf of Spanish victims, on the basis of universal jurisdiction. Castrosana returned to the origins of modern international criminal law. I loved the Nuremberg precedent, a victory for justice, done with a sense of fair play, a trial that was also a truth commission, he said. I enjoyed very much your book, East-West Street, how personal, historical, and legal issues came together. He saw Nuremberg as a form of storytelling and was curious about how the crimes were defined and the defendants chosen. He delved into bringing a case under Spanish laws, old or new. He worked out that Spanish courts could exercise universal jurisdiction over 3 international crimes committed in Argentina: terrorism, torture, and genocide. The idea that the victim is not an individual with a particular nationality, but humanity as a whole, was significant for me. Terrorism was introduced as a crime in Spain in the 1970s with a broad definition. General Franco considered terrorism to be almost anything, Castrosana said wryly. Curiously, he also introduced the crime of genocide into Spanish law. Franco took care not to ratify the Genocide Convention until 1969, 30 years after the end of the Spanish Civil War, and introduced it into the criminal code only in 1971. Franco's legislators did not, however, follow the language of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, which defined genocide as certain acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. Instead, Franco's version mentioned national, ethnic, social, or religious groups. It omitted racial groups altogether, merged national and ethnic groups into one category, and introduced the notion of social groups. Unwittingly, Franco's lawyers introduced another significant change. They left out the last 2 words of the definition in the 1948 Convention, as such. The redaction meant that a Spanish prosecutor didn't have to prove that the act was motivated by a focus on those groups. By removing those 2 words, Castrosana realized, you define genocide like crimes against humanity. So you only have to prove that the attacks on certain groups occurred, not that they were motivated by an intention to destroy those groups as such. In short, Franco unintentionally made it easier to prosecute genocide. Adding social groups and removing the as such requirement lowered the bar. Ironically, Franco's legislation opened the door to the prosecution of Pinochet in Spain for genocide perpetrated in Chile. Franco's definition remained in force until 1983, when it was amended to follow the language of the 1948 Convention. This meant that the 1971 definition applied in September 1973, at the time of the Chilean coup, and for the next 10 years. So the Franco definition covered Pinochet's crimes in that period. Correct, Castrosana replied. I was the first to think about using Franco's law on genocide. To reach Pinochet? Absolutely. In a humble way, I hope to create a legal precedent without knowing exactly what the consequences would be. Castrosana gathered evidence on crimes committed in Argentina against Spaniards and others. Working with exiles, in March 1996, he filed a first case before the Audiencia Nacional, Spain's national court. It was for international crimes committed in Argentina by General Jorge Videla, who seized power in 1976, against Spanish victims, he explained. I knew my colleagues, conservative Spanish magistrates, would be less likely to run a case with no Spanish victims. He persuaded Carlos Granados, the Spanish Attorney General, not to object. Most prosecutors were against the initiative, but Granados was decent, a Christian, honest, with a sense of history. We must not be remembered as prosecutors who abandoned Spanish victims, Granados told him. Spanish victims were necessary to persuade conservative judges and the press. Without opposition from the top, the Argentine case took off. At the Audiencia Nacional in Madrid, it was assigned to Court Number 5 and the investigating judge, Baltasar Garzón, who accepted the complaint. Castrosana now focused on Chile. Around April the 20th, 1996, I received a visit from the lawyer Juan Garces. He said to me, I have waited 20 years for what you have done with Videla and Argentina. Please do the same thing with Pinochet. Castrosana inquired about Spanish victims. Garces proposed several names, including Carmelo Soria, who had worked for the UN's Latin American and Caribbean Demographic Center in Santiago. He disappeared on July the 14th, 1976, and 2 days later his mutilated body was found in a canal near his car in the capital. As a diplomat with Spanish nationality, his death caused a stir in Spain. The Soria case was notorious, Castrosana recalled. He was well known, with a street in Madrid named after his grandfather, Arturo Soria, an engineer who at the end of the 19th century proposed the idea of La Ciudad Lineal, the linear city arranged with buildings on either side of a single, wide, central avenue. Soria's murder gained broader attention when the European Parliament passed a resolution to deplore Chile's failure to find the perpetrators. I had a clear idea. The Pinochet case in Spain must be built around Carmelo Soria, said Castrosana. He faced two obstacles. First, criminal proceedings in Chile were still pending on the Soria case, so he had to await a final ruling before starting a case in Spain. Second, the limit for bringing a case in Spain under its statute of limitations was July the 14th, 1996, the 20th anniversary of the murder. I could only start proceedings in Spain if the Chilean courts closed the case before that date. He monitored the proceedings in Chile and prepared a lawsuit. On June the 4th, 1996, Chile's Supreme Court ended the Soria case because of the amnesty law. To save himself in Chile, Pinochet unwittingly opened the door to a case in Spain. A month later, Castrosana filed the case in Valencia in relation to Soria and a dozen other victims. He named Pinochet and 3 other junta members as defendants. Simultaneously, the sister of Antonio Lido, a disappeared Spanish priest, filed a complaint, as did the Salvador Allende Foundation, on behalf of more victims. The Valencia court transferred the cases to the Audiencia Nacional, where they were assigned to Judge Manuel Garcia Castellón in Court Number 6. In this way, Carmelo Soria's murder was the starting point for the case against Pinochet, said Castrosana. At the time, we didn't think about immunity because we never imagined he would be arrested. Much later, I met with Castrosana and Garces. We talked of the legitimacy of Spain addressing crimes in Chile when it hadn't addressed its own civil war crimes and those of the entire Franco era. I've always been clear that the case against Pinochet in Chile was about exorcising the ghost of Franco in Spain, said Castrosana. "We wanted to do to Pinochet what we weren't able to do to Franco," said Garcés. 8. During that first conversation, Castrosana was in Madrid and I was in Totnes, a small town in Devon in the southwest of England. I was visiting my mother-in-law, Lena, who was born in Spain shortly before the Civil War. Her father, Federico de la Iglesia, a Republican army colonel, opposed Franco, so the family had fled to England. In 1940, they were given refuge by Leonard and Dorothy Elmhurst at Dartington Hall in Devon. 80 years later, over lunch, I told Lena what Castrosana had told me. She listened attentively, as she is always interested in stories with a half-decent human element. "What was the name of the Spanish victim who got the case going in Madrid?" she asked. "Soria. Carmelo Soria." She stopped eating, looked at me, and said, "Ah, yes, now I remember. Cousin Carmelo." "Cousin Carmelo?" "Yes, Carmelo Soria, a distant family member who got caught up in the Pinochet story. I remember there was talk about it in the family." In Spain, family is an extended experience, so Lena valiantly sought to explain the relationship. Her family, by marriage now also my Spanish and Chilean family, was convoluted to the point of incomprehensibility. She drew a family tree. Her mother was Laura Keyer, whose brother Manolo married Marita Soria, and Marita was Carmelo's first cousin. In this way, Carmelo was a cousin at one or more removes. "And now," said Lena, "he's your cousin too." 9. The death of Carmelo Soria in July 1976 generated considerable pain and angst in his family. Spanish newspapers reported the story as an accident, while the Pinochet-controlled Chilean media suggested Soria was having an affair. This was fake news, the truth more brutal. The Pinochet regime ordered Soria to be eliminated for his leftist sympathies. Lena introduced me to members of the Keyer family in Madrid, who connected me to one of Soria's 3 children. Carmen engaged openly. After all, I was family now, and spoke of decades seeking justice for her father's murder. "You should speak to my mother Laura González Vera. She ran the legal proceedings in Spain. I focused on Chile." In Santiago, a few months later, I sat with mother and daughter in the living room of the Soria home, surrounded by books, objects, and memories. 2 open women, strong, warm, smart, and remarkable. Laura, 88, wore a patterned white shirt and a colourful skirt. A retired medical doctor, she was intelligent and lively and weary. In a voice stripped of emotion, she described a brutal experience. Laura was born in Santiago into a politically active family. When she was a medical student, her father José, writer, anarchist, and recipient of Chile's National Prize for Literature, introduced her to friends in his circle. Arturo Soria, the grandson of a renowned engineer, arrived in Chile after the Spanish Civil War and founded Cruz del Sur, a literary publishing house whose authors included Pablo Neruda. Arturo was a bit anti-communist, Laura said with a smile, but he had some communist friends, including Neruda and a brother. In the 1950s, when the Chilean Communist Party was outlawed and Neruda fled the country, he asked Arturo Soria to look after the Villa Michoacán, his home on Avenida Lynch Norte in Santiago. Neruda shared it with his second wife, Delia del Carril, known as La Hormiga, the ant, because she was always so busy. Arturo recruited his younger brother Carmelo, who arrived in Chile in 1946, to guard Neruda's extensive library. Carmelo was living in the Villa Michoacán when I met him in 1949, said Laura. He was a strange character who'd invite me to a cafe frequented by people from Andalusia. The memories were vivid. I loved his tales about Spain and family life there, and the stories made me fall in love with this quiet gentleman who tried so hard to make me like him. He charmed me into loving him, and it worked. We married in 1956. I was a doctor, paid to do what I loved. He worked for the United Nations. We had 3 children. The couple were politically engaged and supportive of Allende. Carmelo became involved with the Quimanta publishing house, established by the Popular Unity government to make popular books more widely available. My mother taught English and philosophy at the first co-educational school in Chile, said Laura. She was a communist who worked for Allende's presidential campaign in 1952, and I met him in the second campaign in 1958. He was kind. When my mum told him I was at medical school, he sent me little presents for the future doctor, Allende wrote. We stayed in touch, even when he was president. My father was a close friend of Latencia, Allende's wife, Hortensia, who was very fond of him. The couple were at home with the children on the day of the coup, 11th of September, 1973. We woke early, around 6:30 in the morning, heard the news on the radio. They went to work, she to the hospital San Borja Ariaran, he to the UN office in Providencia. I wanted to be at work, as the right-wing doctors were on strike. Carmelo had faith in his immunity as a diplomat. We weren't fearful, didn't want to abandon our obligations. The coup didn't surprise her. A week earlier, at a meeting with Allende, he warned it could happen, and if it did, he would pay with his life. He knew what was coming. Talked about it with Pinochet, the head of the army. At the end of the day, one of the few to escape from La Moneda came to Laura's hospital. Dr. Quiroga told us that Allende was dead. Killed or suicide? He killed himself, said Laura. One of the doctors, Patricio Guillon, saw Allende's body, said it was suicide. He ended up at Dawson Island. This was the camp where Allende's ministers were held in Patagonia, near Punta Arenas. 3 years on, Carmelo and Laura didn't worry about safety. Carmelo trusted the protection of the UN and spoke openly of the regime's abuses. They are murdering people. He told an Argentine visitor to say what was really happening in Chile. Carmelo knew of the disappearances, torture and killings, even of one UN employee said to be associated with the MIR, Movimiento de Izquierda Revolucionaria, the revolutionary left movement. One day, DINA agents came to the UN and noticed the nameplate on Carmelo's office, Laura recalled. They made derogatory references to Carmelo, who was warned about his safety. He mentioned it to me. They know where to find me now, he said. On 14th of July 1976, they found him. He always called as he left the office for home, Laura said. He rang at 7, told the maid he had a headache, was coming home early. He never arrived. At about 10 in the evening, I began to worry. I called hospital emergency rooms and friends. No sign. I went to bed and, remarkably, slept. I woke at 6, he still wasn't there, so again I started to call around. A friend came over. We went to the police station to make a statement. They took a note, told us to wait for 48 hours. Later, the La Pyramide police station called and said a body was found and a car. My daughters went to get more information. I went to find a lawyer, as I was sure he'd been kidnapped. Laura stopped, briefly. They spent all day looking for the car in a canal in the centre of the city, she said. A narrow canal, just a couple of meters wide, a meter deep. They found the car, took it out of the canal with a crane. No body. The next day they found the body, in the canal, a kilometre away, near a bridge. They had to wait to perform the autopsy because they were so busy with all that disappeared. I reached out to Miguel Schweitzer, Pinochet's Minister of Justice. I knew the Schweitzer family because my father knew the minister's brother, Daniel Schweitzer. She paused. The minister was the father of Miguel Angel Schweitzer, who was Pinochet's lawyer. I knew Miguel Angel, the son, when we were children. We swam together. Yes, I said, I knew Schweitzer the son. He acted for Pinochet on the Letelier case and then in London. I rang Minister Schweitzer's office, Laura continued, and said to the secretary, tell him that Bisagra, my nickname, wants to talk to him. I spoke to him. He knew something was going on. As Minister of Justice, he must have been warned. I went there and told him he should resign as Carmelo was murdered. He said, but how, Bisagra? He said he knew nothing of this. He'd make inquiries. He gave me his brother Daniel's phone number, and I called him and said, the Dina killed Carmelo. An autopsy had to be performed. Laura went to the hospital to observe the process to see exactly what they had done, what caused her husband to die. At medical school, I liked anatomy, Laura said. I was interested in Sherlock Holmes and police novels, so I just went to the place where they did autopsies. Dr. Fernandez, the military doctor, met me. I knew him from university. He said a wife could not attend the autopsy of her husband. Miguel Schweitzer Speisky, the minister, intervened personally, authorizing me to attend. When Dr. Fernandez still refused, a person from the ministry said I must be allowed in, because the minister wanted to know everything. Laura González Vera observed Dr. Fernandez perform her husband's autopsy. He wanted to conclude that Carmelo Soria had drowned, but she objected. I asked Dr. Fernandez, why was Carmelo's neck broken? Maybe an accident, he said. Why are his ribs broken? It was said that he was drunk and lost control of the car, Dr. Fernandez said. I said, no. There was no water in his lungs. There were contraindications of drowning. Besides, Carmelo's jaw would sometimes dislocate, and he knew how to put it back to its normal position. Here, his jaw was dislocated. And I noticed his eye was out of place. I noticed the injuries to his head. Was there evidence he was poisoned? Laura shook her head. At that point, the use of gas had not occurred to me. We only learned about that later on. The sarin gas rumours began to circulate when it emerged that Soria was held at Michael Townley's house on the Via Naranja, where gas was being developed by Eugenio Berrios, a Chilean biochemist who was later murdered in Uruguay. Laura knew her husband had been murdered by the Dina. She was well connected, and she learned of Pinochet's reaction. Mamo really screwed up, Pinochet told a meeting of the junta, using Contreras' nickname. Now the UN will come down on us. Pinochet had his own ideas on the silencing of Carmelo Soria. Mamo should have found witnesses who'd say Soria molested a woman, so the Dina acted to defend her honour. 2 months after the murder, threats caused Laura to flee to Madrid with the children. There she remained for 40 years, returning to Chile for a few weeks each year from March to May. I wanted to stay in touch with Santiago and be back in Spain for spring. As the years passed, Laura fought for accountability, encouraged by her brother-in-law Arturo. He studied law, but never practiced it, she said, and he introduced me to people who were interested, who said they'd help. Supporters included academics, exiles, journalists, and some who were close to Felipe González, Spain's prime minister, from December 1982 to May 1996. Laura's statement for the United Nations circulated widely. Nicolas Sanchez Albornoz, a Spanish historian back from exile in Argentina, a friend of Carmelo's, organized a meeting in Madrid. One of the attendees was Juan Garces, who'd known Carmelo and Laura in Santiago. Carmelo knew and trusted him. He once ate at our house, Laura recalled. She also liked Garces and trusted him. He offered to bring a case. I thought about it, then agreed. Garces was persistent and faithful to Allende. Garces introduced Laura to a prosecutor in Madrid. The case started with Carlos Castresana, a wonderful jurist, a man who believed that crimes against humanity should be punished even where the people affected were long dead. That was how it happened. Did Laura imagine that her husband's case might be the catalyst that led to the arrest of Pinochet in London? Yes, she said with a smile. Well, I didn't know it then, but I know it now. As our conversation came to a close, Laura showed me papers from those days. We went over her diary for July 1996. That was when it happened, when the judge in Valencia accepted the case. 10. Carmen Soria is the younger daughter of Carmelo and Laura. She has warm eyes, long dark hair, and colourful clothes, and smokes. I was 16 when it happened, said Carmen. I saw my father the morning he disappeared, but we didn't kiss goodbye as usual because we'd had a fight. That evening he didn't come home. My mother assumed he was detained. Carmen spoke in a matter-of-fact voice, yet it was plain she was profoundly marked by her father's death, which changed her life and later that of her 3 children. The story was horrible for them because of all the comings and goings, the changes of country and school, the fact that I was harassed and targeted. Carmen's quest for justice, the eternal struggle of an ethical gaze, the writer Pedro Lemebel called it, began the day her father disappeared. She remembered the call, that he was detained at a police station, that she should attend. My sister went, I stayed behind to gather papers, his passport and money in case we needed to bail him. When she arrived at the station, her sister was seated outside. Carmelo wasn't there. The police said there'd been a car crash at the El Carmen Canal, that they'd found his wallet and scarf. I wrapped the scarf around me. It was July, winter in Chile. The police took the girls to the canal, where they were each given a long bamboo stick to prod the shallow water to try and find the body. The car was found, with a front seat and radio missing, and a bottle of Pisco. No body. As they left, an ambulance turned up, and word soon arrived that the police had something. I don't remember much. I fainted, said Carmen. Many people were home. She remembered her 11-year-old brother, lying on the ground, banging the floor. The phone rang constantly. Strangers called to abuse us, to say we were communists. People shouted threats outside the house, banged on shutters. Frightened, Carmen slept that night, surrounded by glass bottles, to protect herself. It was all organized by the Dina, she said. To us, it was obviously an assassination. Our mother didn't need to tell us that. These were dangerous times. 2 relatives were detained, then disappeared. Going out for errands, Carmen was chased. After someone tried to abduct her, the family left for Spain. First my brother, then me and my sister, on the 11th of September 1976, then my mother. 4 years later, Carmen returned to Chile. There was often trouble. A professor was killed. Her grandmother warned her not to come home. The police were waiting. Working as a journalist, she was harassed and arrested. Once, at the cinema, to see the film Paris, Texas, her camera and notebooks were taken. The situation only changed in 1989, after Pinochet lost the referendum and the Rettig Commission held hearings. Slowly, they learned more about what had happened to Carmelo. I know who killed Carmen Soria's father, Luz Arce, a Dina informant, testified. The Rettig report confirmed that Soria was killed by Dina agents. The family became actively engaged in legal proceedings. Laura took the lead in Spain, Carmen in Chile. Both were single-minded. My brother and sister thought I behaved like a tyrant.
Enjoy this free audiobook as a moment of peace. Let yourself unwind with the music. And thank you for taking the time to watch.
Said Carmen, that I didn't report enough to them. She wanted to be generous to them, but it wasn't easy. She felt alone. Each sibling dealt with the situation in their own way. A criminal case was started in Santiago in 1976, the year of Soria's murder, but nothing came of it. After 1990, when Pinochet left office, a new criminal investigation was started in which Carmen got involved and required police protection. My mother was terrified something would happen to me, but I had to do this for my father. The investigating judge was Violeta Guzman at the Santiago Court of Appeals. I had high expectations, as she was known to be a fighter, but I also suspected that she was fearful, Carmen said. Guzman ruled she had no jurisdiction because of the amnesty law. The case was transferred to the military court, then to the Chilean Supreme Court. The legal proceedings became emblematic, said Carmen, because we had the support of the UN and the Spanish government. In June 1996, the Supreme Court recognized the killing of Carmelo Soria as aggravated homicide and named the perpetrators, including one of Pinochet's guards. That's what made the case so delicate, said Carmen. It went all the way up to Pinochet. But the Supreme Court went no further because of the amnesty law. The ruling opened the door through which Carlos Castresana passed. Carmen Soria did not give up. She lobbied to prevent the promotion of Brigadier Jaime Lepe, one of those identified as being involved in her father's murder. She filed a complaint with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. She agitated for an end to the amnesty law. I wanted to know every detail about what happened to my father, she said. It took years for the facts to emerge, that he was abducted on a street, then taken to Townley's house. They crushed his ribs with heavy tires, she said. They electrocuted him. They may have used sarin gas on him because he had convulsions, but that is not proven. They put his head on a step, twisted and broke it. My father died on the Via Naranja at the house of Michael Townley and the writer Mariana Callejas. Carmen Soria took a long drag on a cigarette, exhaling slowly. Pinochet travelled to London in a time of impotence and impunity. She said this with sharp anger. Over the years, my deep mistrust in the state and government did not diminish. It grew, and it still grows. 11. The case against Pinochet that Castresana filed in Valencia in July 1996 was dealt with expeditiously and followed the usual course. Having satisfied himself that procedural requirements were met, the Valencia judge transferred the case to the Audiencia Nacional in Madrid, the country's national court. It went to Court Number 6 and Judge Miguel Moreras, who was filling in for Judge Garcia Castellón. Moreras passed the Pinochet case to Javier Balaguer, the prosecutor attached to Court Number 6. He recognized its significance and, in 2 short lines, recommended that it proceed. I don't know how deeply he shared the ideas on torture and genocide, but he admitted the case, said Castrosana. Balaguer's decision was not appealed, so the Pinochet case was now live. The next stage was to gather witness statements and other evidence. For 2 years, Castrosana worked with victims and with La Vicaria de la Solidaridad, which the Archbishop of Santiago set up in 1976 to gather evidence on detentions, torture, and disappearances. La Vicaria played a vital role in accountability and justice in Chile. Castrosana's Pinochet case was assisted by a decision of President Clinton's Attorney General to respond positively to a request for assistance from the Audiencia Nacional, providing evidence available in the United States. This was a green light for other governments, Garcés believed, a signal from Big Brother that it was okay to open the door. Stories ran in the Spanish media on the Soria and Letelier cases, but without much traction. The Chilean case was proceeding in parallel to Castrosana's Argentina case before Court Number 5 and Judge Garzón. Castrosana sensed Garzón was the more active judge, managing the case with an iron hand. He established a link between the 2 cases, one that would become crucial. Pinochet's Operation Condor targeted opponents in Argentina, which meant Garzón's jurisdiction to investigate a killing in Argentina allowed him to follow the trail to Chile. General Pinochet, as commander-in-chief of the Chilean army, was alert to the cases and the legal risks. His concerns increased exponentially in February 1997, when Garzón issued an arrest warrant for the former Argentine president, General Galtieri. Pinochet sent General Torres Silva, his favorite prosecutor, and later Army Auditor General, to Madrid, where he persuaded the new chief prosecutor at the Audiencia Nacional, Eduardo Funjarinho, to try to stop both cases. General Silva's visit was clandestine, but it caused Funjarinho to submit a confidential report to the Council of Public Prosecutors. He argued there was no coup in Chile, merely a temporary suspension of the constitutional order. News of the report leaked, causing a scandal. Funjarinho changed tack, replacing Balaguer, a progressive prosecutor, with a more conservative Jesus Peláez, said to be a member of Opus Dei, a conservative Catholic group. Funjarinho now encouraged Peláez to challenge the jurisdiction of the investigating judges in courts number 5 and 6, and to appeal to the full criminal chamber of the Audiencia Nacional. Peláez was absolutely against us, Garcés recalled. He was a pro-Franco fascist, said Castrosana. Eduardo Funjarinho started a case before the Audiencia Nacional to challenge the jurisdiction of the Spanish courts to investigate Pinochet and Argentina's General Galtieri. It was 1998. The hearing was set for the end of October. As the case was pending, someone contacted Juan Garcés in Madrid, and everything changed. 12. It was sometime around Thursday, October the 8th, recalled Garcés. I think it may have been my friend Victor Pay who first alerted me. A small article in the Chilean press that Pinochet was in England for a medical intervention. Human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, who wanted Pinochet arrested, were also in touch. Garcés had to move quickly. Over the weekend, Saturday the 10th and Sunday the 11th of October, 1998, he prepared a document for Judge Garcia Castellón in Court Number 6, the more cautious judge who had the Chilean case. Garcés had already filed evidence supporting Pinochet's role in genocide, terrorism, and torture. He now prepared a simple request to be allowed to question Pinochet in London about these crimes. The process was known as auto de procesamiento. Garcés worked alone at home. "I had all the papers I needed," he said. As he drafted the request, he received a phone call from London from an unknown person who confirmed the urgency. "Pinochet is in London. We can't get him arrested by the UK authorities. The only chance to arrest him is an order from a Spanish judge." The caller, he would learn, was Andy McEntee, the chair of trustees of Amnesty International UK. Garcés contacted Oscar Soto, President Allende's personal doctor, to see how long he thought Pinochet would remain in hospital. Dr. Soto doubted Pinochet would be able to travel immediately. Garcés was relieved, as Monday the 12th of October was National Day in Spain and the courts were closed. On Tuesday the 13th of October, first thing in the morning, Garcés went to the Audiencia Nacional. He met with Judge García Castellón and asked him to request the authorities in London to allow him to question Pinochet. García Castellón was not closed to the idea, but he wouldn't say he would act on it, so Garcés worried he'd do nothing. I knew his temperament, so I wasn't sure he'd send the request. He'd moved matters forward, allowed much evidence to be gathered, but he was under pressure from the Spanish legal establishment. Castrosana and Garcés expected that Chief Prosecutor Funjarinho would do all he could to stop the Chilean case. I worried the confluence of pressures would put the brakes on, said Garcés. So I prepared an alternative route, in case García Castellón did nothing. This involved Judge Garzón in Court Number 5, who was investigating crimes in Argentina. Garcés knew that Operation Condor offered a link between Argentina, Chile, and Pinochet. I didn't really know Judge Garzón, but I had attended a lecture he gave on crimes in Argentina, including Condor, so I knew his approach. Garzón seemed more likely to act. A few months earlier, Garcés had filed another case before Judge Garzón about a 1976 killing in Argentina, a part of Operation Condor. Edgardo Enriquez Espinosa, a Chilean, was arrested in Buenos Aires, then tortured and disappeared. Espinosa's brother, Miguel, the founder of MIR, had been killed by the DINA in 1974. I approached Judge Garzón on this case, Garcés recalled, in relation to his investigation of Operation Condor. Garcés had witness testimony and other evidence of links between the Chilean and Argentine intelligence services, and he hoped this might nudge Garzón towards Pinochet. I went to see Garzón on Wednesday, October the 14th. I spoke in a very direct way, told him that Pinochet was in England, that I'd done the preparatory work to allow him to intervene, and this was the moment to act. The political situation in Britain was ripe, Garcés explained to him. There was a Labour government and an engaged Foreign Secretary, Robin Cook, committed to an ethical foreign policy, one with human rights at its heart. I said to Garzón, please send a request for letters rogatory to question Pinochet about his role in Operation Condor in Argentina, Garcés recalled. Letters rogatory is a formal request from a court in one country to seek judicial assistance from a court in another country, for example, on matters of evidence. This was what was used by US authorities in the Townley case. Garzón suggested he was open to the idea, but would only act if he received a formal written request. 13. Balthazar Garzón was in his 11th year as investigating judge on Court Number 5 of the Audiencia Nacional when Garcés visited him on Wednesday, October the 14th. A square man with a shock of strong hair and a piercing gaze, Garzón had a record as a fearless investigator of high-profile drug and terror cases. When I first paid him a visit, many years later, he remembered meeting Garcés. It was on the Wednesday, and Judge García Castellón may have been absent. I had spent 5 years investigating Operation Condor and crimes committed in Argentina, Garzón told me. He knew that there were Chilean victims of Pinochet in Argentina, but also that Judge García Castellón in Court Number 6 had the lead in investigating these matters. Garzón didn't want to tread on his colleague's toes. I accepted the new request from Garcés, but wanted to focus on the Argentine aspect, not Pinochet, he recalled. But of course, I knew that the case Garcés brought concerned Chilean aspects of Condor, so it came within my jurisdiction on killings in Argentina. That day, I arrived at my office at the usual time, Garzón told me. It was about 8:30 in the morning. Juan Garcés arrived at 10. He asked to see me. I agreed. He came into my room and said, very simply, Pinochet is in London. He brought a short document that set out allegations against Pinochet, one of the persons most responsible for the crimes of Operation Condor. This was enough to allow Garzón to act, and Garcés gave him the document that described Pinochet's role in creating the DINA with information on the killings of Orlando Letelier and Carmelo Soria. Garcés also had Contreras' testimony implicating Pinochet as directly involved in authorizing DINA's actions in Argentina under Operation Condor. I want to take a statement in person from Augusto Pinochet as soon as he has recovered from his medical intervention, Garcés told Garzón. Garcés asked him to request the British authorities to allow this, and to make sure they didn't let Pinochet leave before he'd been questioned about his role in Operation Condor. Garzón hesitated. The real Pinochet case is before the judge in Court Number 6, not my court, he told Garcés. Ask García Castellón to make the request, as I only have a small part of the Pinochet case. This was courteous and collegial. Why not suggest to García Castellón that if he doesn't want to act, then I will, said Garzón, using Operation Condor as the motive. If you tell him I have jurisdiction to act, I am sure that he will give you the order you want. In the meantime, Garzón added, he'd prepare a draft of the request that Garcés hoped for. Garcés had another concern, that García Castellón would want Scotland Yard to confirm that Pinochet really was in London. This was the catalytic moment for Garzón, who thought that with any delay Pinochet might be gone. I have the means and the capacity to take on this issue, he said to himself, and decided to act. That afternoon, Wednesday, October the 14th, Garzón prepared a short note to be sent to London via Interpol. Is Pinochet in Britain, and if so, where? How is Pinochet's health? Please allow me, he said, to take a statement on his role in Operation Condor, and please guarantee that Señor Pinochet Ugarte will remain on British soil until the moment of his statement. Initially, Scotland Yard brushed away the request in a fax. We don't understand why you need to know or why you're asking this, Garzón recalled their response. We're not required to answer your questions. The dismissive tone spurred him to go further. Fortuitously, or perhaps otherwise, at this very moment, Garzón received a phone call out of the blue. John Dew called me from the British Embassy. The senior diplomat had come to know Garzón on a money laundering matter in Gibraltar, the enclave in southern Spain that has caused much friction with Britain. Over a friendly lunch at Las Reses, an old-fashioned restaurant in Madrid known for tripe and colourful posters of bullfights, Garzón suggested ways of enhancing cooperation on Gibraltar. He liked Dew. Typical English, very formal, tall, tie, correct. On Garzón's account, Dew called to let him know he was aware of Scotland Yard's rebuff, and this would not be the final word. You will receive a new answer from Scotland Yard, Garzón recalled Dew saying, as you are seen as a friend of Britain. Everything will be fine, as we have a very positive cooperation, Dew said he told Garzón, recalling the conversation when we met in his garden in Oxford. He's now retired, producing naive landscapes and rather fine drawings of his times in Havana, Bogotá, and North Oxford. Garzón assumed that someone higher up must have authorised the call, as British diplomats tended not to go off on frolics of their own. Later that same day, on the Wednesday, Garzón received a second fax from Scotland Yard with a more cooperative tone. It confirmed that Pinochet was in a clinic in central London and asked, "What do you really want from us?" Garzón didn't yet know the answer to the question, so he waited until the next morning to reply. By now, Juan Garcés had provided draft requests for letters rogatory. One copy went to Judge García Castellón on crimes linked to Chile. The other went to Judge Garzón on crimes committed in Argentina that were linked to Operation Condor and Pinochet. With a written request from Garcés, Garzón now believed he had the authority to act. On the morning of Thursday, October the 15th, he wrote to Scotland Yard to say that he would issue letters rogatory to be allowed to interview Pinochet about his role in Operation Condor. Scotland Yard responded as Garzón hoped, with details of Pinochet's location at a clinic in central London. Garzón said he would travel to London on Monday, October the 19th, to interview Pinochet. British newspapers were reporting that Pinochet was in London and that Garzón was interested in speaking to him. "I've not made a decision," The Guardian quoted Garzón as having said. "I shall be studying the position in the next few days," he added, having been asked to request a rogatory commission. The newspaper suggested that there was no question of seeking Pinochet's extradition to Spain. The next morning, Friday, October the 16th, El País reported García Castellón's negative response to a query as to whether he planned to arrest Pinochet. "I know that would be a very spectacular action, but I am not like this," García Castellón was reported as saying. "I must have strong evidence in front of me. So far, I do not have it." Early that Friday afternoon, in his office in Madrid, at about 1:45, Garzón received word that Pinochet might leave London as early as the following day, Saturday, October the 17th, and return to Chile. "Did Scotland Yard give you that information?" I asked. "Yes," Garzón replied, by fax. "Basically, they told me that Pinochet would leave on Saturday, the next day, so there was no point in coming to London on the Monday, as I intended. We cannot detain him," they said. "Tell us what to do." Until that moment, Garzón intended only to send a list of the questions he wished to put to Pinochet. The fax from Scotland Yard, with its new information, prompted an instant change in direction. He decided, then and there, on his own, without consultation or much reflection, to issue an arrest warrant. "With questions alone," he told me, "I wouldn't have any way to make him stay, to prevent him from leaving." Hence his request for arrest and extradition, and to stop Pinochet from leaving. Garzón acted on instinct. So the facts from Scotland Yard caused you to change your mind? I asked. Yes, he replied. And that information was a direct consequence of the earlier conversation with John Dew. Yes. Why did I change my mind? When I was told this guy was leaving, I could have said, OK, there's nothing I can do, and Garcia Castellón won't do anything. But that would have gone against everything I was doing on universal jurisdiction. It was easier to do nothing. But instead, I decided to jump into the vacuum. It was Friday afternoon in Spain when most people were heading off for the weekend. Garcés had visited earlier that day with a list of questions that Garzón could include in the request for the letter's rogatory. The only employee still around was Jesus Sanchez, an assistant clerk. Garzón asked him to stay. It always happens to me. I'm always the last one, Sanchez complained, to gather the files on the Operation Condor case. They were locked away, Sanchez told him. Not available. Garzón pondered what he could do without files. I went to my office and shut the door, to be alone, to think about what to do. One option was just to forget about it and go home, I suggested. Impossible, Garzón snapped. Option A.
This is a completely free audiobook. We hope you can take a moment to rest, enjoy the relaxing music, and thank you for your time.
Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling.
Was just to ignore the matter and leave the office. Option B was to write to Scotland Yard, thank them for their cooperation, and tell them it was now too late to do anything. There was a third option. Here was a real chance to arrest Pinochet, so I decided to change direction, to write an arrest warrant and send it to London. I thought I would never forgive myself. If you did nothing? Garzón nodded. I assumed the effort could fail, but I had to try, so I just started to write. On a typewriter, I asked. By hand, on a sheet of paper with a pen. I did everything from memory. What were the crimes? I asked. I focused on state terrorism, torture, and genocide. I wrote in the name of one of the victims, Edgardo Enriquez Espinosa, who was kidnapped in Chile on April 10, 1976, and mentioned 79 other cases of Chileans who had been disappeared. Garzón's voice trailed off. As we spoke, we had before us a copy of the request for the arrest and extradition of Pinochet, which Garzón had drafted in Spanish. It laid out the facts succinctly and starkly. As head of state, Garzón wrote, Pinochet was directly involved in the physical elimination, disappearance, kidnapping, and torture of thousands of individuals. He relied on the Rettig report, describing the roles played by Pinochet and the DINA and Operation Condor. The killed included Carmelo Soria, the UN diplomat. The disappeared included a 23-year-old philosophy student, a dual Chilean-French national called Alfonso Chanfreux. 14. By October 1998, when the matter reached Garzón, the story of Alfonso Chanfreux was well known across Chile. His widow, Erika Hennings, shared with me a more personal account in a voice and spirit that were pained, gentle, and committed, but not sad or broken. After 50 years, she said, my struggle has changed, but not the principles or emotions. Alfonso's disappearance was profoundly unjust, impunity made real. What gives me my voice is to fight for justice and for truth. Erika Hennings was born in 1951 in Santiago into a militant family, a Catholic father and a mother from a communist family. In the 1960s, when society was politicized, I became a militant communist for a time. During school days, she and a friend visited another school to offer support during a teacher's strike. That was where I met Alfonso, the jefe de la toma, the head of the occupation of the school. He was tall, wore a nice white shirt, was cleaning the tables in a classroom. We danced. I thought he was handsome. Ah, so handsome. They married in October 1972 at the age of 21, and their daughter Natalia was born a few months later. They were university students. He studied philosophy, was a leader of Mir at the university, more a militant than a student, she said, and I was with the communists. The young couple didn't expect the coup. We couldn't really imagine such a thing on a day of fear, Hennings said. There were arrests, including my uncle, and military trucks started to collect people. The disappearances came later. Death was all around. We saw bodies in the Maipo River in the centre of Santiago. Alfonso was taken on the night of July the 30th, 1974. The next day they came for me. Their daughter was with her parents. We were taken to Londres 38. Others were there, including Leon Gomez, who arrived a few days later. They spent 14 days there together. What do I remember? The loud music and the perfume. When I think of it, I smell it, the flanio. On the 13th of August 1974, Alfonso was taken away. That was the day he disappeared. I saw him in the morning. We spoke. One of the torturers, Guaton Romo, took me to Alfonso and told him he should say goodbye to me. We talked about France, where we hoped to go, where his parents and sister and brother were. Wait for me, don't learn French without me, we said to each other. We could have left before, but Alfonso wanted to stay, to resist. That morning, we were able to say goodbye. Hennings was transferred to other camps, to Tres Alamos and Cuatro Alamos in the south of Santiago. Given Chanfrot's dual Chilean-French nationality, the French government intervened, and Pinochet agreed to liberate 7 arrested French nationals. Hennings assumed Alfonso was among them, but only when she was released did she learn that he was missing. When I saw he was not on the list of 7, I thought he must be dead. I hoped he could still be arrested, but deep down, I knew. Straight away, I knew. Hennings went to the French embassy. Having acquired French nationality by marriage to Alfonso, she was protected up to a point. A French parliamentarian, Jacques Maret, on the right, came to Chile, learned about the disappearances, helped us. She's always been grateful to him. She filed a legal case in the Chilean courts, which went nowhere. I was expelled, went to France. That was in 1974. 9 years passed before she returned. By 1984, she said, the Dina was gone, replaced by the CNI. It was a society governed by fear. There were protests, and I became involved straight away. The Vicario de la Solidaridad, a church organization, was active, and the families of the disappeared organized themselves through the Comité Pro Paz. We were mostly women, mothers. There were a few men. We were under surveillance, often questioned by the police, Hennings recalled. It didn't stop us. Londres 38 was already known to have been a place of detention and torture, so we focused on that place. In 1984, we put posters on the walls and daubed it with red paint. In 1986, she returned to France to complete a course in teacher training. Since that second time, I have loved France, Hennings said, but not to live there. 3 years later, she returned once more to Chile. I arrived during the referendum campaign, working with Médecins du Monde. She became active in the search for the disappeared, working with her friend Viviana Uribe, whose sister Barbara Uribe and husband Edwin van Urik were held at Londres 38, then disappeared. At the end of 1989, with other family members, Hennings started a new case in Chile. She went to Londres 38, which had become the Instituto O'Higginiano a decade earlier, by a decree personally signed by Pinochet. I visited, she said. They let us in. We didn't say who we were. In the autumn of 1992, she returned with Judge Gloria Olivares and with other former detainees, including Viviana Uribe, Leon Gomez, Miguel Ángel Reboledo, Hedy Navarro, and Luz Arce. They went to identify their torturers: Miguel Krasnov, Gerardo Godoy, and Bascle Zapato, known as El Troglo, said to be very sadistic. Krasnov annoyed the judge by wearing a military uniform, which he never did when he worked at Londres 38, and carrying a pistol. The former detainees testified that Londres 38 was where they'd been detained and tortured, and identified the three men as their torturers. Krasnov said he only analysed information, Miguel Ángel Reboledo would recall, and El Troglo said he was only a driver. The newspaper reported the visit, with photographs taken outside, including of Leon Gomez with glasses and cigarette alongside Luz Arce. In the court files, I read a verbatim record of the testimony, a precise account of what happened on September the 29th, 1992. We were 10 witnesses, Erika Hennings recalled. As the widow, she continued, I was allowed to accompany everyone around the building. Krasnov offered me his hand, and although my nature is to be polite, I did not offer mine. I am gentleman, he said. A cold man, totally convinced ideologically by what he did. The visit brought attention to the Chanfreux case, although it went nowhere because of the amnesty law. Around this time, Hennings identified Guaton Romo as one of the main torturers at Londres 38. She later travelled to Brazil with Viviane Uribe to get him extradited to Chile, and would come face to face with him at Santiago's Central Police Station. It was terrible. He recognized me and remembered he had taken me to say goodbye to Alfonso. Un mec ignoble, a terrible man. This was when I really started to engage with Londres 38, said Hennings, wanting to create a place of national memory. She gathered evidence, much of which ended up in the files that Judge Garzon would use to request Pinochet's extradition from England. 15. On the afternoon of Friday, October the 16th, 1998, Baltasar Garzon of Court No. 5 in the Audiencia Nacional in Madrid put the finishing touches to his extradition request. By hand, he wrote, I order the pre-trial detention of Augusto Pinochet Ugarte for the crimes of genocide and terrorism, issuing international search and capture orders to permit his extradition. The urgent issuance of an international arrest warrant for execution by the British judicial authorities. He signed the document and asked his assistant to type it up. Jesus Sanchez came back a minute later, Garzon said. Don Baltasar, are you sure you want to do this? Do you understand the consequences? I said to him, shut your mouth, type. Garzon reviewed the final document, approved it, and instructed Sanchez to take it to the Audiencia Nacional's registrar. She read it. This is crazy, she exclaimed, then signed it. There remained one formality, a box to be ticked. I had a legal duty to notify the prosecutor, Garzon explained, but didn't fully trust him to do the right thing. Garzon knew that Eduardo Funjarinho would withhold authorization. The Conservative chief prosecutor had warned a senior official from the Chilean Navy not to visit Spain to avoid legal difficulties, and asked the Audiencia Nacional to declare that Garzon had no jurisdiction to investigate Pinochet. I decided to work around Funjarinho, he said. It was Friday afternoon. I knew he might leave early, before the office closed at 3. I waited until 2:58 p.m., then sent Jesus Sanchez to knock on his door. No answer. I asked the registrar's secretary to record that we took steps to notify prosecutor Funjarinho, but were not able to find him. The warrant for the arrest of Augusto Pinochet was finalized and ready to go. First to the Spanish police, then to Interpol in Madrid, then to London. Did you worry about immunity? I asked Garzon. I did not, he replied. It was clear that there was no immunity, as Pinochet was only a former head of state. In Spain, in other cases, like Berlusconi in Italy, it was understood you only had immunity as a serving head, while you were in office, not after. One worry, however, was that the Spanish police might alert a senior politician who'd intervene to stop the process. I called a policeman I knew and said to him, I am sending you an arrest warrant. It is totally secret. Please do not report it to your superiors. The policeman said, Judge, your verbal instruction is enough. It will be placed in the record. I need nothing else. In this way, a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Friday, October the 16th, 1998, in Madrid, a warrant for the arrest of Augusto Pinochet was fed into a fax machine at the Audiencia Nacional. Garzon called John Dew to let him know what he was doing. Dew said, Thank you very much, Your Honour. We will inform you what happens. The entire process, from drafting to transmission, was completed in less than 100 minutes. By 4:30, Garzon was on his way to the Jaén bullring in Andalusia, 350 kilometres south of Madrid, to watch Curo Romero, his favourite bullfighter. On the road, he received a call from John Dew to confirm Scotland Yard had received the arrest warrant and was evaluating it. Garzon told me he was the only judge at the Audiencia Nacional with a mobile phone at the time. It was an ancient Motorola version which he called the Gondola, due to its size and shape. Dew called him again while Garzon was at the bullring. Scotland Yard is taking the arrest warrant to a judge to be signed, said Dew. 16. Garzon's request for the arrest and extradition of Augusto Pinochet arrived at Scotland Yard a little after 3 o'clock London time. What happened next followed the requirements of international law and English law. Spain and Britain were parties to the European Convention on Extradition, a treaty signed in 1957. This required Britain, on receiving the request for extradition, to surrender Pinochet to Spain, provided that the conditions set out in the Convention were met. The conditions included a requirement that an extraditable offence must have been committed, an act that was a crime in both Spain and Britain, and that was punishable by at least 1 year in prison. On its face, Garzon's request met the conditions. The European Convention had been implemented into English law by the Extradition Act of 1989. This set out the procedures to be followed in London. The first step was for a magistrate to issue a provisional arrest warrant to allow the police to detain Pinochet. Next, the Home Secretary could issue an authority to proceed unless it was determined that an order for the return of Pinochet to Spain could not lawfully be made. Third, Pinochet would appear in court, as soon as practicable, to confirm the offence was an extradition crime and there was sufficient evidence, and to decide on conditions of custody or bail. Finally, the Home Secretary had to decide whether to send Pinochet to Spain. For each of these 4 steps, the 1989 Act set out specific procedures and conditions. It did not, however, address all aspects. It was silent on the question of Pinochet's immunity. The first step was the provisional arrest warrant. By the time Gazon's request arrived in London, the courts were closed, so the request went to a metropolitan stipendiary magistrate on after-hours duty. That evening, the magistrate was Nicholas Evans, who lived in Hampstead in North London. Scotland Yard prepared a draft provisional arrest warrant, which officers from the extradition squad would take to his home. Evans would review it, fill in gaps, and, if all was in order, sign it. His signature would allow Augusto Pinochet to be arrested. Many years later, Nicholas Evans gave me a first-hand account. This was a generous, neighbourly act. We happened to live next door to each other, our gardens divided by a narrow path, 2 fences, and a persistently aggressive bamboo plant. I visited him on a Sunday in October. Tall and well-built, with a mop of grey hair and a generously ruddy complexion, he had much experience dealing with extradition requests, although none quite so momentous. That autumn morning, he greeted me in brown corduroy trousers and a blue jumper, inviting me to the first floor, a living room cum office, with a comfortable red sofa into which he settled, hands clasped across his chest. As we talked, the door opened and Diana, his wife, poked her head in. "Coffee?" she asked, "or something stronger?" It was Friday, October the 16th, 1998, exactly 18 years ago to this day, Evans mused. After a day in court at Bow Street Magistrates in central London, he returned home at about 6 o'clock. I happened to be on call, so Scotland Yard could turn up at any moment. "You might well get a visit at midnight," they said. It was treated as an emergency. I was told that travel arrangements had been made by or on behalf of Senator Pinochet for him to leave the UK the next day. "Anything notable about the day?" I inquired. "Nothing. It was just a day." He reflected. "Well, there may have been some talk that an arrest warrant might be needed in the evening. I heard something about traffic between Spain and England." He and his wife had an early supper, and about 7:30 the telephone rang. It was Scotland Yard, he recalled, to say they'd be around within the hour, and they were. 4 officers arrived a little after 8 o'clock, with an extradition request from Madrid and a draft provisional warrant for Pinochet's arrest. They stayed for about an hour till 9, he recalled. An inspector from the extradition squad and an officer I knew, can't remember the name. Andrew Hewitt, I suggested. And there was Lizzie Frayne, he continued, the clerk at Bow Street, very knowledgeable on extradition matters. She was helpful. She'd looked at the paperwork. "Did you offer them a cup of tea?" I asked. "It's possible. Probably not. Just got on with it." Nicholas had prepared a little between the phone call and their arrival. "I think the name Pinochet was mentioned," he said. "I had heard it, but didn't really have a very clear understanding about any of the history, or precisely what was involved. Anyway, they said it may never happen, so I didn't spend much time thinking about it." Nevertheless, he did sense it was unusual. "I was beginning to realize this may be something out of the ordinary," he recalled. "So I went onto my computer and looked up the name. Pinochet. I read a bit about it to have a better idea of the background. I didn't really know too much about it." I expressed surprise he didn't know more. Well, I knew he was a Chilean dictator. I knew there was a lot of fuss about the way in which he conducted himself. But I didn't really have. Nicholas drifted into a gentle silence, which became a thought, then a question. When did he come to power? He asked. 11th of September 1973, I replied. Well, I was called to the bar in 1971. In 1973, I would have been running around magistrates' courts, busying myself with criminal work. I was not closely following foreign developments. I don't remember being exercised about what was going on in Chile. It was long before the idea of international criminal law had really taken off, I suggested, and a faraway place. Exactly, Evans responded, briskly. There was no reason he should pay particular attention to other developments in 1998, like the creation of the International Criminal Court that summer, or talk of indicting Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic in The Hague. Pinochet was the first such arrest warrant for a former head of state for international crimes, I said. I had no knowledge of those other matters, he said. None? Nicholas thought about this. Well, if I'd been skipping through the Times, there may have been some reference to them, but generally speaking, I would have passed on. I had all kinds of interesting work to do. It wasn't all prostitutes and beggars and things, you know. I did have a diet of interesting work to occupy me. He brought the conversation back to the evening with the four officers. They arrived with the information, he recalled, the document which set out the basic facts and possible legal charges. They told him Pinochet might leave as early as the following morning on a private jet. The matter was urgent. Inspector Hewitt brought an extradition request from a court in Spain signed by Garzón, he recalled. It provided information on Pinochet's conduct, from which it was for me to see whether there were any suitable extradition crimes. It probably gave the Spanish offences, but they weren't terribly relevant. As the magistrate on duty, Nicholas was required to go through an intellectual exercise of his own, not merely sign on the dotted line. So you had to work out what offence under English law might have been committed and satisfy yourself it was an extraditable offence, I asked. Yes, that's it, he replied. The process took rather longer than normal. He couldn't remember the length or detail of Garzón's document. Probably there was quite a lot in it, he said, because it gave some history about the accusations against him. It was talking about the murders of thousands of people, of torture, of hostage-taking. And genocide, I suggested. Can't remember that, Nicholas said sharply, and continued, there was a lot of material there, and I had to frame an extradition offence, something that is called the charge. My job was to come up with an appropriate charge. Usually that's fairly straightforward, but this one wasn't. There was a bit of discussion between us. I knew nothing about torture. Torture! Today I'm familiar with the term, but back then was the first time I'd come across torture as a potential crime. He smiled, a big, warm, decent, neighbourly smile, and then continued. I could cope with burglary, theft, murder. This was different. I wasn't happy about drafting some sort of torture charge. We went backwards and forwards, Lizzie trying to help me find an appropriate charge. Actually, there was potential for 20 or 30 charges, but all I needed was a single extradition offence that would satisfy the requirement to get him arrested. I plumped for murder, because I thought murder was straightforward. I thought it was fine, and I said, well, we don't have to worry about torture. If he's killed somebody or he's accused of that, we can focus on murder. That's good enough. The group went round in circles in the quest for an appropriate extraditable offence under English law. They settled on murder. At one point, Evans said to himself, "This is ridiculous. Let's keep it simple." Did he give any thought to the consequences of his signature? I asked. No, I didn't have that sense then. I knew there might be a lot of fuss. I think I asked whether the Home Office or Foreign Office were aware of what was going on. I was told yes, so I didn't ask any more questions. Did he or the team from Scotland Yard turn their minds to the possibility that Pinochet might be able to claim immunity as a former head of state? Probably, but it wasn't something I'd ever dealt with before. It was the first time the issue had ever come up. He was right. This was entirely new. There was no precedent for this, not in Britain, not anywhere. No former head of state had ever been arrested in another country for an international crime. A former head of state had been tried by another country for regular crimes connected to the other country. In 1992, for example, Manuel Noriega of Panama was tried and convicted in the United States on charges of drug trafficking, money laundering, and racketeering, but never before for an international crime committed far away and long ago. So you had no hesitation on that score on the issue of immunity of a former head of state. I suppose I thought simplistically, he's an ordinary Joe now, not a head of state anymore. A provisional arrest warrant is a formal document. It is addressed to each and all of the constables of the Metropolitan Police and empowers them to arrest the person named as the accused. Nicholas Evans proceeded to write out the words. Augusto Pinochet Ugarte, between the 11th of September 1973 and the 31st of December 1983, within the jurisdiction of the 5th Central Magistrates Court of the National Court of Madrid, did murder Spanish citizens in Chile within the jurisdiction of the government of Spain. He signed it, and the Bow Street clerk, Elizabeth Franey, witnessed the signature. E.F., she wrote. After the officers left, Nicholas told Diana what had passed. Not a meaningful conversation, he said, and the couple retired for the night. Did the name Pinochet give you any pause? No. I just started the process. Something which I didn't appreciate might have the effect it did. I don't think I can take any credit. I was just doing my job. I didn't sign a warrant because this was my opportunity to change the world. Certainly not. It was just another case. I signed the arrest warrant. Without it, they couldn't do anything. Our conversation meandered to an end. Nicholas stood and went to the window that overlooked the street. "See that window there?" he said, in a tone of utter gentleness. "The one with the light on." I nodded. "That's John le Carré's study. That's where he writes. Funny thing, eh?" 17. As the four officers returned to Scotland Yard from Hampstead, with the signed provisional arrest warrant, their minds turned to practical matters. Pinochet, in a private room at the London Clinic on the corner of Devonshire Place and Marylebone Road, spoke no English, so an interpreter was needed. They opted for Jean Pateras, highly regarded, with 2 decades of experience working with the Metropolitan Police. Many years later, I met Jean, who was happy to share what happened on that memorable evening. We spoke first by telephone, then talked in her comfortable apartment overlooking Sloane Square, drinking tea close to boxes of papers from the Pinochet case. Comfortably ensconced in an armchair, surrounded by books and family photographs, a copy of the Daily Mail splayed across the carpet, she wore a cream-coloured top and matching trousers offset by shiny gold moccasins. Jean was a serious person, one who does her work with great professionalism. She is also one of life's fabulous characters, energetic and engaging, with abundant hair arranged in a style that reminded me of that moment in the late 1990s. Born in Costa Rica, her father was an Anglo-Argentine who had trained at Sandhurst, her mother born in Chile of English parents. She spent part of her childhood in Chile, where her grandfather ran a fruit farm. With impeccable Spanish, Jean Pateras began to interpret for the Metropolitan Police in the 1980s, introduced to the work by a friend. "Do you speak Spanish?" she recalled a visiting policeman having asked her. I said yes, and that was it. My first case was a bar of soap stolen from Boots the chemist. A companion to my own first case as a young barrister, I said, of shoplifting from Marks and Spencer's. Jean loved the police work, mostly local matters before the English courts. Occasionally, there might be a big war crimes case, but Pinochet was on another scale. Genocide, torture, and other horrors, all that was new to me. With gusto, Jean recalled the evening of Friday, October the 16th, 1998. Scotland Yard called at about 5 in the afternoon. I was just back from court, relaxing. "Are you free, Jean?" Exhausted after a long day, she said yes, if the case was interesting. Oh yes, they said, this was interesting, but wouldn't say on the phone what it was about, just that they were about to get an arrest warrant for the person. Her interest piqued, Jean accepted and drove to Scotland Yard. "What's going on?" she asked a detective sergeant in the lift. The DS said, "We are going to arrest General Pinochet." I said, "What? Sounds like a Woody Allen movie." We laughed at the oddness of her reaction. On the 4th floor of Scotland Yard, Inspector Hewitt briefed her, then headed off to Hampstead to get the arrest warrant signed. Jean knew Nicholas Evans, as she'd interpreted in his court. "Go home, wait for us to call," Hewitt instructed her. She had supper with her husband, then waited. The call came at 9 p.m. to report to Marylebone Police Station. From there, she, Hewitt, and 3 other officers left for the London clinic. It was about 11 o'clock. "We turned up out of the blue," Jean said. "No warning." The officers showed their identity cards and explained their purpose. They were ushered to a lift up to the 8th floor. Outside room 801, guarded by 2 Chilean security men, a nurse told them Pinochet was asleep. His wife, Lucia, wasn't there. Jean continued. Someone said, "Well, go and wake him up so he doesn't get a shock and have a heart attack." Probably me who said that, as I'm so bossy. So the nurse knocked, opened the door, went in, switched on the light. Jean listened to Pinochet being woken up. I went in after a few minutes with 2 detectives. It was just the 3 of us. He was sitting up in bed, in pyjamas, the lights on, 2 Chilean guards in the room, his private bodyguards. They didn't speak a word of English. Hewitt spoke, then Jean interpreted. I said, "Buenas noches, my name is Jean Pateras, and please listen to what the police officer is going to say to you. I will repeat what he says in Spanish." The detective sergeant read out the order for his arrest and told Pinochet of his rights. "You don't have to say anything, may harm your defence if you do, blah, blah, blah." And then I said, "You are under arrest for murder." Pinochet listened. It was nearly midnight. "How did he react?" I asked. "He digested what was being said," Jean Pateras replied. "What was his immediate reaction?" Jean continued. "He said, 'I know the fucker who's behind this. It's that communist Garcés, Juan Garcés.' He was furious, furious. Juan Garcés was the first thing he said. I translated. He said he'd come to London on a secret mission, had a diplomatic passport and immunity. I told him, 'Your guards have to leave because you are under the protection of the British police.' Can't remember what happened then, all sorts of things. Initially, the Chilean guards refused to leave, Jean recalled. One of them said, "No, I'm not leaving. I told him, if you don't leave, you will be forcibly removed. Go outside." 2 uniformed police officers came in and escorted them out. One would recall Pinochet as arrogant and unhelpful, and totally aghast that this was happening to him. Sensing Pinochet's anxiety, Jean sought to calm him. I said to him, "Look, I'm sure your ambassador's on the way, and you can speak to him when he gets here and sort this out." Not long after, the ambassador duly arrived. The ambassador came down with us in the lift, Jean recalled. He said, "Don't think that I'm a friend of this man. My family had to leave the country because of him." Jean spent about an hour at the London clinic. There was a lot to sort out. I was just hanging around while the police were doing this and that, signing things, making sure he knew what was going to happen. It was after midnight when she left. Outside, on the street, the 2 Chilean security men lingered, not knowing what to do. They were just standing there in the rain, across from the clinic, the 2 of them, standing and staring. Quite extraordinary, she recalled. Huge devotion. At home, in a state of excitement, Jean called her sister in Paris, where her husband was Costa Rica's ambassador to France. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning. I said to her, "Guess what I've just done? I've just arrested General Pinochet." She said, "Oh, come on." I said, "Yes, you'll read about it tomorrow." My sister was thrilled. She thought Pinochet was a monster. Jean Pateras was still energized, talking about it 20 years later. "It was so exciting, I can't tell you." That night, she didn't realize this would not be the last time she would spend time with Augusto Pinochet. "I've got a whole load of the extradition papers. Perhaps you'd like to have them," she suggested. It was not an offer to refuse. We exchanged farewells. I left with several large plastic boxes filled with documents. Hundreds of pages of Pinochet papers. Garzon's request was there, with excruciating and terrible details of the crimes that had led to Pinochet's arrest, including Carmelo Soria and Alfonso Chanfrot. As I headed off, Jean mentioned the call she made the next day to her mother, who was in Dorset, England. "Guess what I did last night, Mummy?" Her response, she did guess, and said, "I think it's absolutely disgraceful. The man's an absolute marvel. Chile was wonderful under him." I said, "Mummy, do you realize what this man has done?" "It's all nonsense, darling," she replied. "It's all nonsense." Nights in Chile, 18. The arrest of Augusto Pinochet caused a shock across Chile, for supporters and opponents, and in literary circles. Roberto Bolaño welcomed the news, evoking Pinochet's impact on cultural life in Chile, on the mediocrities on right and left, who cavorted with the dictator. At the time of Pinochet's arrest, Bolaño was gathering ideas for a new novel. Nocturno de Chile, By Night in Chile, was published while Pinochet was in London. The main character was Father Sebastian Urrutia Lacroix, an elderly Jesuit priest with rambling memories of the Pinochet years. The novel garnered much attention and renown for the author, introducing a range of characters encountered by the priest. One was a middle-aged man of average height, neither skinny nor slim, with a nondescript face. Bolaño called him Mr. Rife. He was a man who wore a light-coloured suit and a most elegant hat, the manager of a fish cannery that packed clams tightly into small tins for export to Germany and France. "We are mainly an import-export firm," Rife told the priest, "but we are branching out into other areas." One day, Mr. Rife approached Father Urrutia Lacroix. The manager of the fish cannery wished to speak privately about a sensitive matter, one that required extraordinarily absolute discretion and secrecy. The priest accepted the condition, allowing Mr. Reif to explain the confidential mission. He asked the priest if he would give classes on Marxism to Augusto Pinochet and other members of the junta, including General Mendoza, the head of the police. The priest accepted the mission. The classes began. Pinochet turned out to be a decent student, a regular attendee with a desire to study and learn, a man who delighted in reading and writing. The heart of Pinochet's desire, the priest observed, was to learn about Marxism, to understand Chile's enemies, to find out how they think, to get an idea of how far they are prepared to go. The fictional character of Mr. Reif, the cannery manager, was based on Walter Rauff, a senior Nazi and SS officer who fled Europe and fetched up in southern Chile, where he managed a king crab cannery that exported crab meat to Europe. In 1963, a photograph of him was published widely in Chilean newspapers, seated in the back of a car wearing a light-coloured suit. The image left an impression on Bolaño, who noted the hat. The photograph left an impression on others too, I would learn. Walter Rauff also inspired a character in an earlier Bolaño novel, Nazi Literature in the Americas, published shortly before Pinochet was arrested in London. A work of satire involving a diverse cast of characters, a chapter on two Germans at the end of the world introduced readers to a place the author called Colonia Renacer. The colony of rebirth, for that is the translation, was an estate in central Chile inhabited by residents who were, in the author's imagination, without exception, German. Colonia Renacer was based on Colonia Dignidad, a religious agricultural community established by German immigrants in 1963, about 340 kilometres south of Santiago. In the real world, Colonia Dignidad, which I shall refer to as the colony, was a place of serial paedophilia and other sexual crimes, whose leaders worked closely with the Dina and Pinochet. It was also said to have connections with Nazis on the run, men like Adolf Eichmann, Martin Bormann, and Joseph Mengele, and Walter Rauff. A year after the coup, in 1974, Pinochet was filmed on a visit to the colony. In Bolaño's novel, the colony was a place of pagan orgies, sex slaves, and secret executions. Here, red flags were flown, with a white circle in which a black swastika is inscribed. In the novelist's account, the only war criminal to have spent time in the colony, a number of years in fact, entirely given over to horticulture, was Walter Rauss. According to Bolaño, it was later claimed that Rauss had taken part in certain torture sessions during the early years of Pinochet's regime. In this fictionalized account, Herr Rauss met his end when he had a heart attack while watching a football match on television. East and West Germany playing during the 1974 World Cup in West Germany. As with much fiction, Bolaño's account was not entirely without truth. The World Cup was held in West Germany that year, and East and West Germany did play against each other. East Germany won 1-0, a bitter result for Chile as it dumped the country out of the competition. As for the rest of Bolaño's novel, it appeared, on first glance, to be the stuff of imagination and mythologies. There was no hard evidence that the real Walter Rauff was interested in football, or that he visited the colony, or was a torturer, although there were rumours and unsubstantiated tales to that effect. Nor did he die in 1974. That year, and for several more, the real Rauff managed a cannery in Punta Arenas, where the flesh of king crabs was packed into small tins and exported to the tables of hungry Europeans. Let us return to By Night in Chile. Other characters included a married couple, who Father Urrutia Lacroix came to know. The woman was pretty, a young writer with brown hair and large eyes. Bolaño called her Maria Canales, and she was married to a North American called James Thompson. They shared a large house, a sanctuary, where Canales hosted literary gatherings or receptions or soirees or parties. Occasionally, Father Urrutia Lacroix was present to enjoy the stories and the company of other writers. They all deny it now, the priest recalled of those who said they weren't there, at gatherings encouraged by Pinochet. Father Urrutia Lacroix recalled an occasion when a wandering guest found the basement. There he came across a body tied to a metal bed, abandoned but alive, recuperating from an unknown ordeal. With the onset of democracy, after Pinochet's departure, strange tales emerged about the house. One concerned the husband, James Thompson, a DINA agent whose house was a place of interrogation and torture where people were killed. It was said that Thompson travelled to Washington to kill one of Allende's ex-ministers and organised assassinations in Argentina and Europe. Arrested in the United States, Thompson confessed to his crimes, implicated a few Chilean generals, entered a witness protection program, and was never seen again. As for Maria Canales, on the priest's account, she was left with nothing. She knew what her husband had done, repented, and was left fearful and barely able to breathe. The Jews were planning to demolish the house, Bolaño had her say to the priest, so nothing would be left. They're going to knock the house down. They'll rip out the basement. It's where one of Jimmy's men killed the Spanish UNESCO official. The account was fictional, but like the colony, not entirely. The house that fired Bolaño's imagination actually existed. A true story, Bolaño would say. I repeat, this isn't fiction, it's real, it happened during the Pinochet dictatorship, and more or less everybody knows. Bolaño came across the story in an article by Pedro Lemebel, published in 1994, about a house of literary salons in Santiago on Via Naranja at number 4925. This was the home of the real James Thompson, Michael Townley, the DINA agent who murdered Carlos Prats and Orlando Letelier. Townley was married to the real Maria Canales, Mariana Callejas, who hosted literary salons at the house and wrote short stories. One of her stories, ¿Conoció usted a Bobby Ackerman? Did you know Bobby Ackerman? Won a literary prize offered by El Mercurio. In the house of Townley and Callejas, real people were detained, tortured, killed, and disappeared. The Spanish UNESCO official was Carmelo Soria, the UN diplomat recast in Bolaño's novel as a UNESCO official. It was here at this house, Carmen Soria told me, that her father's neck was placed on a step and snapped. Here in the basement, the DINA established Project Andrea, where the chemist Eugenio Berrios developed sarin gas to eliminate Pinochet's opponents. Here, it was rumoured, gas was sprayed on Soria in the presence of a Cuban immigrant who would be, just 2 months later, involved in the killing of Letelier. And it was here, in this house, that Mariana Callejas wrote La Larga Noche, The Long Night, a collection of short stories bound into an ominous black cover on which a large eye peers from behind the bars of a cell. I bought a copy in an old second-hand shop in central Santiago, inscribed by the author to her new friends Enrique and Max. I read Un parque pequeño y alegre, a small and cheerful park, a story of bombings and torture, acts of the kind in which her American husband excelled. I read Heil Peter, featuring a German character who comes to South America and lives with memories of his father's friendship with Hitler. 19. Reading Bolaño and encountering the character of Maria Canales prompted me to learn more about the real Mariana Callejas and to read her stories. Fiction introduced fact and brought me to the place where Carmelo Soria had lost his life on a step. In Santiago, on a summer's day in December 2021, I visited the neighborhood of Lo Curo with my Chilean assistant, Montserrat, and a friend of hers from Santiago. We passed the palace built by Pinochet and garishly furnished by his wife, Lucia. Today it is the Club Militar de Chile, available to rent for weddings and other private functions. The entrance to the Via Naranja was protected by a barrier and a sleepy security guard in a cheap uniform, who inquired about our business. "Private visit," Montserrat and I said in chorus. He raised the barrier and waved us through, allowing us to enter a street of curves, gated homes, manicured gardens and pools, verdant and lush, with sublime views across the city. We reached the place where number 4925 should have been, but it was long gone, as the fictional Maria Canales predicted. In its place were two new homes, numbers 4241A and 4241B. We lingered in a place of torture and mass killing, a residential paradise with no sign to indicate the horrors that had occurred here. Across the road, a gardener tended an extensive lush lawn. We waved. He wandered over. His name was José. He'd worked here for 40 years. Yes, he remembered the original house, knew of its notoriety and the horrors that occurred in the basement. Local families and neighbours didn't want to talk about it. Nobody wanted a memorial. Did they read Bolaño? "They've been here for decades," said the gardener. "They must have known." "And seen?" I asked. José nodded and smiled. Omar, his friend, who had tended the garden next to number 4925 for half a century, knew much more. He was here in 1976. He saw many things. He heard many things. Like when people were brought in, the screams from the basement, the bags that came out, the cars and the vans. "Bags? Body bags," said José. José the gardener pointed across the road to where there was once a basement. "It's under the swimming pool now," he said. "When they put up a new house, they just buried everything in the corner, then built a little hill over the things they buried." Omar had spoken of the comings and goings. He would come and stand on the corner of the property, look over, said José. And he had carried on working next to a site of mass murder? José shrugged. "We need to work." Omar took what he saw to the grave. "I saw Townley 3 times, said José. He saw Mariana Callejas too, more often. They would come with other people, maybe to show the house, to sell it. They were separated. On TV, they blamed each other for the events. As we chatted, a neighbour, an older man, emerged from his house and into his garden, a considerable distance away. He looked towards his gardener, took out a camera, and pointed it towards us. "If anyone asks, say you are looking to buy property," said José. "Do not say your real business." He noticed that the security cameras on top of the street lamps had swiveled in our direction. "We don't want to cause you difficulty. Should we leave?" I said. "You won't cause trouble. They are the ones who got into trouble, not me. Anyway, I don't care. They can't do anything to me, these people. I wish they'd fire me. Then I'd get compensation." As we lingered, a handsome, tanned man in a uniform on a motorbike roared up to us. "What are you doing here?" the policeman asked. "You are breaking the law," he continued. "You must leave. They say you've been going to houses and ringing doorbells." We had done no such thing, we said. We were just looking for number 4925, but it was gone. He asked for names and identity cards, which we declined to provide. "You cannot perform an identity control on us," said my Chilean companion. He radioed headquarters, told them we were only walking around. "Here in Locuro, walking around is regarded as suspicious," the policeman said. He apologized. "I'm just sent here." We told the policeman about number 4925, what happened there. He listened, said he wasn't surprised, or that there was no memorial. "Are you communists?" he asked suddenly. He said this with a straight face and expected a straight answer. We laughed. "Do we look like communists?" "No," he conceded with a friendly smile. "It's just that we were here in a wealthy neighbourhood, and that made us seem like we could be communists." He lived in La Victoria, a leftist village, and was a member of a trade union. "I won't be voting for José Cast," he said, a reference to the right-wing presidential candidate, a defender of Pinochet, whose German father had joined the Nazi Party. We promised not to linger. The policeman offered a wave, got on his motorbike, and sped off. We stood on the street, thinking about Townley and Thompson and Callejas and Canales, and the line that divided fact and fiction. "What about Bolaño's characters?" asked my assistant, Montserrat. "Were Rafe and Rouse based on a real character?" Santiago, 1963. 20. Roberto Bolaño's characters of Rafe and Rouse were indeed based on a real person. I first came across Walter Rauff's name in Bruce Chatwin's book In Patagonia, which I read as a student. It left me with a powerful sense of the region. Bolaño considered that the book brought fame to the magical realism of the area. But the memory of Rauff faded. Only recently, when a friend in Santiago reminded me of the lines, did I return to chapter 96 and Chatwin's unexpected evocation of a man in Punta Arenas who dreamed and hummed, a passage that opened the imagination. He wrote, "He drives to a factory that smells of the sea. All about him are scarlet crabs, crawling, then steaming. He hears the shells crack and the claws breaking, sees the sweet white flesh packed firm in metal cans. He is an efficient man, with some previous experience of the production line. Does he remember that other smell of burning and that other sound of low voices singing? Walter Rauff is credited with the invention and administration of the mobile gas truck." The passage has a quiet voice and glacial effect, thought Sybil Bedford, a fine observer of legal detail. Another reviewer was struck by the sinister nostalgic gaze of the words, of the connection they drew between travel and violence. Rauff's name next came up unexpectedly as I was researching my book on the Rat Line in the personal archive of Otto Wächter. The former SS leader and Nazi governor of District Galicia, based in Krakow, was on the run when Rauff wrote to him in May 1949, 3 typed pages sent from Damascus. "Leave Europe and head to South America on the Rat Line," Rauff advised. "Accept your situation and climb back up the ladder. Don't waste time harking back to the glory days of Nazism. Avoid the Arab world, head for South America. Best greetings, your Walter Rauff." Wächter died mysteriously in Rome 2 months later, but Rauff followed his own advice and ended up in Chile. "Walter Rauff?" said Laura González Vera, Carmela Soria's widow. "Sure, everybody knows the name, because he designed Nazi-style camps in Chile and advised Pinochet. The Chilean army was very German, she wanted me to know, and Ralph planned poisonings by the Diener. This she stated as fact. It turned out that Ralph featured in literature beyond Chatwin and Bolaño and many news stories. By the mid-1980s, he had a mythical status, living in the Las Condes district of Santiago near Laura González Vera. He had 2 sons and several grandchildren, hung out with old Germans, drank whiskey, listened to West German radio, celebrated the Führer's birthday, and hummed Nazi tunes. He wrote letters. He was safe in wonderful Chile, he assured his sister in West Germany. He had friends with easy access to the House of Pinochet. He was protected by many high-ranking officers. Occasionally, he said, there were efforts to extradite him, but they would end up in the garbage. Pinochet, on the other hand, was circumspect about the relationship. I do not know Ralph, he told a journalist from Newsweek magazine in March 1984. That was a lie, as he well knew. 21. I gathered material on Ralph, an academic biography, hundreds of articles, photographs and grainy newsreels. There were archives in Chile, Germany and the United States. At the Bodleian Library in Oxford, Ralph's name appeared in a worn moleskin notebook that belonged to Chatwin. Commandant Ralph from P.A., the traveller wrote, a man associated with mobile German vans. The archives in Washington, D.C. held dozens of CIA documents. One was a military interrogation of Ralph from May 1945, offering an account of his life. I was born on June the 19th, 1906, in the small town of Curtin, into a Protestant family, he told a British officer. He didn't say he was baptized at the St. Hedwig's Cathedral in Berlin, as he would tell a famed journalist decades later, or that Johann Sebastian Bach composed the first book of the Well-Tempered Clavier, as well as the French suites for keyboard in Curtin. His father Otto worked for a bank. His mother Louise looked after him, the home, and his older brother and sister, Ernst August and Ilse. He went to school in Magdeburg near Berlin, then at 18 joined the German Navy. As a cadet, his first posting took him to South America on a friendship tour. In late 1925, the SMS Berlin, a cruiser, reached the Chilean port of Valparaiso, a city of many hills. Making his way to the Naval Academy, Ralph passed the San Rafael Seminary, where one of the pupils was 10-year-old Augusto Pinochet. The Berlin sailed 3,000 kilometers south to Punta Arenas in Chilean Patagonia, past Dawson Island and Tierra del Fuego, and through the Straits of Magellan, named after Ferdinand Magellan, who led the expedition that navigated the strait in 1520, with Juan Sebastian Elcano, who, Lena Schifrin, my Spanish mother-in-law, has now persuaded me is a forebear of her family. Punta Arenas was made prosperous by the connection it offered between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Established by European colonizers, the city's powerful German population arranged for Ralph and the crew to visit the city cemetery on Christmas Day. There they added 4 shell casings to a monument in honour of Admiral Graf Spee and German sailors who perished when the British Navy sank 4 cruisers near the Falkland Islands a decade earlier. Ralph liked the town, with its bustling Plaza de Armas, the centrepiece a statue of Hernando de Magallanes towering above a Selknam warrior, a nod to colonial history. He visited German-owned shops like the Sarah Brown Company and admired the home of the Prussian-born German consul Rodolfo Stubenhauch. Ralph felt welcome. Back in Germany over the next decade, he made his way up the naval ranks. Around the time that Hitler became Chancellor in 1933, Ralph married Charlotte Borbe, the daughter of a beer brewer. In 1937, he joined the Nazi Party, member number 5216415, and was given charge of a naval flotilla. That same year, he met Edith Richter, twice married, 8 years his senior, with a 16-year-old son. The affair led to his divorce from Charlotte and military court proceedings that judged him to be an adulterer. He left the Navy at his own request and was discharged with all honours, he would say. Ralph needed work. An acquaintance at the Sicherheitsdienst, or SD, the intelligence branch of the SS and the Gestapo, introduced him to Werner Best, a lawyer and SS intelligence officer close to Heinrich Himmler. Ralph is a fresh, purposeful individual, suitable as an SS leader both ideologically and in his inner attitude, his Nazi file recorded. He joined the SS a year later, in 1938, as member number 290947, and declared himself to be Gott glaubig, beholden to Adolf Hitler rather than the Protestant Church. Now married to Edith, the couple lived in Charlottenburg at Mommsenstraße 47, and Ralph worked at SD headquarters in Berlin, walking the same corridors as Himmler, Otto Wächter, and Adolf Eichmann. He came under the tutelage of Reinhard Heydrich, the SD's leader, a man Ralph first met at a lecture for naval officers in 1928. Heydrich appreciated Ralph's organisational abilities, a man who did not ask questions and got things done. In October 1938, he and Edith had a son, Alf, and then a second in 1940, Walter Jr. Promoted to SS Hauptsturmführer, Ralph now worked in the technical division of the Reichssicherheitshauptamt, Hitler's Reich Security Office, in section Amt 2D. In June 1941, as Germany cast aside the Molotov-von Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviets and its army headed eastward, Heydrich engaged Ralph on a most secret project. Prompted by Germany's occupation of vast lands, today part of Belarus and Ukraine, Ralph would assist in efforts to disappear the Jewish population. Traumatized by observing a mass execution in Minsk, Himmler had decided that execution by bullets was too stressful for decent SS men and instructed Heydrich to find more efficient means. Heydrich was a perfectionist, not a fanatic like Himmler and Hitler, Ralph would later say of the man who tapped him to become a mass murderer. He looked at things coolly, from a technical standpoint. On the new project, Ralph's team included Dr. August Becker, a chemist who honed his skills in the Nazis' T4 Aktion euthanasia program, using carbon monoxide gas to kill incurable patients. Ralph designed a prototype gas van that was tested on Soviet prisoners at the Sachsenhausen concentration camp north of Berlin. Locked into the back, prisoners were killed by internally fed exhaust fumes in less than 8 minutes, their bodies then cremated. The process was deemed a success, so Ralph recruited Friedrich Pradel to manage a fleet of vehicles, working with Willy Just, a technician. Ralph had no qualms about the work. It would lessen the emotional burdens of those who killed in the public interest. There was a detachable exhaust hose taken from the outside to the floor of the car, a colleague explained. When the engine was started and the connection made, exhaust gases from the engine went through the pipe and into the hose, and from there into the exhaust pipe mounted inside the car where the gas was distributed. Ralph was involved in the minutiae, ensuring that occupants couldn't tamper with the pipe's entry point into the wagon. Under his direction, the design was constantly improved. He commissioned 5 prototypes, 3 tons of metal that could gas 50 people in a single operation in just a few minutes. From Berlin, 2 vans headed north to Riga in Latvia, One went south to Simferopol in Crimea. The two others were used at the Kulmhof camp between Berlin and Warsaw. Over the next year, Ralph oversaw the construction of hundreds of vans. He was involved in their design, manufacture and operation, and the procurement of spare parts from Gaubstadt in Berlin-Neukölln. Many years later, the company's name was acquired by Wartburg Mobil, whose motto is, "We connect people." Ralph maintained a calm, positive and professional disposition. It was simply a job to be done in the struggle against the Soviets and Jews, one to be implemented with care, passion and control. If the delivery of a special vehicle to the Mauthausen camp in Austria was delayed, he'd helpfully arrange for canisters of carbon monoxide gas to be delivered for use before the van's arrival. Ralph received regular updates. He was informed when people worked out the fate of those who entered the camouflaged death cars, some of which were disguised as ambulances. He was advised on efforts in Kiev to perfect the quantity of fumes delivered so that gassing was done correctly. Some drivers pushed the gas pedal too firmly, thinking that a full gas approach would get the job done more quickly, whereas it caused death by painful suffocation rather than gentle sleep. With Becker the chemist, Ralph perfected techniques to allow the van's occupants to slip peacefully away. A gentle killing meant fewer facial distortions and excretions, and therefore less time needed to clean up. In June 1942, Ralph received a telegram from Riga. Every week, it said, a transport of Jews arrives for special treatment, but 3 gas vans, 2 Diamond models, 1 Sauer, were insufficient to deal with the large numbers. Riga requested an additional van, the larger 5-ton version, and hoses. When is the provision of a further van to be expected? Ralph asked. When would spare exhaust hoses be available? Ralph was a most efficient man. On June 5, 1942, Willi Just, the technical inspector, sent Ralph details of operations at Chelmno, Kulmhof. The document, with his name on it, would come to haunt Ralph. Over 6 months, Just reported, 97,000 have been processed by the 3 vehicles in service with no major incidents. He proposed technical changes for Ralph's approval: a larger load space, shorter operations, greater stability so the load didn't shift around. Internal lights should be left on after the rear doors were shut so the load didn't panic and scream and rush around as darkness set in. Cleaning would be assisted by placing a sealed drain in the middle of the floor, one with a slanting trap so that fluids could drain off during the operation. Willi Just requested a decision from Ralph, which presumably followed. Whether at that time I had doubts about the use of gas vans, I cannot say, Ralph would later state. The main issue for me was that the shootings were a considerable burden for the men who were in charge thereof, and this burden was removed through the use of the gas vans. The details did not bother him. An operator at Chelmno offered a first-hand account of the gassing of Jews from the nearby ghetto in the city of Lodz, renamed Litzmannstadt by the Germans. The people were told that they had to take a bath, their clothes had to be disinfected, and that they could hand in any valuable items beforehand to be registered. Undressed, they were sent to the cellar of the castle, then along a passageway onto the ramp, then into the gas van. In the castle there were signs marked "to the baths." The gas vans were large, about 4 or 5 metres long, 2.2 metres wide, and 2 metres high. The interior walls were lined with sheet metal. A wooden grille was set into the floor. When the lorries were full of people, the double doors at the back were closed and the exhaust connected to the interior of the van. The account turned out to be personal for me. Researching my book East-West Street, I learned that in July 1939, my mother, as a 1-year-old infant, was taken to Vienna's Westbahnhof train station and into the protective care of an evangelical missionary from Norwich, Miss Elsie Tilney, who took her to safety in Paris. They'd gone to the station with my mother's 11-year-old cousin, Herta, who was due to travel with her. At the last minute, however, the older girl could not bear to be separated from her mother Laura, my grandfather's sister. Mother and daughter remained in Vienna. 2 years later, in October 1941, they were transported from Vienna to the Litzmannstadt Lodz ghetto. Within months, they were disappeared. From the timings and details in Willi Just's report, I understood that Herta and Laura were likely to have been among the 97,000 people whose lives ended in one of Walter Rauff's dark grey vans. As this operation unfolded, Czech partisans targeted Rauff's protector, Reinhard Heydrich, attacked his car and succeeded in assassinating him. It was now June 1942, and the act coincided with Berlin's decision to move away from gas vans and onto extermination on a far greater scale. As Belzec, Sobibor and Treblinka became operational, Rauff needed a new job. 22. In December 1942, Rauff was posted to Tunisia, recently occupied by Germany, tasked with ridding the country of Jews. Speaking no French, he hired a Jewish refugee from Austria as his interpreter. A small man, Maximilian Trenner recalled, and reminiscent of Hitler, Rauff was prone to rages, turning red with anger when agitated. He was exceedingly dangerous and totally committed to the extermination of the Jews. On his first day, Rauff gathered Jewish leaders at his headquarters, 168 Avenue de Paris in Tunis. He instructed that 2,000 young Jews be made available for labour within 24 hours, failing which he'd take 10,000 instead. When the community provided only 100 labourers, a furious response followed. "I have already killed Jews in Poland and Russia and want you to know what you can expect," Rauff declared. "They would be shot," he continued, "as traitors, cowards, Jew dogs, swine." Rauff was short, close-shaven, ice-cold, of bilious complexion, and imbued with an air of racial superiority, another observer recorded. When calm, his voice was hoarse and guttural, words spoken brittlely and precisely. Excitement produced an avalanche of inarticulate, harsh, rhythmic, brusque sounds. When angered, he tapped his feet agitatedly and brandished a short stick. Rauff was driven by anti-Semitism and anti-communism. The Jews started the war, so the brethren in Tunisia must take their responsibilities, he said. He made labourers wear large yellow stars on front and back so that we can see you from a distance and shoot you if you try to escape. Those weeks brought hostage-taking, executions, torture, and massive fines levied on the community. Rauff plundered, helping himself to a dozen typewriters. To be able to make lists, he explained. A true savage, said a young lawyer who watched Rauff subject his father to a mock execution. His only concern was for the job he had been ordered to carry out. Rauff's time in Tunis ended abruptly. In May, just a few months after he arrived, the British 7th Armoured Division routed the Wehrmacht and took the city. Rauff fled, leaving behind a traumatized community with many lives lost, and still today descendants recall his name with a sense of horror. His own recollection would be very different. Measures against Jews? There were none. Many worked for us voluntarily, he explained, without anything ever happening to them. Rauff returned to Berlin, where he was honoured for his work in Tunis. General Karl Wolff, Himmler's deputy, awarded him a German cross in silver. In early July 1943, Ralph was sent to Corsica as a plainclothes intelligence officer using false papers signed by the Paris police to create a cell of French collaborators in the event of an Allied takeover of the island. He remained for 2 months, but fled when Hitler ordered German troops to evacuate the island on September the 12th. He went straight to Italy to serve as Commandant of Ober-Italien West, the head of the SS and Gestapo in Milan, working under General Karl Wolff. Ralph set up his headquarters at the Regina Hotel near La Scala, and in time for a new opera season that featured much by the way of Wagner, Mozart and Beethoven. The Regina became a feared place of detention, torture and murder from which many Italians disappeared. In early December, Ralph was involved in the first deportation of Italian Jews to Auschwitz and organising draconian measures against partisans. In the summer of 1944, he personally led operations in the Aosta Valley near Cournier, in the Susa Valley near Fenestrelle, and in the province of Cuneo. Examples of the horrors he unleashed were not hard to find. On the 21st of July, in the village of Robeco sul Naviglio, after partisans killed a German army marshal, Ralph personally directed the reprisal execution of 5 men and the deportation of 58 more to Germany and the destruction of numerous homes. If it happens again, he warned the prefect of Milan, the measures will be harsher and more innocent people will be affected. For a year, Ralph oversaw a brutal policy of reprisals against civilians in manifest violation of international laws. On his authority, 50 civilians were executed in Cumiana, 27 in Turin after partisans killed a Wehrmacht soldier, and another 26 executed on Colle del Lis, their corpses openly mutilated. 80 years later, these and other atrocities perpetrated by the German Reich in Italy were the subject of proceedings before the International Court of Justice, with Germany arguing successfully that Italy, by the actions of its courts in allowing civil claims, violated its obligations to respect the immunity which Germany enjoyed under international law. For his work in Italy, General Wolff honoured Ralph with a second German cross, this time in gold. In the summer of 1943, the Allies landed in southern Italy and the tide of war turned. Ralph joined General Wolff in negotiating a deal with the Americans known as Operation Sunrise. In return for peace, he and Wolff hoped to avoid prosecution. In February 1945, Ralph travelled to Switzerland to negotiate with Alan Dulles, head of the local branch of the Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner of the CIA. Karl Wolff appreciated his comrade's efforts. "You were key in those last 2 months of war," he would say to Ralph. On the 24th of April 1945, Ralph met Mussolini, and 5 days later, the Germans in Italy signed a ceasefire with the Allies. The next morning, April the 30th, Colonel John Davis of the US Army made his way through angry crowds outside the Hotel Regina, entered the building and arrested Ralph and his staff, including his secretary, Miss Emily Lukacs, who previously worked for Eichmann and served in Litzmannstadt. Ralph was escorted out in a death head cap and a full-length black leather SS coat. The Italians cheered us, Ralph would recall. They thought we were Americans. In Florence, he was incarcerated with Wolff and interrogated by a British Army officer. A good Englishman, not a Jew, Ralph would say. Major Michael Wedekind reported that Ralph was hostile and uncooperative, a typical SS man with contempt and perpetual malice for the Allies and proud of his criminality. He was cynical and arrogant, more cunning and devious than intelligent, posing so serious a threat that he should be executed. If that was not possible, Ralph should be imprisoned for the rest of his life. 23. Over the next months, Ralph was moved around Italy from Rimini to Naples and then Ancona. His second wife, Edith, and their two children, Alf and Walter Jr., were back in Germany. In October 1945, confronted with documents on his role in the use of the gas vans, Ralph signed an affidavit confirming the authenticity of his signature and the documents. He sought to minimize his role. I do not know the number of death vans that operated and cannot give an approximate figure, he stated. Insofar as I'm aware, these vans operated only in Russia. He knew this to be a lie, that Chelmno and Litzmannstadt were in Poland. I was never present when the death vans were operating with persons in them being killed, he declared. His role was purely technical. The documents were introduced into the proceedings at Nuremberg's Courtroom 600. On December the 20th, 1945, the 22nd day of hearings, US Prosecutor Colonel Robert Story spoke Ralph's name into the record, reading out extracts of the gas van documents and his affidavit. The Nuremberg judgment handed down a year later made no mention of Ralph or the vans. By then, he was in a prison camp in Ancona, detained alongside members of Otto Wächter's Waffen-SS Galicia division and SS officers Karl Haas and Erich Priebke. In the 1990s, the two men's role in the murder of 335 Italian civilians in Rome's Ardeatine caves during the war would cause Priebke to be extradited from Argentina and the Italian courts to convict both men of crimes against humanity. Ralph was off the hook, but now keenly aware of the dangers posed by documents concerning gas vans that mentioned him by name. I have some responsibilities that could cost me my head, he wrote to his nephew. He must take care. He was transferred to Rimini and Naples, from where he escaped, using wire cutters to cut through a fence. As an iron curtain descended across Europe, he made his way to Rome, hunted by the US Army Counterintelligence Corps. Its agents included a young Henry Kissinger, working as an instructor on denazification, communism, and the Soviet threat. On opposite sides, there was no indication that their paths crossed in Italy, but within 3 decades, the two men would find themselves on the same side, supporting Pinochet and the coup in Chile. In Rome, Ralph took refuge in an apartment on the Viale Giulia Cesare, the home of an Italian university professor and his wife and their 2 sons. A simple apartment, a lovely place, Ralph recalled. I looked after the children. Professor Dupre and his Prussian wife Hedy thought Ralph to be decent and trustworthy. He hung out with German priests at the Collegio Teutonico in Santa Maria dell'Antima, where Bishop Hudal helped a lot. Hedy Dupre found a room for Ralph at the Vigna Pia Monastery, where he worked in the gardens, looking after the cows. In 1948, Edith and the 2 boys joined him, and Hudal got him an International Red Cross passport. Hunted by the Allies, Soviets, and Jews, he flew to Cairo. We were given a very warm welcome. And then Syria. Arriving in Damascus in November 1948, Ralph was recruited into the Syrian army and later worked for the police, reorganizing the country's intelligence service. In March 1949, following a military coup, he became a security advisor to the new head of state, Colonel Husni al-Zaim. The CIA, established 2 years earlier, was keeping tabs on him. Subject and his wife are in Syria, the organization reported. He was working as an advisor to the Syrian Sûreté. A former Nazi comrade, now an American source, reported that Ralph was reorganizing Syrian intelligence along Gestapo lines. Ralph worked closely with Colonel al-Zaim, who, like Hermann Göring, enjoyed pinning many medals onto his uniforms. "Ralph, how do I look?" al-Zaim would inquire. "Wonderful," Ralph said. He recruited Germans, including former SS leaders and Wehrmacht officers arriving from Italy. The CIA reported that he was involved in torture and unpopular with Syrians and Germans. A cold egoist, one colleague reported, a man without principles, motivated solely by personal gain. In May 1949, he wrote to Otto Wächter, his SS colleague in Italy, who'd taken refuge in the same monastery where Ralph was hidden. This was the letter I found in the Wächter family archive. 3 months later, President Alzheimer was executed, and Ralph, charged with terrorism, was expelled from Syria. The family moved to Beirut. An oasis, it was wonderful, Ralph would recall, where a German padre converted him to Catholicism. They took a Greek steamer back to Italy on the Führer's birthday, he recalled, where Edith suggested they head for Marseille. Ralph resisted. They don't like me in France, he would say, because of his time in Tunis. So they returned to Rome and the Dupré family. There he encountered Shalhevet Freyer, a German-born Israeli intelligence officer heading covert operations in Europe. Freyer recruited him as an informant on Syrian affairs, apparently knowing nothing of Ralph's past. The pair stayed in contact for 2 years. Hunted, Ralph now followed his own advice, as tendered to Otto Wächter, setting his sights on South America. He hoped for Brazil or Argentina, but when Ecuador's embassy in Rome offered visas, he seized the moment. Edith's son from her first marriage, Hans Kaster Richter, lived there and told Ralph he'd find work in Quito. 24. On December 5, 1949, the Ralph sailed from Genoa on the Conte Grande. I played scat with a Jewish conductor who worked at the opera in Berlin and had a daughter in Ecuador, he recalled. The family disembarked at Guayaquil, spent a night at the Majestic Hotel. Jewish owner, I waltzed in, said my name was Walter Ralph. The Jews were terribly friendly, especially with the children, then headed to Quito. SS Colonel Walter Ralph has arrived in Quito, Ecuador, the CIA reported. It kept tabs on his correspondence, intercepted by the Italian intelligence service, and noted, without irony, that Ralph's first job was as a car mechanic for the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Quito. He learned some basic Spanish and moved on to become a salesman for an Ecuadorian company that sold pharmaceutical products for the American company Park Davis. He travelled around Ecuador, selling goods to astonished Indians. He later represented Opel, the West German automobile company, whose first sale in Ecuador was to the papal nuncio, license plate CD1, and then worked as a sales manager for Gustavo Müller Martinez, a German-Ecuadorian company representing West German corporations. Throughout, he kept a low profile and used variations of his name, including Ralph. He and Edith corresponded with the family in West Germany. Life is not without challenges, he wrote, and although his immigration status was sorted, there were issues with the local Jewish community. Eventually, he felt safe enough to revert to his real name, obtaining a passport from the West German embassy. His request for a Navy pension was rejected due to his SS service. He wondered whether the Jews were behind the decision. Ralph wrote to his sister and complained about the renaissance of the Jews of Bonn and his own sense of victimhood. His fondness for the Horst Wessel song Die Fahne hoch, the flag raised high, and whiskey-doused celebrations of the Führer's birthday did not dim. The sons were not thrilled with life in Ecuador. At 16, Alf enrolled at the Chilean Naval Academy in Valparaiso, which his father had visited 3 decades earlier. A year later, Walter Jr. joined the Chilean Army's Officers' Academy. The moves were supported by the Ralph's new friends, a group of Chilean Army officers posted to Ecuador. Amongst them was a 41-year-old Major, Augusto Pinochet, who, with his friend Carlos Prats, provided references. Pinochet had arrived in Ecuador in 1956 with his wife Lucia Hiriart Rodriguez, the daughter of a wealthy senator and government minister, and 3 children. This followed time at the military school in Santiago and postings around Chile, as well as a stint teaching at the War Academy in Santiago. In Quito, where Pinochet taught at Ecuador's War Academy, his extracurricular activities included a rumoured affair with Piedad Noé, a local pianist, and a law degree at the Central University of Quito. The latter was not something he ever referred to, but I found the records from July 1957 in the university archives, which confirmed his academic failure. The records revealed that he left after a year, failed to complete most classes, never got the degree, and was prone to the use of different names. Having enrolled as Augusto Pinochet Ugarte, there were various changes, and he finally abandoned his course as Pablo Pinochet. Pinochet and Ralph and their wives became socially close, bonded by a virulent anti-communist sentiment, respect of matters German, and a mutual interest in Nazism. Major and Mrs. Pinochet were in my house several times, Ralph would later say, describing the Chilean military man as a friend and protector from Ecuador days. It was Pinochet, he told a journalist, who encouraged him to move to Chile. Mr. Ralph, it's very lovely with us in Chile. You should move there. The Ralphs visited their sons in Chile and liked what they saw. In 1958, with Pinochet's encouragement and support, they emigrated. Ralph's grandson, Walter III, confirmed the role played by Pinochet and Carlos Prats, the friend Pinochet would later order to be eliminated. In Santiago, Ralph initially had difficulty finding work. Then a sympathetic German introduced him to Goldman, Janssen and Compagnia, a company with an interest in the Sociedad Comercial Sarah Brown, which owned the hardware store in Punta Arenas. This was a fine place, Ralph recalled, where Germans were welcome. In November 1958, he and Edith headed to Patagonia and the southern Chilean Magallanes province. Ralph enjoyed the work at the Sarah Brown store on Calle Boris in the centre of town, selling typewriters and similar items. He made his way up the company ladder, and within a year, President Alessandri had granted the family the right to reside permanently in Chile. With responsibility for European imports, Ralph travelled around Chile, meeting West German and other business partners. Life was settling down when, in 1959, a letter arrived from Wilhelm Beisner, an SS colleague from Berlin, Tunis, and Damascus. Beisner wanted to introduce Ralph to the Bundesnachrichtendienst, the BND, the West German intelligence service. Ralph passed on a copy of his curriculum vitae, focusing on a naval career, but omitting his activities in the Reich Security Office and SS years. The BND assessed him to be tough, almost directly aggressive in character and appearance, cold-blooded, and not overly emotional. He was, they concluded, well suited to the organisation, with a past reflecting a special outlook on life. Early in 1960, the West German intelligence services gave Ralph a contract with a salary of several hundred West German marks a month, but no pension. He became BND Agent 7410, codename Enrico Gomez, working in Punta Arenas, alongside his day job, and reporting on communists in Chile, Ecuador, and Peru. The BND offered him travel and other perks. In April 1960, to the couple's joy, they were able to return to West Germany, the first time in 15 years. Ralph travelled as a businessman, accompanying David Stichkin, rector of the University of Concepcion, a prominent member of the local Jewish community, assisting in a search for laboratory equipment. The real purpose of Ralph's trip, however, was to spend 3 days at a BND facility near Munich to be trained in anti-communist surveillance techniques. The journey happened to coincide with Adolf Eichmann's abduction in Buenos Aires and extradition to stand trial in Jerusalem. As Ralph and his wife landed, Der Spiegel magazine published a story about Eichmann that mentioned Ralph's work in Milan, causing Edith to be anxious. Ralph assured her he was protected by the BND. The visit passed without incident, but on their return to Punta Arenas, they learned that Beisner had been seriously injured in an assassination attempt. If he was a target, then so was Ralph. Around this time, Edith was diagnosed with cancer. The costs of medical treatment were covered by a new job with a West German company, Lenau, and by the BND, which now paid Ralph a generous monthly stipend of 3,000 West German marks. Ralph travelled to Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela, and around Chile, recruiting sub-agents, including his son Alf and stepson Hans Nacker. By the spring of 1961, when Edith was gravely ill, the BND postponed a second trip of Ralph's to West Germany, due to the unresolved Eichmann trial situation, they said. Edith died in September and was buried in Santiago's Central Cemetery. On Ralph's return to Punta Arenas, the BND complained to the widower about the quality of his work. He failed to get to Cuba and missed the rise of Fidel Castro, they complained. They halved his stipend and told him he needed more training. In February 1962, Ralph returned to West Germany, travelling under his own name but using an address in Quito. In Hanover, he stayed at the Central Hotel, today the Kaiserhof, just a few hundred metres from the offices of the federal prosecutors who were busy preparing a warrant for his arrest, for the gas vans and mass murder. He visited his nephew, Hans-Jochen Emsmann, a young naval officer, and attended a naval reunion with colleagues from the class of 1924. At the BND facilities in Bavaria, he trained in microfilm and in coding and was warned not to allow the quality of his reports to decline any further. By March 1962, he was back in Punta Arenas, living in an apartment on Calle Boris, above the Grand Palace Cinema. He worked nearby, on the corner of Magallanes and Valdo Seguel, near the Plaza de Armas, coming to terms with a widower's life, one son elsewhere in Chile, the other in West Germany. He was now well integrated into the city's business community, with Chilean and German acquaintances and membership of the prestigious Club de la Unión. No one knew of his past or his BND work. The world of espionage was now less exciting than business, so he found a new West German partner, Herr Reinhardt, with capital provided by Habag, a company in Düsseldorf. Ralph started to work as a manager with the Pesquera Bonacic, a cannery in Porvenir, across the Strait of Magellan on the island of Tierra del Fuego, a 2-hour ferry ride from Punta Arenas. He enjoyed the shuttle back and forth, a pleasant crossing, leaving from Tres Puentes, with its white naval barracks and sky-blue roofs. The view was grand, the seabirds active, the ocean deep and dark. Dawson Island was visible in the distance, and beyond it, the snowy grand peaks of Patagonia. In Porvenir, a German immigrant named Dietrich Angerstein had founded the Pesquera Bonacic with Karl Kreusel, a businessman who may have been either a real estate man from Hamburg or a Stasi agent from East Germany. The Pesquera Bonacic harvested centolla, the meat of giant king crabs, which was packed into small aluminium tins and sold across Chile, South America and beyond to Europe, with a Pesquera Pirata label. Dietrich Angerstein has recently written of those pioneering days in Condor, a German-Chilean weekly established in Santiago before the war. The article makes no mention of Ralph, but it offers a photograph of the company's flagship fishing boat, which was called the Walter. This, I would later be told, was a boat that Ralph sailed. I contacted Angerstein to obtain permission to reproduce the photograph. He was happy to talk about the Walter and the Pesquera in Porvenir, which he managed until 1963. Ralph was around, he recalled, a man who was not sociable and had limited relations with the German community and who he did not hire on advice from the German embassy. Angerstein did not want the photograph of the Walter to be used in a book about Ralph he said, and did not really wish to speak about Ralph. Here, at the end of the world, however, Ralph believed himself to be safe. He was wrong. 25. As 1962 drew to a close, Ralph spent his working day packing the flesh of king crabs into small tin cans. The season ran from the 1st of July until the end of January, he recalled, and in the off-season we sealed other sea life in the cans. In the evenings, he wrote reports for the BND on local communist activity. This was his life when, on the evening of Monday, December the 3rd, as the end of the season approached, he was at home in the Punta Arenas apartment above the Grand Palace Cinema. At 11 p.m., there was a knock on the front door. It was the police. They told him he was under arrest for the crime of murder, indicted by a court in Hanover that wanted to extradite him to West Germany. His crime? Packing human beings into gas vans. He was escorted out of the building, past posters that announced the week's films, The Queen of the Pirates, La Reina de los Piratas, and, in glorious colour, Rock Hudson and Doris Day in Lover Come Back, Vuelve Amor Mío. He was taken to the local police station, then to the airport in Santiago. Yes, he told the waiting journalists, he was once a Nazi, in intelligence, now he was another war victim. The Prensa Austral, the local newspaper in Punta Arenas, ran a story that revealed details of his past. Co-director of Eichmann's office arrested in our city. The article described his work with gas vans that exterminated over 90,000 Jews, but did not mention the name of the important local company for which he worked. I am innocent. I have no idea what I am accused of, said Ralph. I was merely a desk colonel. I signed papers. I never ordered or witnessed the killing of any Jews. 26. Ralph's arrest was a precursor for what later befell Augusto Pinochet. 2 men arrested at 11 p.m. on charges of mass murder with a request for extradition from one country to another. As with Pinochet, the events leading to his arrest began much earlier. In Ralph's case, it was in 1957 that his name came up, as state prosecutors in Hanover were investigating some of his colleagues in Amt 2D in Berlin for their connection to the gas vans that operated at the Semlin camp near Belgrade, Yugoslavia. One detail led to another. The prosecutors came across the affidavit that Ralph signed in October 1945, confirming the authenticity of various reports. For reasons that are not clear, the prosecutors did not then proceed to investigate Ralph any further. A year later, however, in December 1958, a new national body was created to investigate Nazi crimes. The Central Office of State Justice Administrations, known as Zentrale Stelle, or the Z Commission, was based in Ludwigsburg. The prosecutors returned to the gas vans, initially focusing on Dr. August Becker, the chemist, who was arrested. In an American archive, they found the June 1942 report by Willy Just detailing operations at Chelmno that targeted the 97,000 Jews addressed to Ralph. Prosecutors now searched for him, initially in Ecuador. In Santiago, the German embassy in Chile was not keen to collaborate. The Z Commission's investigations coincided with the Eichmann trial in Jerusalem, where Just's report was introduced into evidence. Eichmann's lawyer questioned his client about the gas vans. I didn't work on that project, Eichmann told the judges. That was Ralph. Yes, he conceded, the project was conceived and prepared in the very same building in Berlin, but Ralph worked in a distant corner. The document and Eichmann's answers caused the Z Commission prosecutors to focus on Ralph. They determined he was deeply involved in the gas vans project, with full knowledge of the use to which they were put, including instructions to Einsatzgruppen units in Eastern Europe. The prosecutors charged Ralph with aiding and abetting murder and asked the Hanover District Court to issue a warrant for his arrest and extradition. Concerned about the statute of limitations, the Z Commission acted fast and shared information with the West German press. Ralph was apparently unaware of these developments. He knew that Becker and other colleagues had been indicted for their work on the gas vans, but not that an arrest warrant had been issued in his name as early as April 1961. Like Pinochet, 3.5 decades later, Ralph assumed he had some sort of immunity or protection, in his case as a serving BND agent. He also believed he was protected by the West German embassy in Santiago, by the ambassador, who was a fellow traveller. Hans Strack had joined the Nazi Party in 1936 and served as consul general in Hungary as thousands of Jews were deported to Auschwitz. On receiving the request for Ralph's extradition, Ambassador Strack chose not to pass it on to the Chilean authorities. Instead, he obtained a legal opinion of his own on the validity of the request under Chilean law. Strack instructed Miguel Schweitzer Spassky, a professor at the University of Chile and a noted authority on Chilean extradition law, who happened to be Jewish. As Pinochet's Minister of Justice a decade or so later, it was he who intervened to allow Laura González Vera to observe her husband's autopsy, as his son Miguel had been her childhood friend. Small world. Professor Schweitzer Spassky advised Ambassador Strack that the Z Commission's request would be rejected by Chile's courts. This was for two reasons. First, the crimes for which Ralph was charged, the use of gas vans to kill tens of thousands of Jews, occurred in 1942, 21 years earlier. So the proceedings in Chile were time-barred by the country's 15-year statute of limitations. Second, the arrest warrant charged Ralph with murder, and that was the wrong crime. The acts alleged were genocide, a crime for which the Chilean courts had no jurisdiction. This was because genocide only became a crime under Chilean law in 1953, when the country became a party to the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. Strack passed Schweitzer Spassky's advice on to West Germany. The Foreign Ministry in Bonn amended the extradition request to include a new charge of genocide and sent it back to Santiago. Strack sought a second legal opinion, this time from Eduardo Novoa, who gave a green light. On Friday, November the 30th, 1962, 18 months after the extradition request was first issued, the West German embassy finally forwarded it to the Chilean authorities. The following Monday evening, Ralph was arrested. On December the 6th, 1962, Ralph appeared before Judge Rafael Fontecilla, the president of the Supreme Court in Santiago. Ralph denied the charges and said he would oppose the extradition request. He was lawfully settled in Chile with a right of residence, he said. Yes, he knew of the gas vans and their use for mass murder, but he only ever followed orders, in accordance with the German principle of Befehlsnotstand, higher orders. If he had refused to carry out the orders, he risked being sentenced to death. 27. After the initial hearing, Ralph issued a short statement. The accusations are false. I am innocent. I had nothing to do with any killing of Jews. Chilean newspapers published a photograph of Ralph seated in the back of a police car wearing a hat. This was the image that opened the imagination of Roberto Bolaño and which many others remembered. Ralph assured his sons he wouldn't be abducted, like Eichmann, or assassinated. He was well connected with the upper echelons of Chilean society, including the military, who understood German military structures. He would be safe. Who's the best lawyer for my father? Walter Jr. asked. Miguel Schweitzer, he was told. They were a bit crazy, so they went to Schweitzer, an excellent lawyer, but a Jew, Ralph later told a friend. I'm interested in this case, Schweitzer told him, but I can't do it because I'd have everyone against me. He wrote an opinion, but declined to act as Ralph's lawyer in the case. Instead, they retained the services of Enrique Schepeler, a Chilean lawyer, and Robert Servatius, Eichmann's lawyer in Jerusalem, an anti-Nazi, the New York Times reported, but with no qualms about acting for old Nazis or other prisoners of history. They treated me quite decently with kid gloves, Ralph recalled. They gave him cigarettes and books, including Charles de Gaulle's wartime memoir. His cell door was left unlocked, and he was allowed visitors. They included sympathetic senior Chilean army officers, the Minister of Justice, German diplomatic staff, and a lady named Armida Zuniga, known as Nena, who became a regular. Ralph is a correct man, declared Ernst Schäfer, the West German consul in Punta Arenas. Chile's Attorney General intervened in the case to argue against extradition, and there was considerable public support. The hearings in Santiago lasted several days and were widely reported around the world. A silent British movie-tone film showed Ralph being escorted out of a police van and into the court building by officers surrounded by reporters. He was neatly dressed in a light-coloured suit, left hand in a pocket, wearing a tie, a white handkerchief in his breast pocket, a wan smile, and confident in his demeanour. On February the 21st, Supreme Court Judge Fontecilla gave his ruling. The evidence established Ralph's direct role in the construction and enhancement of the gas vans, but he could not be extradited on genocide charges, as Professor Schweitzer predicted, because the crime was not part of Chile's criminal code in 1941 when the crimes occurred. On the other hand, he could be extradited for the murder of the 97,000 Jews, as the request was not time-barred. The applicable limitation period was governed by West German law, not Chilean law, so the 15-year period was not relevant. Fontecilla based his conclusion on opinions of various international law writers. Ralph wept, told reporters he'd not expected the ruling, and claimed to be broken. I obeyed orders that perhaps forced me to kill, but a good soldier carries out his orders. He does not dispute them. For many in Chile, his argument resonated. The country's military was deeply influenced by 19th century German settlers and Prussian military traditions, including the Goose Step March, German marching songs, and military helmets, and the need to follow orders without question. From Antofagasta in the north, the West German consul reported the views of two senior army officers who had known Ralph in Ecuador. He was, they reported from personal knowledge, a cultivated and discreet man, and the pair expressed serious concerns about the court's ruling. As with Nuremberg, it was wrong to criminalize actions that followed military orders, an approach that would undermine discipline in Chile's army by encouraging soldiers to disobey orders. The consul did not name the officers, but it was apparent that one of them was Lieutenant Colonel Augusto Pinochet, who, of course, had known Ralph in Ecuador and now served in Antofagasta as commander of Infantry No. 7's Esmeralda Regiment. Ralph appealed the ruling to the full Supreme Court. Hearings were held in March and April, and the time limit for bringing cases emerged as the key issue. Eduardo Novoa, acting for West Germany, argued that for the most serious international crimes, there could be no time limit for prosecutions. If Ralph was not extradited, impunity would reign for the gravest of crimes. As the hearings proceeded, Ralph received news that the BND had cut him adrift. The organisation had known for some time that prosecutors were interested in him, but now, fearing the relationship with Ralph would become public, the BND terminated his employment. The decision was backdated 6 months to October 1962 before Ralph was arrested, so it could not be said that West German prosecutors requested the extradition of a serving BND agent. Ralph, who later unsuccessfully challenged the termination, instructed his son to destroy incriminating BND documents. In the years that followed, he never spoke publicly of his role as a BND agent. On April 26, 1963, the judges of the Supreme Court pronounced judgment. By 6 votes to 1, they ruled that Ralph's appeal succeeded and he couldn't be extradited, because Chile's 15-year statute of limitations period excluded jurisdiction over acts committed in 1942. The mass extermination of human beings for racial reasons is a crime which is repugnant to the sense of justice of the civilized world, the judges declared. But it was Chile's limitation period that applied, it was not inconsistent with international law, and it time-barred the case. The majority endorsed Professor Schweitzer Speiski's opinion. After 123 days in custody, Ralph was released. "Viva Chile!" he proclaimed outside the prison. Walter Jr. organized a party at his house, attended by several high-ranking military officers. If Augusto Pinochet attended, neither man publicized the fact. Left-wing newspapers reacted harshly to the judgment. A paradise for Nazis, declared El Siglo. Right-wing papers, on the other hand, barely reported the ruling. Back in Punta Arenas, Ralph gave a rare television interview to NBC News, the American broadcaster. Seated at a large old-fashioned typewriter, Ralph offered a monochrome impression: dark shirt, white face, black hair, black-rimmed glasses with thick lenses. He spoke mechanically, in English, a rasping and distinct voice with a strong German accent. "My case was decided in Chile. The Chilean government gave me permission to live and to work here, and therefore I am under protection of the Chilean government, like any Chilean citizen, and therefore there is nothing to be afraid of," he told journalist Tom Streithorst. He feared assassination or kidnapping, but he was innocent. He had merely followed orders. A week later, NBC interviewed his friend Miss Elsie Fleischer, a New York City nurse who'd recently visited him. "He's such a human and warm personality," she told the interviewer. "And in Tunisia, he stopped the order to put 30,000 Jews to death." Did you ever hear Ralph express regrets? "He's not a sob-sister," Miss Fleischer replied. "What happened in Germany was terribly wrong, but so is constantly bringing up those things and haunting people." After the judgment, the University of Santiago convened a conference on the case. Most speakers, both faculty and students, were critical of the Supreme Court ruling. A notable exception was Professor Schweitzer Speiski, whose advice to the West German ambassador had proved accurate. He saw no need to change Chile's extradition laws, as extradition should be an exceptional occurrence. The law students in the audience were attentive to the lively exchanges on extradition and impunity, on genocide and other novel international crimes. Professor Schweitzer Speiski's 22-year-old son, also called Miguel, was in the audience that day. As a student, he would later say, he assisted his father in writing the opinion that contributed to Ralph's freedom. Miguel Schweitzer, the son, could not have imagined that many years later he would receive a phone call about another extradition case. It, too, raised novel issues and would change his life. Part 2. Justice. It was like an earthquake at all levels. I think things will never go back to the way they were. Roberto Bolaño, 1998. London, November 1998. 28. I was called on the Friday, immediately after the arrest of General Pinochet, by a good friend of his. It was the evening of October the 16th, 1998, in Santiago, said Miguel Schweitzer, and 35 years since, as a law student, he had worked with his father on an opinion that would end Ralph's extradition to West Germany. In the intervening years, the childhood friend of Laura González Vera, Carmelo Soria's wife, qualified as a lawyer, opened a law firm, and became politically engaged. In the 1970s, he advised Agustín Edwards, owner of El Mercurio, Allende opponent, Pinochet and Nixon supporter. Miguel Schweitzer supported Pinochet and the coup, and after the Letelier assassination in September 1976, he worked as Pinochet's lawyer in negotiating the agreement that handed Michael Townley to the Americans and saved Manuel Contreras and Pinochet from further American investigations. In the 1980s, he served as Pinochet's ambassador in London and then Minister of Foreign Affairs. Miguel Schweitzer received the phone call because he was a trusted and reliable confidant. 58 years old, jowly, smiling, well-groomed, a man of charm and intelligence, he was Pinochet's true believer. They wanted a legal assessment, he told me. I'd been ambassador in London, was well-connected, and had intervened effectively when Amnesty International tried to arrest Pinochet on an earlier trip. The call didn't come out of the blue. Some said there was no risk, Schweitzer said, as he had immunity. Others worried about a new Labour government and Foreign Secretary Robin Cook. Pinochet opted to travel under cover of an official mission to buy military hardware. He was told he had full immunity, so there was no risk, Schweitzer recalled. Pinochet had friends in high places, including Margaret Thatcher, and had supported Britain when Argentina invaded the Falklands Malvinas in April 1982. He thought he was untouchable. They wanted a trusted person to take care of the legal issues, so asked me to travel to London immediately. I said it was ridiculous. Pinochet would be free by the time I arrived. It would be over in a day or two. Schweitzer smiled at the memory. Mrs. Pinochet was the one who persuaded him. She was alone, didn't speak English, needed somebody to guide her. Schweitzer suggested Hernán Felipe Errázuriz should go. Also a lawyer, Errázuriz had been Pinochet's ambassador to the United States and his last foreign minister. Hernán Felipe was very, very dear to Pinochet, much closer to him than me. The general loved him, said Schweitzer. They were so close that when Hernán Felipe separated from his wife, the only person he told was Pinochet. Imagine, Pinochet loved him like the son he wished he'd had. In the end, Pinochet's friend, Carlos Cáceres, who ran the private Pinochet Foundation, persuaded both men to travel. Schweitzer and Errázuriz left Santiago on the Sunday night, October the 18th, having had no contact with the Chilean government. President Frey was against Pinochet, said Schweitzer. We arrived on Monday morning with an overnight bag, not even a suitcase. We went to the Connaught Hotel, then to Kingsley Napley, the law firm, to sign a contract with the lawyers who defend the general on the extradition procedure. Schweitzer opted for them because years earlier they'd helped on an earlier attempt to arrest Pinochet. Back then, I turned to Cecil Parkinson, a former minister who was close to Margaret Thatcher. He recommended Kingsley Napley. 29. On Schweitzer's suggestion, the Chilean embassy in London contacted the firm and reached Michael Kaplan, a partner. It was a Saturday morning. I'd been to synagogue. There was a phone message about a new extradition case, a big one, about General Pinochet, Kaplan told me. The arrest of a former head of state. Unprecedented. Kaplan spoke wistfully. I'd heard of Pinochet and of Chile, but didn't quite know where it was. Experienced in extradition law, he knew nothing about immunities. I mugged up in the next 48 hours. Does a former head of state have immunity? I knew of the Eichmann trial, universal jurisdiction, and Nuremberg, and I'd studied some international law, but not much. He realised the novelty of the situation and its significance. There wasn't an international law textbook on these issues about immunity for a former head of state, he recalled. They were open questions. He didn't hesitate to take the case. As lawyers, we do this type of work. It's not for us to judge the popularity or otherwise of a client. Kaplan went to the office on Sunday, then to the London clinic to meet Pinochet, where demonstrators were already gathered. A Chilean diplomat met him, a model of absolute courtesy, Kaplan recalled. Roommate 01 was guarded by a police officer and the diplomat interpreted, as Pinochet spoke no English. He seemed to understand what I was saying, and he wasn't in any way aggressive. Kaplan was handed a copy of the arrest warrant. I looked at it quickly, didn't spot any issues. He read it again at home on the Sunday evening, noting the charge of murder. Well, it looked a bit odd, but I can't say I picked up the point. He didn't know Baltasar Garzón had specified genocide and torture as the crimes warranting extradition. On Monday morning, he met Lady Pinochet, and in the afternoon, Schweitzer and Erasuriz came to Kaplan's office. We got on exceptionally well. They spoke perfect English, certainly Miguel did. They listened to what I said, understood this would take time, were extremely patient. He paused. Very different characters, but powerful in their own ways. Miguel was engaging, Felipe was quieter, but sometimes with a greater clarity of thought. They were committed to the general, understood what was happening, helped a great deal. Kaplan gave them a copy of the arrest warrant, signed by Nicholas Evans. He should have rejected the application, not signed it, Schweitzer said immediately. The moment I saw it, with errors and mistakes, I thought everything would be sorted out quickly. He immediately spotted the connection with the Ralph case from 1963, on which he had worked with his father, which raised similar issues. Is the right crime murder or genocide? The mistake in the form was enough to annul the document. Beyond the error, Schweitzer told Kaplan, Pinochet had full immunity. I told Michael to go to court for an order of habeas corpus. That's an order that Pinochet be released immediately, as his detention was manifestly unlawful, in violation of immunity rules. Michael said there was no precedent to challenge the arrest warrant, as it was issued and signed by a judge. But Hernan, Felipe and I insisted, and later we convinced Michael and the other lawyers. Schweitzer believed, as Pinochet did, that the arrest was politically motivated, driven by Spanish communists, led by Juan Garcés, frustrated by their failure to ensnare General Franco. The Chilean lawyers were not fans of Spanish judges. The communists went to Garzón because they knew the other judge, García Castellón, would not act, Schweitzer told me. Then Garzón found a link between his Argentine cases and the Pinochet case through Operation Condor. Schweitzer was certain, too, that other forces were at play. This was political. Robin Cook was a militant in Chile during the Allende period, totally against Pinochet. Schweitzer was wrong, but Hernan Felipe Erasuriz embraced the same view. I didn't know the details, he told me, but I have no doubt that Robin Cook was involved from the beginning. Cook died in 2005, so I was only able to check with several of his advisers from the time. All told me that while Cook welcomed the arrest, he was not involved in its occurrence. Schweitzer and Erasuriz hoped to get Pinochet home by the end of the week. Everyone worried there might be an attempt to assassinate him, said Erasuriz. There was at least one well-planned attempt in 1986, which was almost successful, killing 5 of his protection squad and wounding 11 others, and his car received several bullets. The attempt was well organised, mostly by members of the Communist Party, Erasuriz told me, some of whom were at liberty, and the British police were aware that at least one or two of the participants were living in Europe. When we spoke about this decades later, the histories maintained the fear was real. One of the organisers is still living in Switzerland, he insisted. The pair urged Kingsley Napley to hire the best barristers. Michael Kaplan chose Clive Nichols, Schweitzer recalled, a famous extradition lawyer who brought in Claire Montgomery and Julian Knowles. The barristers immediately confirmed a problem with the arrest warrant and the charge of murder. Claire, who is so bright and forthright, was the one who insisted, Schweitzer recalled. Murder was not an international crime over which the English courts had jurisdiction unless the perpetrator or victim was British. Montgomery would later tell me en passant that if she'd been hired on the Saturday afternoon instead of the Monday, Pinochet could have been home before Schweitzer reached London. There was a sense of disbelief about the error once we realised it, as it was serious and could not be amended, Kaplan said. They worried that Garzon too would spot the error and apply for a second arrest warrant, one which specified an international crime over which the English courts did have jurisdiction. They had to move fast. Kaplan was instructed to file an immediate application with the courts. Having read the arrest warrant, I didn't see how we could lose, said Schweitzer. On Monday afternoon, Kaplan asked the Home Office to rescind the warrant, as it disclosed no extraditable crime. I wrote in fairly strong terms to the chief clerk at Bow Street, Kaplan said. He asked to be informed if Spain issued a second arrest warrant. Schweitzer and Hersch visited Pinochet at the London clinic in room 801. Worried about assassination, they appreciated the security and police presence. He was sedated, not really in this world, and wasn't clear if he understood what was happening, said Schweitzer. His wife, Lucia, was there, rather shocked. We said we'd take charge of all the legal responsibilities, and we did, me and Hernan Felipe. On Tuesday, Kaplan reiterated the request for the warrant to be withdrawn. No reaction. On Wednesday, he wrote a third letter, threatening court proceedings. No reaction. Deadlines came and went. We gave them until 4 o'clock on Wednesday, no response. I wrote to say 5:30. A lady from the Home Office phoned to say they couldn't commit to the deadline. Then silence. It was too late to go to a judge on the Wednesday night, as he'd adjourned the case until the next morning. Thursday morning, more silence. Kaplan wrote a fourth letter with a midday deadline. We really didn't want to go to court, he said, worried that if we lost, we'd be in a worse position. Schweitzer now instructed Kaplan to go to court, so he called the Metropolitan Police to say he was applying for a writ of habeas corpus. How do you spell that? The policeman asked. On Thursday, October the 22nd, midday came and went. At 10-1, Kaplan issued the writ. The hearing was set for that afternoon as the team worried about a second arrest warrant. Should we have gone to court on Monday? Kaplan wondered years later. Maybe if we had, the court would have granted our writ of habeas corpus and directed the general's release. Still, Pinochet would not have been able to leave. Spain could have appealed and got a court order to keep him in London, Kaplan said. Years later, Schweitzer looked back on those early days. Could we have done anything differently? Should we have gone to court on the Monday? The point always worried us, Hernan Felipe and myself. Was there anything we could have done to avoid what happened next? 30. What happened next was a consequence of the fact that Balthazar Garzon did indeed spot Nicholas Evans' error in selecting murder as the charge. In Madrid, on the evening of the arrest, Garzon received a series of updates on developments in London, phone calls from John Dew. The British diplomat confirmed that a magistrate had signed the arrest warrant. I thanked him, surprised, as I thought the judge wouldn't sign, Garzon recalled, or someone would warn Pinochet and he'd flee. I couldn't believe it, so I started to think about the next steps. Garzon was grateful to John Dew. His intervention was absolutely critical, he said. If I hadn't had that lunch with him and then a first conversation, without this relationship, Pinochet would not have been arrested. It was all about the right people being in the right place at the right moment. I acted on my own, not on instructions from London, Dew told me. Maybe someone in the embassy expressed concern that Garzon would feel rebuffed. He was a pretty important figure. I didn't want to lose the contact. He paused. But if in the end it had a good effect, that is fine, isn't it? Personally, it was a huge issue about accountability, holding a dictator to account. After midnight on the Friday, Dew called again as Garzon dined with friends, the bullfight in Andalusia being over. He told me Pinochet had been arrested in the hospital room. I thought, enhorabuena, felicidades! And what was Dew's attitude? I asked. He was pleased, said Garzon. He wanted it to happen. He could have stopped it. He could have killed this. Garzon recalled. With the arrest, I knew the shit was about to hit the fan. I had to warn Clemente Auger, the president of the Audiencia Nacional, my court. Auger had already heard the news about Garzon's role. Wonderful, impressive, incredible, Auger told him. How did you do it? On the basis of Operation Condor, I said, and Auger was entirely supportive, Garzon told me. Word spread quickly around Spain's political elite and reached Prime Minister José María Aznar on his way to Porto for a meeting of heads of state. He was not delighted. In the meantime, as Dew shared details about what had passed in London, Garzon learned that Evans had charged Pinochet with murder, not genocide or torture, or another international crime over which the English courts had jurisdiction. As soon as I heard the charge was murder, I knew we had a problem, Garzon said, as murder in Chile was not an international crime. I went straight back to Madrid to prepare a second request for Pinochet's arrest, one that included international crimes over which the English courts had jurisdiction. Garzon spent much of the weekend in his chambers at the Audiencia Nacional in Madrid. I called everyone in, the employees, the lawyers, told everyone to start work on a second extradition request. We finished on Sunday evening. It was 118 pages long. The second warrant included more details of international crimes and victims. I added new names to the case of many Chileans given to me by Juan Garcés. Once again, the case of Carmelo Soria featured. Written in Spanish, Garzon's team worked overnight on an English translation to be filed on the Monday morning. The prosecutor, Carlos Castrosana, recalled Judge Garcia Castellon's irritation at the news of the arrest on a case that was his. On the Friday, I told Garzon I'd think about it over the weekend. By the time I returned, the case was gone, Garcia Castellon would say. He was offended, Castrosana recalled. Garzon stole my case. Garcia Castellon eventually agreed that Garzon would run the Argentina and Chilean cases, and the Spanish courts would confirm that Garzon could deal with all aspects of the Chilean file, including Operation Condor, the Caravan of Death case, and other crimes. In the end, I had jurisdiction over the entire matter, so everything was fine, said Garzon. By Monday morning, the second arrest warrant was ready to go. At 9 o'clock, we sent it to Interpol with all the necessary information and supporting materials. We included genocide, terrorism, and torture, all international crimes, all with universal jurisdiction. By then, news of Pinochet's arrest had spread around the world. Reactions were strong and mixed. In Spain, Attorney General Eduardo Fuencarino was furious. He filed a legal challenge to argue that Garzon had no jurisdiction to request Pinochet's extradition. Prime Minister Aznar supported him while publicly expressing the hope that legal proceedings would operate independently and expeditiously. In Madrid, Carmelo Soria's widow, Laura González Vera, was thrilled. I was happy. She only met Garzon much later. I admired him, his persistence, she said. In Santiago, her daughter Carmen Soria was more cautious. The arrest encouraged me, but I worried what the political parties of the Concertación would do, what Foreign Minister Insulza would do. Within 24 hours of the arrest, she received the first of many death threats. I had to leave the country again 3 days later and go back to Spain. Erika Hennings was also in Santiago when she heard the news. It was a day of immense joy, celebrated on the streets. And with another friend, we decided to bring a similar case in France. A week later, working with the lawyer William Bourdon, a case on universal jurisdiction against Pinochet was filed in the French courts. Similar cases were filed in Belgium and Switzerland, which joined in seeking Pinochet's extradition. Spain, however, was first in the pecking order. In Chile, the government filed a protest with the British government, but found itself in a bind. Foreign Minister José Miguel Insulza, who had worked with Allende and spent 15 years in exile after the coup, was on his way to a television studio when he heard news of the arrest. Insulza was incredulous. "Are you sure?" he asked the Chilean ambassador in London. "The first thing I did was call President Frey," he recalled, who was with Aznar and other leaders in Porto. "We talked a lot that night. Frey was quiet and composed. They agreed they must defend the rights of Chile, not Pinochet, and that included the right of a former head of state to travel freely, immune from the risk of arrest. It was for Chile, not Spanish judges or British courts, to deal with Pinochet's crimes, they agreed. That was the public line. But, privately, Insulza was delighted by the arrest. "Of course," he said, "on the human side, but I knew the government had a problem, and I was responsible for addressing it. I felt the victims would get more justice in Spain, but we were under pressure to do something." He called Robin Cook in London. The British Foreign Secretary said it was for the courts. He couldn't do anything. "Can't you just expel him?" Insulza asked. Cook told me he'd love to do that. Insulza's own Socialist Party was divided. Some wanted a trial in Spain, others thought Pinochet should be allowed to return to Chile immediately with a British apology. Insulza coordinated with General Ricardo Izurrieta, who had succeeded Pinochet as Commander-in-Chief of the army just a few months earlier. The government would defend Chile's rights and prerogatives, Insulza told Izurrieta. He repeated the point to the Socialist Party, and it became government policy. "We are defending Chile, not Pinochet." In the meantime, Garzon's second request reached London and made its way to Ronald Bartle, a senior magistrate at Bow Street Court in central London. On the morning of Thursday, October the 22nd, as Michael Kaplan prepared to go to court to challenge the first arrest warrant, Bartle signed the second one. It included the charges of torture, hostage-taking, and conspiracy to commit these acts. Bartle's signature had immediate consequences. Pinochet's lawyers arrived at the High Court to argue an application for habeas corpus on the first arrest warrant, expecting it to be opposed by the Crown Prosecution Service, the CPS, on behalf of Spain and Garzon. The CPS team was led by Alan Jones QC, a member of the same barristers' chambers as Clive Nichols and Claire Montgomery. It was a dramatic moment. As we got to court, around 2:00, Kaplan recalled, Alan Jones steamed in and said, "We've got the second warrant." Kaplan instantly saw that their application for habeas corpus was doomed. There was nothing we could do, as the second arrest warrant had extraditable crimes. The Spaniards got it right, so the application for habeas corpus disappeared, he recalled. The case changed direction. Our case became an application for judicial review of the decision to issue the second arrest warrant, on the grounds that Pinochet, as a former head of state, had total immunity from the jurisdiction of the English courts. The High Court set an urgent hearing for the following Monday morning, October the 26th. 31. The hearing was unprecedented. Never before had the former head of state of one country been arrested by and in another for committing international crimes. The arrest of a head of state impugns the country itself, so international law has rules to prevent such actions, giving a serving head of state or government immunity from legal process. This means the courts of one country cannot exercise jurisdiction over the head of state of another country. Where an international crime is in play, there may be exceptions, especially if an international court is involved. The arrest of Augusto Pinochet raised a different issue. Was there an exception to the immunity rule for a former head of state if an international crime was in play? And did the exception apply to a case before a national court as opposed to an international court? There are two basic reasons for the immunity rule. First, it's a practical necessity. To represent a country around the world, a leader cannot be at risk of arrest by another country. Second, immunity respects the status and dignity of the state. To make a claim against a head of state, or maybe also a former head of state, is an affront to the state itself. This was the point made by José Miguel Insulza, the foreign minister, to President Frey. The origins of the immunity rules are a bit hazy, although the ideas may be found in legal writings that go back to the 16th century. This was the context in which the French jurist and philosopher Jean Bodin evoked the wickedness of impunity, and his Italian counterpart in the 18th century, Cesare Beccaria, would express the hope that no place on earth would allow the most serious crimes to go unpunished. Immunity and impunity often go hand in hand. By the 19th century, national courts were facing issues about judging the conduct of another state, its leader or diplomats. In 1812, in the Schooner Exchange case, Chief Justice Marshall of the U.S. Supreme Court explained the rationale for the immunity rule. The exemption of the person of the sovereign from arrest or detention within a foreign territory is necessary to safeguard his dignity and the dignity of his nation. In the decades that followed, national courts ruled that the immunity of a serving head of state was absolute. He or she could not be made to appear before the courts of another country. The first inkling that immunity wasn't absolute came in 1919. The Treaty of Versailles, signed after the First World War, provided in Article 227 that former Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany could be arraigned for warmongering, an offence against international morality and the sanctity of treaties. Implicitly, the treaty limited his immunity insofar as an international crime had been committed. The former Kaiser fled to the Netherlands, which never brought proceedings against him. 3 decades later, the agreement establishing the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg explicitly dispensed with immunity. The 1945 Nuremberg Charter declared that the responsibility of any individual for their actions was not affected by their position as a senior official or even as a head of state. The Tokyo Tribunal, established in 1946, had the same rule. That was why Karl Dönitz, who succeeded Hitler as German head of state, could be prosecuted at Nuremberg. The same went for Hans Frank, head of the general government in German-occupied Poland. Nuremberg opened a door, at least before an international court. In 1948, the drafters of the Genocide Convention took matters a step further, agreeing that any person who committed genocide shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. This language excluded immunity for any person before international and national courts. The convention extinguished the right to claim immunity because the crime was considered to be so heinous. The idea was taken further in the 1990s, when the Security Council created the first international tribunals since Nuremberg and Tokyo, for crimes committed in the former Yugoslavia and in Rwanda. The Security Council agreed that before these tribunals, a head of state, or a former head of state, could not claim immunity for genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes. In July 1998, states drafting the Statute of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, adopted the same approach. Around this time, Slobodan Milosevic, the president of Serbia, was indicted for crimes against humanity and genocide before the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Change was therefore in the air. By the time Jean Peteris, the interpreter, informed a pyjama-clad Pinochet that he was under arrest, it was broadly recognised that a former head of state could not claim immunity for an international crime before an international tribunal. The position with regard to immunity before national courts was different. Not long before Pinochet's arrest, Sir Arthur Watts, a former legal adviser at the Foreign Office in London, delivered a series of lectures in The Hague which touched on the issue. It can no longer be doubted, he concluded, that under general international law, a head of state will personally be liable to be called to account for international crimes. That conclusion, however, did not address immunity before national courts. When Pinochet was arrested, this was an open issue. That was why the proceedings in London were so novel and remarkable. 32. A few days after the arrest, Alan Jones, acting for the CPS, travelled to Madrid to meet Judge Garzón. The main focus was now Pinochet's immunity. Jean Peteris accompanied Jones. "I loved working with Alan," she told me. "He was nice, nervous, excited about the whole thing," she recalled. Garzón was very charming, very flamboyant. He took us to lunch at a nice restaurant off the Plaza Mayor in a coat like a matador's cape. Absolutely grand. A queen bee treated like royalty as he entered. The experience was not perfect. Garzón loved the most disgusting food, Jean said. Offal. Scrambled eggs with brains, stuff like that, and plenty of wine. Did she like him? A little bit too arrogant and full of himself. She stopped, retreated. Well, then all these ghastly things happened to him, didn't they? Plainly there was affection. As for Garzón, he thought Jean was rather impressive. The conversation focused on Pinochet's claim that he was entitled to immunity, an issue Garzón had not prepared for. In the meantime, the press started asking questions about immunity, searching out the views of academics. On the Sunday evening before the hearing began at the Divisional Court, I gave an interview to the BBC World Service on legal issues raised by Pinochet's arrest. Is he entitled to immunity as his lawyers claim? Asked Zaina Badawi, the interviewer. I don't know, I replied. The situation is novel, practically non-existent, and the academic writing limited. Should he be entitled to immunity? I don't know, I said. But what should happen, she pressed. What would be the right outcome? Insistent, she sensed a hesitation. Many years have passed. There is apparently no recording, and I cannot recall the precise words I spoke. However, I made clear that it would be odd after Nuremberg, Yugoslavia and Rwanda if a former head of state could claim immunity on charges of international crimes even before a national court. My personal view was influenced by the story of my grandfather, who lost most of his family in the Holocaust, which I wrote about in East West Street. In July 1998, shortly after he died, and just a few months before Pinochet was arrested, I was peripherally involved in the negotiations in Rome for the statute creating the International Criminal Court, which excluded all claims to immunity in proceedings before that court. I contributed to writing the preamble to the statute and wrote the line with my friend Andrew Clapham, which affirmed the duty of every state to exercise its criminal jurisdiction over those responsible for international crimes. The words, which were inconsistent with immunity, affirmed a duty not previously articulated in international law. Andrew and I expected them to be removed, but they never were. 33. Pinochet's case opened before the Divisional Court at the Royal Courts of Justice in London on the morning of Monday, October the 26th, 1998. The hearing generated much attention, the courtroom filled with observers and press. Outside, protesters and supporters waved placards and opposed each other noisily and angrily. Asesino, shouted one side. Comunistas, shouted the other. The lawyers gathered, for Pinochet on one side, for Spain and the CPS on the other. Pinochet's lawyers asked the court to set aside the first arrest warrant, as English courts had no jurisdiction for a crime of murder committed outside Britain, and to quash the second one on the grounds that a former head of state had complete immunity. He should be released immediately and allowed to go home. Spain's lawyers focused on the second arrest warrant and immunity. There was a general feeling that the hearing was unusual, Michael Kaplan recalled. It was unique and moved so quickly. Amnesty International and other human rights organizations pressing for Pinochet's extradition to Spain had no time to intervene, and Chile's government couldn't decide if it wanted to be formally involved. The Home Secretary, Jack Straw, was represented as an observer, as the Extradition Act of 1989 envisaged a role for him if the judges ruled that Pinochet had no immunity. He was advised by Jonathan Sumption, one of the country's leading barristers. There was a sense of disbelief, Kaplan recalled. How could there be an application for Pinochet's extradition to Spain? He wasn't Spanish. No crime was committed in Spain, and none of the victims were Spanish. The last point was not correct, I pointed out. There was Carmelo Soria and other Spaniards. I only learned that much later, Kaplan said, after we went to court. The hearings lasted 2 days before a panel of 3 judges. Tom Bingham, Lord Chief Justice, presided, widely lauded in Britain as the greatest judge of our time. Miguel Schweitzer was pessimistic. I knew we had to win in law, but wasn't sure we would, because of the media and the political pressure, because Jack Straw and Robin Cook weren't exactly neutral. They seemed to be on the human rights team. He had no contact with the British government, he explained, as liaison with Chile was handled by the embassy via the Latin American desk at the Foreign Office. Pinochet did not attend the hearings. His mood was, I would say, in a Spanish way, estoico, said Schweitzer, stoical. He never talked much. He would say, yes, if it has to be done, it has to be done. If it has to be accepted, it has to be accepted. He never gave an order, although some in his circle had strident views about what we should do. There was one who wanted to kidnap the general and take him back to Chile. They continued to worry about assassination. Schweitzer grinned at the memory. Yes, truly, we had a lot to do, Hernan Felipe and me, to avoid our people doing stupid things. He rattled off a list of stupid things, like the Pinochet supporter who flew people in from Chile to protest outside the court. The one who organized it thought it helped, but I thought it was counterproductive. He smiled. I was against it, because of my background and training. I fight in the courts, not on the streets. 34. On Wednesday, the 28th of October, the Divisional Court gave its judgment. Pinochet had an absolute right to immunity, a unanimous ruling. This was a case about extradition, Bingham wrote, an international procedure to prevent a person accused of a crime from evading trial and punishment. Spain, as the requesting state, had asked the United Kingdom, as the requested state, to send Pinochet to Madrid to stand trial on criminal charges. He set out the background concisely. Pinochet, a national of Chile, not Spain, served as president, first of the junta, then of the state, from September the 11th, 1973. On March the 11th, 1990, after he stepped down, he was made a life senator, with full parliamentary immunity in Chile. Bingham said little about the crimes beyond what was in the second warrant, on torture, kidnap, and disappearance. As to the first warrant, signed by Nicholas Evans, it was plainly bad in law. The murder of Spaniards in Chile, including Carmelo Soria, was not an extradition crime in England, whose courts had no jurisdiction over a murder, or even many murders, committed overseas by a non-British person. This was no criticism of Evans, Bingham stressed. He acted at short notice in a situation of great urgency and with very limited time for reflection. Evans was sanguine. "I got myself into a muddle," he told me sheepishly, but with a large grin, and over the weekend learned that I had completely messed up, so was quite happy that someone else took over. By contrast, the second arrest warrant, signed by Ronald Bartle, raised international offences that were extradition crimes. The charges set out by Judge Garzón included orders allegedly given by Pinochet to eliminate, torture, and kidnap persons and to cause others to disappear, to be implemented by the DINA within the framework of Operation Condor. "It is important to emphasise," wrote Bingham, "that the court expressed no view on the truth or falsity of the accusations." Bingham summarised the rules of English law, who were largely set out in the State Immunity Act of 1978, which gave a former head of state immunity for criminal acts performed in the course of exercising public functions. Pinochet argued that his acts were carried out as public functions. They were not private or personal conduct. In other words, he was exercising sovereign power as head of state of the Republic of Chile, and he was not charged with personally torturing or murdering victims or causing their disappearance, but with using the power of the state of which he was head to that end. The 1978 Act provided for no exceptions to the general rule on immunity, not even for torture, disappearances, or other international crimes, Bingham explained. If the former sovereign is immune from process in respect of some crimes, where does one draw the line? It was not for him to draw a line between a sovereign act and a personal act, even if the act was a crime against humanity or genocide. Bingham accepted that some rules of international law, he mentioned the 1948 Convention on Genocide, required the punishment of anyone who committed genocide. But the 1948 Convention could not be invoked before the English courts. The United Kingdom was a party to the treaty, but had not incorporated it into English law. This is not unusual. Some treaties are incorporated, others are not, and in either case the country is bound by the treaty as a matter of international law. The key point is that an English judge can only apply an international treaty if it has been explicitly incorporated into English law. It followed that the rule extinguishing immunity for genocide did not apply in Pinochet's case, and there was no other English law to remove the immunity he had in respect of any other crimes. The Criminal Justice Act of 1988, for example, incorporated aspects of the 1984 Convention Against Torture into English law, but neither the 1984 Convention nor the English Act explicitly removed immunity. Unlike the Convention on Genocide, the 1984 Convention Against Torture said nothing about immunity. Bingham said there was no international practice to offer assistance. It was true that the Nuremberg Statute and the tribunals created in the 1990s for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda excluded immunity, but these were international courts, completely different from a national court. Equally, the practice of other countries offered no assistance. Bingham had not found a single case in which a former head of state charged with an international crime was unable to claim immunity before a national court. This was the logic of the law. Before a national court, Pinochet was immune for any act carried out in the exercise of his functions as head of state, including torture and disappearing people, Bingham concluded. So long as the acts were official, there was immunity. He rejected Spain's argument that torture, disappearance, and other international crimes could never be treated as official acts. Unfortunately, added Mr. Justice Andrew Collins in a separate opinion, history showed that state actions sometimes included the extermination or oppression of particular groups and treated them as official acts. It followed that Pinochet had immunity before the English courts. The judges had no option but to quash Garzon's second provisional arrest warrant. Bingham recognised there would be acute public concern that a leader who had committed torture or another crime against humanity could escape trial and punishment. But that was the law, and it tied the judges' hands. Their job was to interpret and apply the law, even if the result might be an unhappy one. As the case was significant and novel, Bingham allowed Spain to appeal the ruling directly to the House of Lords, the highest court in the land, if it wished to do so. He had consulted with Lord Brown-Wilkinson, the presiding judge in the House of Lords, who agreed the case was of singular importance. Any appeal had to be filed within 5 days, no later than Monday, November the 2nd, and would be limited to one question. As a former head of state, did Pinochet have immunity before the English courts for acts committed while he was head of state? Pinochet would remain under detention. He could not leave the country or set foot outside his room. 35. Schweitzer was very happy with the judgment, but also frustrated as we couldn't take the general home. It was, he believed, the first time a successful appeal for habeas corpus did not give rise to an immediate release. And the general's reaction? Stoical as always, Schweitzer whispered. We reported to him, told him the appeal to the Lords meant there'd be no immediate resolution. He gave us his backing, as always. If you say that is what has to be done, that is what has to be done. And Mrs. Pinochet? She was pleased with the result, confident that we were doing what had to be done. We reported to her, subtly. She never interfered. In Chile, the reaction was mixed. The general's supporters were delighted, his opponents appalled. In Britain, many understood the ruling was merely a preliminary skirmish. First battle on extradition, the Times reported on its front page. A Chilean minister praised Britain's legal system, adding that the government favoured legal action against Pinochet, but only in Chile. The Medical Foundation for the Victims of Torture proclaimed that the ruling made England a safe haven for dictators and former dictators. Legal observers offered different perspectives. My friend James Cameron, a fellow international lawyer, wrote an op-ed saying it was widely accepted that states and their representatives are immune from prosecution by other national states. No, wrote another academic, certain acts were so offensive to mankind as a whole that states could not evoke immunity on behalf of individuals who engaged in the conduct. Amnesty's lawyer, Geoffrey Bindman, who watched the hearing, was unhappy that the CPS failed to focus on the human rights or international law aspects. Michael Kaplan was satisfied. As the judgment was read, I waited for the but to alert us that we would lose, yet it never came. He sensed there was a mood swing against immunity, towards the idea that there should be no hiding place, but the law hadn't quite got there, hadn't developed into a hard rule. We're virtually there now, thought the Pinochet team. Kaplan received a call from the clerk at the Judicial Committee of the House of Lords. The hearings would open on November the 4th, a week away, which left little time to prepare, but enough time for human rights groups to try to intervene. Kaplan was anxious about the timing. When you rush things, problems arise. The team also recognized they needed an international lawyer on the team. The immunity issue is going to mushroom out, said Kaplan. A few days later, Jean Pateras, the interpreter, visited Pinochet at the London clinic with the police to tell him that he'd be moving. She was accompanied by Peter Dean, the medical doctor advising Scotland Yard. The police worried he'd die in custody in Britain, Dean told me many years later over lunch with Jean. That would have been a disaster. Dean had been contacted a couple of days after the arrest. "Hello, Doc, we've got a General Pinochet under arrest. We'd like you to come and see him," he recalled. First time I saw him, he was not a happy bunny. "Do you fully understand why you are here?" I asked him. He snapped out of a grumpy, angry mood. "I was president for 17 years, head of the army for 25. They're treating me like a common criminal. I am not a common criminal." He was like a fox, controlling but charming, Jean interjected. "Yes, one who never showed any remorse," Dean added. He told me he was a soldier, that his country was at war. "For him, it was all about communism," said Pateras. She stopped herself. "He wanted you to know that he was in charge, that he was the commandante, that he knew everything. He once said to her, 'Jean, I know you are married, where you live, that you have 2 daughters.' She found this mildly threatening. With the Chileans, he was always the boss," said Dean, "a proud man who never wanted a wheelchair." Pateras told him he was moving to Groveland's Priory in Southgate, North London. As the group left, waiting outside the London clinic, security was tight. The family was stressed but very polite, said Jean, who was warned by the police to be careful with her words. "Do not call him a fucking bastard," they told her, as people could lip-read and the cameras might pick it up. There was a big police escort, the fear of an attack palpable. Pinochet travelled in an ambulance with the family. She followed in a police car. That evening, the Evening Standard put the story on its front page, a photograph of the convoy and a woman wearing a long white scarf. "The General's daughter, Veronica, outside the London clinic today," said the caption. "Well, I looked at that photograph and thought, that looks like me," said Pateras. "It is." A journalist suggested she sue for the embarrassment of being wrongly identified as Pinochet's daughter. And she did. I got $5,000, which was quite nice. 36. I was in Paris when I heard the Bingham judgment, working on a case between Hungary and Slovakia on the impact of 2 Soviet-era barrages on the environment of the Danube River. In that pre-internet age, word arrived by newspaper in Libération. "First victory for Pinochet in London," ran the headline. "General Pinochet has won. The Chilean dictator will escape justice." The paper reported that most lawyers expected the outcome, that Pinochet would soon be back in Chile. I stayed in Paris the following day, Friday, October the 30th, to attend a ceremony at the Pantin Cemetery, to place a headstone on the grave of my grandfather, Leon Buchholz, who had died a year earlier. In the Jewish tradition, this marked the end of the period of mourning. As I left the hotel, an urgent call came from my barrister's chambers in London. "General Pinochet's lawyers would like to hire you to argue against the appeal in the Lords." "I'll call back later," I said, after the cemetery. I did not accept or turn down the instructions. As I've previously noted, my wife Natalia waited at the entrance to the cemetery. She made clear her views, as the child of a mother who was a refugee from the Spanish Civil War, that I should not do the case. At the time, neither of us was aware of the family connection to Carmelo Soria, whose torture and murder started the case. To act for Pinochet was like acting for Franco, in her view. By the time we left the cemetery, I had decided not to take the case. The bar rules had an exception to the cab rank principle on professional embarrassment. During the interview with Zeina Badawi at the BBC a few days earlier, I expressed the view that Pinochet should not have immunity for international crimes. I could decline the instructions, and I did. 27 years on, Natalia and I are very happily married. We returned to London, and the next morning, a Saturday, I attended an academic conference. It was on the newly created International Criminal Court, but there was much talk of Pinochet. A lawyer with Human Rights Watch said the organisation was thinking of intervening in the case before the House of Lords. Was I available to be involved? "No problem," I said. "I remember your encouraging enthusiasm." The lawyer reminded me many years later, harmony in the family. Human Rights Watch needed a solicitor, so I suggested Richard Stein, an irreverent and fearless lawyer at a small firm in London, and brought in Jonathan Marks as my junior and Ed Fitzgerald as leader. That evening, the Human Rights Watch legal team gathered to draft an application to intervene. The document addressed the organisation's credentials, the errors in the divisional court reasoning, and the materials on international rules and the practice of national courts that we wanted to put before the law lords. As we waited to learn if the application was successful, James Cameron accepted the brief from Pinochet on which I had passed. I had to, he would say. It was the first one in, so I turned down the Attorney General and Amnesty, who approached him later. Best of friends on opposite sides. This is Chile's business and its political history, James believed. There was a sense of pride, a determination to settle political differences at home in their own way, Cameron recalled, without the unwelcome intervention of a Spanish magistrate who overstepped his jurisdiction. Given Spain's total failure to address the crimes of Francisco Franco or the brutality resulting from its colonization of the province of Chile, as recorded in the 16th century epic poem La Araucana, the argument was a reasonable one. Spain's actions reflected a different form of intervention, and Judge Garzon's actions had engendered tremendous irritation and anger in Pinochet's legal team. He was considered vain, a show-off, looking to self-aggrandize, largely interested in his own glory, James told me. The painful irony of Spain's failure to deal with its own past was very much present. In Spain, matters were not resolved, politically or culturally, which was maybe why its political leadership was uncomfortable acting as a conduit for Garzon, James added. I found that quite helpful for performing my role. 37. The day after Bingham and the Divisional Court ruled in favour of Pinochet's immunity, the Audiencia Nacional in Madrid held a hearing of its own. This was the case brought by Chief Prosecutor Eduardo Funjarinho, hoping to close down the cases being investigated by Garzon and García Castellón to stop the extradition. Funjarinho asked the Audiencia to rule that Spanish judges and courts could not exercise jurisdiction over crimes committed in Argentina and Chile, even in relation to international crimes. The two cases were heard together by a panel of 11 judges. The Madrid courtroom was packed and emotions ran high. Pinochet's victims sat alongside Argentine mothers of the disappeared, who held white handkerchiefs and photographs of their loved ones. Juan Garcés addressed the court, but for many, the standout advocate was Carlos Slepoy, a legendary Argentine lawyer exiled in Spain. Let the genocidaires feel cornered. Let humanity be freed from this plague so the world may breathe a little easier, he told the judges. Why did you become judges? To do justice, no? Now you have the opportunity to do so as never again. Please rule unanimously, he urged the judges, to send a clear message. And they did. The next day, all 11 judges ruled that Spanish courts had jurisdiction over international crimes. Spain can judge Pinochet for genocide, declared El País. Paradoxically, Funjarinho's case, which was brought to help the Chilean military, had the very opposite effect, endorsing Castrosano's approach to genocide in Spanish law. The judges confirmed that the killings and disappearances in Chile came within the Spanish definition of genocide, as did torture and all Pinochet's actions to eliminate leftist political groups. With over 50 Spanish nationals identified as victims of Pinochet, including Carmelo Soria, Spain was free to take jurisdiction over Pinochet. Garzon and Castrosano were delighted. Garzon detailed the crimes, the locations, the techniques, and the names of thousands of victims. The last was a 17-year-old boy, Marcos Quesada Yanez, detained in June 1989, then tortured and executed. Garzon gave centre stage to Londres 38, including the disappearance of Alfonso Chanfrot and 97 other detainees. He emphasized Manuel Contreras' testimony given 3 years earlier. I reported daily to Pinochet, the DINA director had stated, in a state of absolute subordination, and strictly obeyed all I was ordered to do. Pinochet was informed on the fulfillment of all orders given, and he alone arranged for and ordered the missions to be carried out. He was responsible for every act of torture at Londres 38, for every disappearance, and for every killing. Carmelo Soria also got attention in Garzon's request. He was a diplomat with privileges and immunities, abducted in an official car that bore a UN registration plate, wrote Garzon, providing graphic details of his mistreatment at the Via Naranja house at the hands of a DINA unit responsible directly to Augusto Pinochet through Manuel Contreras. Garzon cited Laura González Vera's testimony. No one had been held accountable for the killing of Carmelo Soria, wrote Garzon. Only now, years after the case, did I understand the connection with my wife's family. Garzon sent the documents to London. They were copied, introduced into Livre Arch files, and entered into the record before the law lords. Jean Pateras was given a full set so she could interpret for the police. Garzon's documents were in the boxes she gave me when we'd met. I never forgot what was on those pages, she said. 38. On Monday, November the 1st, bolstered by the ruling in Spain, lawyers for the Crown Prosecution Service lodged Spain's appeal to the House of Lords. The Divisional Court was wrong to hold that Senator Pinochet has immunity, it argued. No, the Divisional Court in Bingham got it exactly right, replied Pinochet's lawyers. The 1978 State Immunity Act gave the former head of state absolute immunity, and it was not trumped by any rule of English or international law. The Attorney General appeared as an amicus curiae, a neutral friend of the court. He recognized there was some support for displacing immunity in cases of torture, but that position did not yet constitute a rule of public international law. Human Rights Watch and several non-governmental organizations applied for permission to intervene in the case. Amnesty International played a leading role, part of a group that included Redress, the Medical Foundation for the Victims of Torture, and 2 British victims, Sheila Cassidy and William Beausire. The House of Lords asked our views about amnesty and other interveners, Kaplan recalled. We considered that was a matter for the House of Lords, not for us. He paused, he smiled. Some people will say the best decision I made in the case was not to object to the intervention of amnesty. A panel of 3 House of Lords judges quickly ruled on the applications to intervene. They allowed the amnesty group to intervene in writing and to address the judges with oral arguments. Human Rights Watch, on the other hand, for reasons not explained, was limited to just intervene in writing. 39. The hearings opened on the morning of Wednesday, November the 4th. Fearing the law lords might issue a quick ruling that allowed Pinochet to return to Chile, Human Rights Watch filed a precautionary application with the European Court of Human Rights. It requested an urgent order that Pinochet not be allowed to leave Britain even if the law lords upheld the ruling of the Divisional Court. The application was brought on behalf of Pinochet's victims, including Alfonso Chanfrot, Erika Hennings, and their daughter Natalia. The European Court would reject the application, but it introduced me at that early stage to the Chanfrot story. The hearing was held in Committee Room 4 on an upper floor of the Palace of Westminster in the shadow of Big Ben. This was not a courtroom in any usual sense. Drab, thought Reed Brodie of Human Rights Watch, but I felt otherwise about the Gothic stonework and furnishings. Think Harry Potter or a minor English public school refectory. a rectangular room, 4 windows overlooking an inner courtyard, 4 doors, rows of chairs, a bright blue carpet, paintings of dead men in gilt frames, and much by way of red: chairs, desks, walls. Through the Gothic doorways we filed into a packed room. The 5 law lords would sit at one end in padded leather chairs behind a crescent-shaped wooden table topped with burgundy red leather. Each judge had a small wooden bookshelf on which to place files. The first row had a wooden podium with a small table on either side, then 3 or 4 lesser padded chairs for the senior lawyers, known as Queen's Counsel. From the vantage point of the judges, Pinochet's lawyers sat on the right, led by Clive Nichols and Claire Montgomery, and Spain's lawyers were on the left, led by Alan Jones. In the next row sat Michael Kaplan and the barrister for the Attorney General. Amnesty and the other human rights groups sat in the third row on lesser padded chairs. Behind them, in 7 unpadded rows, 84 chairs in all, the public and the press, including Pinochet supporters and opponents. Among them, ran a rumour, was a representative of Henry Kissinger, along with Maria Isabel Allende, the former president's daughter, and Orlando Letellier's son, Orlando. I sat in the third row on a marginally padded chair between Reed Brodie and a middle-aged, well-perfumed man, elegantly attired, with a fleshy, friendly face and a decent head of well-tended white hair. In dulcet tones that first morning, he introduced himself with a handshake and a warm, heavily accented English. Miguel Schweitzer from Santiago. We would spend many days as neighbours, but on that first day I knew nothing of his past, save that he was Pinochet's trusted lawyer and, it was whispered, advisor on human rights. It's true, he later told me, that in the 1980s I advised that Chile should sign up to some human rights treaties on torture and other things. In those pre-internet days, there was no way of knowing his other roles as ambassador and foreign minister. Nor did I know of his trips to Washington to negotiate on Michael Townley and Orlando Letelier, or who his father was, or that he worked on the Ralph case, which I'd never even heard of, or that he was connected to the widow of Carmelo Soria, who was also unknown to me. We had no idea about his connections in Punta Arenas and elsewhere, or his work. The truth is, I liked him, and so did James Cameron, who worked closely with him. Miguel was like a decent Chilean wine, James recalled, stylish and smooth, rather gracious, handsome and well-groomed. He was the kind of man who smells good, speaks beautifully, worldly and knowing, very likeable, and gets things done. The days ahead were bonding, a kind of legal Stockholm syndrome. Whatever our differences, and they were significant, all present were connected by their participation in the most significant international criminal case since Nuremberg. Miguel Schweitzer tolerated me, I tolerated him. We came to like each other, and we did not know, on that first day, that we'd still be in touch 2 decades later. He was a talker, but only really opened up after it was all done and dusted. The case was like a homecoming, he later said. Educated at a British school in Santiago, the Grange, whose headmaster, George Lowe, climbed Everest with Sir Edmund Hillary, he loved London, as Chile's ambassador, going to Buckingham Palace and the Lord Mayor's banquet. He admired Britain so much that he sent his boys to Cheltenham College to learn rugby, and was mortified when Pinochet recalled him as ambassador. "You were becoming Mrs. Thatcher's ambassador, not mine," the general told me. Yet the case before the Lords was a pinnacle for him. He loved every minute. Very impacting, he said. On the dot of 10:30, the 5 law lords entered. They were chosen from 11 available judges, all men. 5 years passed before the first woman, Brenda Hale, would be appointed, all white, all senior. We did not know how they were selected or why Gordon Slynn presided. A former Advocate General of the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg, well versed in matters of international law, I knew him well, a delightful person with a mischievous twinkle and a mane of well-tended, thick grey hair. Just a few weeks earlier, we'd been together at a seminar on democracy and the global economy at New York University, gossiping as President Bill Clinton and Prime Minister Tony Blair debated what was once called the Third Way. Blair foresaw a large change in global politics, although quite how large it would come to be, September the 11th, Iraq, Brexit, Trump, Putin, were all in the future, no one in the seminar could foresee. It also happened to be the day when Kenneth Starr's 4-hour examination of Clinton on his relationship with Monica Lewinsky was publicly broadcast. In those circumstances, Slynn was mightily impressed by Clinton's sang-froid and intellectual acuity, as was the Financial Times. A vintage Bill performance, the newspaper reported, smooth, eloquent, humorous, and oozing confidence. At a reception that evening, Clinton explained to a small group of us why he decided not to sign the statute of the International Criminal Court. A few weeks later, Slynn was presiding over a case that would determine Pinochet's future. He sat with Tony Lloyd, Donald Nichols, Johann Stein, and Leonard Hoffman, the last two of South African origin, all graduates of Oxford or Cambridge universities. They wore suits, no gowns or wigs, unlike the barristers. They were assisted by James Vallance White, whose formal title as fourth clerk at the table gave him the role of running the judicial office of the House of Lords. To me, it was just another case near Christmas, Vallance White later told me. Everyone knew it was important, but my memory was simply expecting the judgment to go the way of the divisional court. That view was widely held. David Hope, Scotland's most senior judge before becoming a law lord, did not sit on the case. I missed the cut by one, he wrote in a 5-volume diary published after retirement. Vallance White told me that one law lord was away and 5 others were sitting on another case, so those 5, in effect, selected themselves. Lord Hope's diaries broke a taboo. The judges do not disclose what has passed behind the scenes. He left out matters that were private or best forgotten, but revealed more than might be expected. He wrote of the confusion prompted by the case's sudden arrival, of tensions between the judges and of reactions at various points. God, I wish you were sitting, Slynn told Hope, outside Hoffman's room shortly before the hearing, without revealing the reason for the exasperation. Slynn apparently tried to persuade Hoffman not to sit, but Hope believed his colleague was determined to play his part in securing the prosecution of General Pinochet. Hope also revealed that Bingham assumed Hoffman and Stein would rule against Pinochet and his own ruling. Waiting in Committee Room 4, the lawyers and journalists were blissfully unaware of such matters. We observed and waited as the judges entered with a sense of anticipation. 40. What followed was oral advocacy in the English style, which gave the proceedings an element of theatre. Committee Room 4 was a stage behind closed doors. The proceedings were not broadcast, but journalists were present and able to report. Papers were shuffled, throats cleared, doors shut, and protests drowned out. Slynn offered a few words of introduction. I'm certain that Gordon looked towards Lenny, expecting he might say something to the parties, but he never did, Vallance White recalled. Alan Jones stood to address the judges for the CPS in Spain, the appellants. The High Court of Justice erred in holding that the defendant enjoys immunity from the proceedings against him, he said, then got his points across with a muffled passion. Pinochet committed savage and barbaric crimes in Chile and elsewhere. These were not part of his official functions. The 1961 Vienna Convention and the most relevant English statute, the 1978 Act, offered no immunity to a former head of state for such international crimes. This conclusion, he continued, was consistent with international agreements on universal jurisdiction. which required countries to prosecute or extradite any international criminal who set foot on their soil. The old rules on immunity were of a bygone age, he argued. The United Nations Charter, Nuremberg, and the Conventions on Genocide, hostage-taking and torture confirmed that Pinochet's crimes could not be treated as official acts. To recognise his immunity would unleash impunity. Jones was assisted by Professor Greenwood, an academic lawyer and a fine advocate of a conservative disposition, once my and James Cameron's teacher. He and I agreed we were on opposite sides of our own views on the law, Cameron later recalled. Greenwood homed in on Article 39 of the 1961 Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, on the immunities of former diplomats. Pinochet only had immunity for acts performed in the exercise of functions as a member of the mission, Greenwood argued. Under Article 39, a diplomat's immunity normally ended when he left the country, but persisted for acts performed in the exercise of his functions. If a former diplomat had no immunity for unofficial acts, why should Pinochet? Greenwood argued that this rule was part of a customary rule, that it removed Pinochet's immunity for crimes against humanity or genocide, as these were not official acts. Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch supported the argument. Pinochet's lawyers took a different approach. Clive Nichols laid the foundations, Claire Montgomery delivered the detail. If one lawyer stood out in the case, it was her, as the judges listened like schoolboys appearing before a fearsome headmistress. Immunity was firmly established in international law, she submitted, and no treaty or practice changed that fact. Yes, immunity could be lost before an international court, like Nuremberg, but the House of Lords was merely a national court. Spain hadn't found even one treaty that did away with immunity before a national court, and there was no crystallized principle of customary international law that trumped immunity under English law. Montgomery's approach was simple and brutally effective. A female voice touched the courtroom in a way that never happened at Nuremberg. So the arguments ran before a packed, thrilled, anxious courtroom. There was back and forth as legal texts were passed, pulled and stretched, turned this way and that. This was the magic of words in a treaty or statute, open to a multitude of interpretations. The law is never a given. There was point and counterpoint as obscure instruments of English law commingled with treaties pulled from the recesses of history. The hearing lasted 5 days before Slynn pulled down the curtain with an elegant closing statement. The judges would deliberate, a judgment would follow. Leaving Committee Room 4 on that 5th day, we had no idea which way the decision would go. Many felt that way, including David Hope, who noted a split of views among the judges. Sitting there, watching each judge, were you doing like me, trying to calculate, is he for us or against us? Miguel Schweitzer asked. Why did they ask that question? What does it mean? He was impressed by the hearing, the formalities, the courtesy in preparation, the fairness, the papers, the way lawyers responded to questions with no time to prepare. Very impressive, he repeated. In Chile, only very seldom will a judge interrupt you or ask you a question. Which way did Schweitzer think it would go? He sensed Slynn's innate conservatism, a scepticism about anything too new. Yet he also noticed Hoffman's pointed questions and antipathy towards Pinochet. Obviously against us, he later recalled. It was hard to disagree. 2 weeks passed, life went on. In Santiago, over dinner with friends, the Chilean poet Nicanor Parra spoke of old age and dead friends, cats and car accidents, Shakespeare's fate, and Pinochet in London. The Lords would rule against immunity, he predicted. Prophetic, thought Roberto Bolaño, one of the guests. The Judicial Office announced that judgment would be delivered on the afternoon of November the 25th. Each judge would state his decision in a public hearing in the main chamber of the House of Lords. 41. Expectation and anxiety hung in the air as we entered the Palace of Westminster, passing supporters and opponents of Pinochet. He himself was not present. In the main chamber we stood, wigged and gowned, barristers crowded together in a wooden pen. Jones and Greenwood, Montgomery and Nichols, and my friend James Cameron just behind, poker-faced, hands clasped, looking towards the red leather banquettes occupied by a scattering of elderly peers just in front of me. Was that Lady Thatcher? Was that Norman Lamont, Pinochet's most active local supporter? The public and press were in the gallery looking down under the panelled ceiling. Across the chamber, on a bench near the woolsack, Hoffman and Lloyd huddled in amiable conversation. Michael Kaplan was there with Miguel Schweitzer. It could go one way or the other, and you knew it would make one hell of a difference, Schweitzer recalled. It was the General's birthday, the plane was ready, the engines running. If we won, he was ready to leave with luggage into a car straight to the airport. James Valence White stood, announced the case, bowed, sat down. Gordon Slynn rose, red folder in hand. My lords, I beg to move the report of the appellate committee be now considered. The report was the judgment. For reasons set out in the speech which I have prepared, I would hold that the respondent, as a former head of state, is immune from arrest. I would dismiss the appeal. He returned to the woolsack. 1-0 for Pinochet. Lloyd rose. Chile was entitled to claim immunity on behalf of the General under the 1978 State Immunity Act and at common law. I would therefore dismiss the appeal. 2-0. Nichols rose. I would reverse the decision of the Divisional Court, allow this appeal, and hold that the respondent, Senator Pinochet, is not immune from the criminal process of this country. 2-1. I would allow the appeal, said Steyn in a gentle South African lilt. On a correct interpretation of the law, General Pinochet has no immunity whatever. The equalizer. Pinochet 2, Spain 2. That left Hoffman. I placed my right hand on Reed Brodie's left shoulder and whispered, "We've won." "I know," he said, incredulous. Miguel Schweitzer also knew, he said. At 2-2, when it came to Judge Hoffman, I knew that we would have to go back to the General and tell him that we lost. Hoffman stood. The striped shirt and patterned tie were fabulously mismatched, a slight air of naughtiness on his face. He was the centre of attention around the world, a judgment broadcast live. "My lords," he said, "I have had the advantage of reading in draft the speeches of my noble and learned friends, Lord Nichols of Birkenhead and Lord Steyn." Long pause. "I agree with them that Senator Pinochet does not have immunity from prosecution, and I too would therefore allow the appeal." A distant and unknown voice exclaimed loudly, a single word, unintelligible. Surprise, joy, horror. Across the chamber there rose the gentle sound of a gasp, a collective intake of breath as the implication sunk in. In such moments, the human brain functions in slow motion. A burst of cheering from outside pierced the palace walls. 3-2 for Spain. Historic, revolutionary even. It was as though, in a single moment, the global legal order shifted on its axis, away from the sovereign towards the individual, away from the perpetrator towards the victim. In an instant, the impunities associated with the crimes of the sovereign were stripped away. Slynn rose to explain what had passed. A majority confirmed the quashing of the arrest warrant signed by Mr. Evans and restoring the one signed by Mr. Bartle. the divisional court ruling was cast aside. He sat down. The chamber emptied to the sound of hushed, low voices. Outside, printed copies of the judgment awaited, 56 typed pages on pale green paper. I still have my tea-stained copy. Not one judgment, but 5 separate opinions, which was unusual. Only by reading each could you find a centre of gravity. There were points in common. The 5 law lords agreed that if Pinochet had been head of state, he could claim immunity. As a former head of state, however, the majority ruled he could not. The reasoning was complex, an interplay between English law and international law. The central point of difference between the judges turned on the interpretation of the 1978 Act and Article 39 of the 1961 Convention, and a single question: were Pinochet's actions in relation to killing, torture, and disappearance to be treated as official conduct? 2 judges thought his actions were official, so he had immunity. 3 others, the majority, thought they were not official, so he didn't. Each judge wrote in a style of his own, as the law is not a mechanical process. The act of interpretation of the 1978 Act, the 1961 Convention, the treaties on genocide and torture, and so on, is personal. The law has no single logic, so each judge drew different consequences from the existence and practice of international courts, and from the views of writers and governments. In an appeal in which no fewer than 16 barristers were involved over 6 days, it is not surprising that issues proliferated, wrote Steyn. Slin's judgment was the longest, 25 pages of anguished struggle between conscience and the law. Deeply committed to the rights of individuals against the excesses of the state, he concluded that the basic rule of immunity was not displaced. National judges must go cautiously, he wrote, and caution meant that immunity was not cut down by the 1978 Act or the 1961 Convention. To remove Pinochet's immunity required the law to speak in clear terms, and it had not done so. Article 39 of the 1961 Convention got close, but did not explicitly end immunity. Moreover, Slin concluded, a president could torture and kill in an official capacity, so that the appalling nature of Pinochet's alleged crimes did not mean they were unofficial acts. Lloyd agreed. Pinochet acted in a sovereign capacity. His orders to torture or disappear people were official acts, implemented by the DINA, protected by immunity under international and English law. No treaty or act did away with immunity. The horrific nature of the crimes, or the fact Pinochet might not have immunity before an international tribunal, changed nothing. And, Lloyd added, defensively, immunity didn't mean impunity. Pinochet could be tried in Chile or in another country if Chile waived immunity, or before the ICC once it was operational. The sentiment seemed optimistic. The 3 judges in the majority wrote much shorter opinions. For each, the result was the same, but the route was different. Lord Nichols concluded that Article 39 of the 1961 Convention limited immunity to official acts, and torture and disappearances could never be official acts. International law outlawed such conduct, even by a head of state, and to give Pinochet immunity would make a mockery of those rules. Since Nuremberg, those who perpetrated international crimes could not shelter themselves behind their official position to be freed from punishment. His words mirrored those written for British prosecutor Hartley Shawcross at Nuremberg 50 years earlier by Hersch Lauterpacht, who put crimes against humanity into international law. Steyn wrote that the loss of immunity was the only sensible reconstruction of the legislative intent of the 1978 Act and 1961 Convention. If Pinochet's acts were official, no line could ever be drawn between what a head of state could and could not officially do. So even Hitler's final solution would be treated as official conduct. Pinochet's lawyers conceded that a head of state who killed his gardener in a fit of rage or ordered a person to be tortured for personal enjoyment was not engaged in official conduct. In this way, they recognized a line separating official and unofficial conduct. It followed that since Nuremberg, the murders and disappearances perpetrated by Diener in secret on Pinochet's orders were not official conduct. Stein alone addressed the facts set out by Balthasar Garzon, the evidence of a systematic campaign of repression with 4,000 individuals killed or simply disappeared by the Diener. Pinochet was not entitled to an immunity of any kind, Stein concluded. The last judge was Lord Hoffmann. He wrote just 33 words and offered no reasoning of his own. I have had the advantage of reading in draft the speech of my noble and learned friend, Lord Nichols of Birkenhead, and for the reasons he gives, I too would allow this appeal. 42. Pinochet was not at the House of Lords to witness the ruling. He spent his 83rd birthday watching it on a television screen at Groveland's Priory with Lucia and the children, a few supporters, police officers, and Jean Pateras. Everybody was happy, eating cake, preparing to watch the judgment, Pateras recalled. A tarta chilena, dulce de leche with pastry, millefeuille delicious. A plane was waiting at nearby Northolt Airport. We watched on television. I was in one room with the police and the doctors. He was in another with his family, surrounded by Burberry and Harrods bags, suitcases packed and ready. The prospect of a return to Chile had prompted masses of shopping. Her feelings were mixed. I only really got to know what an evil son of a bitch he was. The voice trailed off. He didn't deserve to go home, and secretly she hoped the judgment would go against him, although she didn't expect it to. I thought everybody wanted to get rid of him as he was costing taxpayers huge amounts. What's it got to do with England, people said. I thought he would leave. Everybody did. At 2:02, as Hoffmann stood to speak, she too realized what was coming. Oh my God, what are we going to do, she wondered. After Hoffmann's decision, a police officer instructed her to prepare Pinochet for the practical consequences. Go in and tell him. She did. I said to him, I'm sorry it went against you. We're taking you to another address where you will be under arrest. His reaction? He had a tear. Everybody else was crying. They had all been happy, eating birthday cake, then they were crying. One tear? He broke down and cried in front of me. Yes. He just said, Jean was silent. So I said to him, can you please get ready, because we will be leaving very soon, and then I walked out. 43. Pinochet stayed on at Groveland's Priory for another week, departing on December the 2nd to the relief of the staff. He left with heavy security, an ambulance with police escort, much luggage, and a gaggle of protesters in tow. His new home was 28 Lindale Close, in Wentworth, near Virginia Water, a prosperous neighbourhood southwest of London, close to the famous golf course. A poxy little house, not particularly nice, Jean thought, with cream carpets and leather chairs. 2 of the 4 bedrooms were occupied by Scotland Yard officers, along with a small room next to the kitchen filled with screens displaying outdoor surveillance camera footage. Pinochet had room for an exercise bike and many photographs of himself, the family, and Margaret Thatcher. The dining room was fitted with stuff to control him, Jean recalled, cameras and listening devices, and a strong police presence. The concern about a possible assassination was constant. That was why there was so much protection, with police living on the premises and many security cameras, said Hernan Felipe Razuriz. On arrival, Pinochet wanted to inspect the garden. Jean was instructed to tell him he needed prior authorization. I told him, A, you can't go out alone, B, you can't go anywhere without a police officer, and C, you always have to ask permission. Later, when a set of remote-controlled toy cars were installed in the garden, he enjoyed racing them around the lawn with the grandchildren, but he always needed permission first. Pinochet was not thrilled. It was all fury and thunder, Jean Pateras recalled. So I said to him, sit down here, they will tell you when you can go out in the garden. For the most part, he behaved correctly. Only once, she said, while awaiting the ruling, did he act inappropriately. He was in a room with his cronies, can't remember who, she recalled. Miguel Schweitzer was there. As I left the room, he said something that made them laugh. In those days, I was 25, quite attractive, good body, all that sort of stuff. I stopped. What did you say? What did you say? Obviously you said something, because you're all laughing. Miguel said, no, es una tonteria, something stupid. Don't worry about it. That's the only time Pinochet ever said anything that was even slightly rude to me. I did not like Pateras from the beginning, said Hernan Errázuriz when I mentioned the episode. She was false. She pretended to like the general, but I knew she didn't. For Miguel Schweitzer, the moment of judgment was the most impacting experience of his entire life. Indescribable and devastating. But he was sanguine. By the time Schweitzer got back to Groveland's Priory, Pinochet had calmed down. Again, he recalled, it was stoicism, in the sense of, so now what happens? We will fight on, Miguel Schweitzer told him. We will continue to resist extradition and do whatever it takes to avoid the consequences of the law lord's ruling. Schweitzer would dedicate himself to that task. And into his lap there now fell a new line of attack. Punta Arenas, 44. After the Supreme Court of Chile ruled against his extradition to West Germany, Walter Rauff returned to Patagonia. He was free but notorious, his name associated with gas fans and mass murder, now mentioned in the same breath as Eichmann, Mengele, and Klaus Barbie. During a visit, the new West German ambassador asked that Rauff be kept away. His membership of the local German club was terminated, and he needed a job. My name will fade from the spotlight, Rauff assured his son Alf, and the newspapers will lose interest. In need of money, he purchased a second-hand refrigerated van and, with Alf, travelled around Chile selling fish and king crab meat. The project was ended by an accident. Full of fish, the refrigerated van was totally smashed, and with that, the business came to an end. Rauff returned to Porvenir and the Pesquera Bonacic. It was May 1964. 45. There are plenty of people in the area who remember Rauff from that time. In Punta Arenas, I met Vladimiro Pol, a retired fisherman of Estonian origin from Porvenir, who had fished for centoia, spider crab, with his father, some of which was sold to Rauff. Now, I first saw Rauff in Porvenir around 1960, Pol recalled. He had his own boat, the Walter, which may have come from Germany. It was painted black, different from the others, which were colourful boats, and I sailed on it with my father and uncle. Pol worked with the German owner of the Pesquera Bonacic, located on Baia Inutile near Porvenir. They called it Useless Bay because it was so shallow. Rauff was reliable. He spoke Spanish with a strong accent, paid a decent price for centoia, and treated me kindly. Did you know of Rauff's past? No. Vladimiro Pol was not an inquisitive man. and such questions made him uncomfortable. This was a left-wing area, he said. Many fishermen were sympathetic to Allende, the local senator and socialist candidate in Chile's 1958 presidential elections. Vladimiro Pol did not wish to talk about politics or Pinochet's coup. I took the ferry from Tres Puentes to Porvenir, docking near a memorial park to honour the Selknam people, the indigenous community of Tierra del Fuego exterminated by 19th century European settlers. In Ralph's time, Porvenir passed in silence over matters of genocide, whether of the Selknam people or that occasioned by Ralph. Today, the town welcomes visitors with life-size figures of Selknam warriors and industrial artefacts. These included an old furnace painted bright yellow and black. The boiler was used in Ralph's crab cannery, the guide said with a smile. The town's buildings were equally colourful, a salmon farm in the distance, boats bobbing on the bay, the Anclamar restaurant. I went to find people who knew Ralph, hoping to obtain first-hand accounts of the man and his character. I was not disappointed. Every local I met knew his name. Some remembered seeing him, and a few, mostly genial ladies in their 70s or 80s, had had personal encounters with the old Nazi. Their recollections were strikingly consistent. I worked for him at the Pesquera Bonacic, said Emma Barrientos, cosily ensconced in the front room of her clapboard home, surrounded by bobbins and spools of brightly coloured threads. My job was to dismember the crabs, to remove the flesh from the legs. Ralph was a decent boss, worked long hours, a quiet manager who didn't nag or lose his temper. His Spanish was so bad, no one understood what he said except "Buenos dias." He was welcomed as an outsider, Emma said. He lived alone in a small cabin on the hill behind the fishery with a German shepherd dog. The building was still there, a short walk. At the factory, everyone knew the stories of his past. The older ones said he was a Nazi who did terrible things. No one talked details. I was young, didn't believe the stories. A photograph of Emma, seated at a till, hung on the wall, smiling with a fashionable beehive hairdo. I worked at the supermarket where he shopped, always alone in a green jumper and a long coat. He bought whiskey and 2 packets of Lucky Strike cigarettes. "Lucky Strike," she said in a deep, rolling growl with a guttural R. "Strike!" She roared affectionately. He was mi jefe, my boss. We had lunch at the Anclamar, a vast plate of fresh centolla, and after that met Adelia Andrade and Maria Vivat. "I was 16 when I started at the Pesquera in 1962, said Adelia. "We were 50 or 60 people in a long flat building, a warehouse on one floor. The boss was José Bonacic, a Croat. Ralph arrived in 1964 as the manager. He was quiet, didn't speak much, kept to himself, seemed like a good person," said Maria. "We were told he'd escaped from somewhere, that he once killed many people." The ladies weren't curious. We were young, the stories were long ago and far away. All we cared about was finding a husband and putting the crab meat in tins. Sometimes they would tease him about his past. We'd joke about him putting us in the big boiler, said Adelia. He'd look at us silently, listen, smile, say nothing. He didn't get upset. "He had an ear that was bitten," said Maria. "Wasn't that his dog?" asked Adelia. I showed them a photograph of Ralph in Porvenir in 1966. "Yes, that's him. Sometimes he wore a suit, but usually a jacket and pants, with different colours." They reminisced about his cabin on the hill behind the factory. It had a great view across the ocean, so he could see who was coming to protect himself. The two ladies never went inside, but often saw him on the street, always with a dog, never with a woman. Pause. There was a brothel in town back then. Maybe he used that. After the ladies, I visited Juan Torres Toro, a retired schoolteacher. He didn't work at the cannery, but his father had. Everyone knew the rumours and stories of his past, Juan said. I often saw him on the street with a German shepherd called Bobby, like a police dog, but more tender and faithful. He couldn't remember if Bobby's ear was bitten or Ralph's. My father told us how much his boss liked to drink. Once, Ralph gathered all the cannery workers to explain the whiskey. I drink to forget, and so I can sleep at night, he told them. I haven't forgotten that. Juan suggested we walk along the edge of the bay, the coast of Tierra del Fuego, to the factory. It was one story, walls of corrugated iron, painted the colour of a pale blue sky. Here, Emma, Adelia, and Maria had boiled, dismembered, scraped, gathered, and pushed flesh tightly into aluminium cans to be sealed and labelled. This was Ralph's place of work, a refuge close to the penguins and flamingos of Useless Bay. The cabin was just behind on a small hill overlooking the cannery. One floor, wooden walls, a couple of rooms, a tiny kitchen, a huge window with a view across the straits to Punta Arenas, and simply furnished. My only contact with the outside world is the radio and books, Ralph told a journalist, hoping to obtain a more universal vision of human beings and events. He had friends and enemies, like anyone, but no fears for the future, and hoped to write a memoir. The article's magazine cover showed him crouching, radio and whiskey close by, a lucky strike in hand. A quiet man, opined the mayor, cultivated and kind. He creates no problems for anyone. Eugenio Gligo Viel remembered the cabin. The Porvenir home of the writer, poet and collector is also a private museum. He greeted me in shorts and, on each foot, a giant furry slipper, a big brown dog with a little red tongue. Eugenio Gligo was with Rafael Busto, his friend, a delightful man, round and short and with a memory of his own. There is a man in Punta Arenas, said Rafael Busto, who had a photograph of himself with Walter Rauff. I met Ralph in the 1960s, said Eugenio Gligo. He told us they forced him to be a Nazi. He knew the cabin and the stories of Ralph's past, his love of typewriters. The last time he saw him in Porvenir was in 1971. I did see him one more time, he added enthusiastically, but he was dead. It was in Santiago, in an open casket. I expressed surprise. There were so many legends and myths, you see. I went to the funeral to see the body, if it was really him. And it was. 46. In Porvenir in the mid-1960s, Ralph did not get away from the gas fans. Pablo Neruda wrote about him and the Chilean courts, which failed to extradite a war criminal who lived quietly in Patagonia. I cannot deny this man understands vans, wrote the poet, nor can I deny that my country's justice system has a well-adjusted conception of reality. It protects those who efficiently organize mass murder and the use of vans. A West German judge wrote to Ralph asking him if he would testify in a West German case about the gas vans. Safe in the knowledge he couldn't be extradited, Ralph consented. He testified on the construction of the vans, but denied knowledge of the use to which they were put. He liked the judge, but the feeling wasn't mutual. Ralph was hard, cold, brash, and arrogant, the judge reported. By the time the case came to trial in West Germany, one defendant was dead, Becker the chemist was too ill to appear, and the evidence against Willi Just was deemed insufficient. Ralph's testimony did help to convict Friedrich Pradel and Harry Ventrit for aiding and abetting the murder of 3,832 human beings. The case dragged Ralph's name back into the spotlight, so he declined to testify in the case of Werner Best, Heydrich's deputy and the man who inducted him into the SS. My memory has gone, he said. It was time to avoid publicity, paper trails and photographs, and anything else that might cause difficulties. He put his energies into the Pesquera Bonacic, harvesting crabs, making sure the tins were packed tight, managing the workers. Many were supporters of Salvador Allende. My best workers are those who cannot read or write, Ralph would proclaim, and the best worker was one who was deaf. They can't even listen to the radio. One day, a man named Humberto Camelio came over from Punta Arenas wanting to buy the cannery. Ralph liked him and his Italian roots and the family, which had a local supermarket and the Ford dealership in Punta Arenas. The cannery is old junk, a pigsty, Ralph told Camelio, but he'd be delighted to work with him. The Camelios bought the Pesquera Bonacic, which soon became the Pesquera Camelio, with Ralph installed as the manager. The Camelios knew of his past and, like him, were virulently anti-communist. He was given an office in Punta Arenas at Yugoslavia 1395, today Croatia Street. His workers, including many communists and socialists, were poorly paid but well treated. Their discipline was outstanding. He kept the cabin in Porvenir, and the Camelios soon gave him a new home, a prefab next to his office. It arrived on a sleigh, he recalled, just one bedroom, but what more did I want as a single older man? He lived there for 10 years, until the cannery moved to Tres Puentes, near the Navy facility on the outskirts of Punta Arenas. His life was solitary. There is a social life in Punta Arenas, but I've totally secluded myself. Ralph kept his head down, away from the wilder aspects of Punta Arenas, a town where porno films were made and local Yugoslavs drank like pigs and played wildly. Armida Nena Zuniga, who had met him on a prison visit in Santiago, soon joined him. I let Nena come in and we lived together. He called her his carer, not his wife or love, and considered himself to be single. Still, he admired her politics. She devours communists, and the sense of security she brought. No one will be able to get me, he'd say. But Ralph was so fearful that each time he went out, always with his dog, he left her a note with his expected time of return. 47. The Pesquera Camelio workers recalled Ralph's military style and deep attachment to an old Olympia typewriter and occasional incidents. The Jewish businessman who threatened to kill him, the Israeli hit squad rumours, the fights with local workers. The man who invented the gas chamber had a gun in his office and a dog, a large German shepherd, one fisherman recalled. The Camelios provided him with a secretary, Margarita Alegria Romero, a diminutive lady of great warmth, humour and energy. She worked as a cashier at the Camelios' Listo supermarket until José Camelio and his sons Humberto and José Jr. bought the cannery. In 1964, I moved to the Pesquera Camelio to produce tins of centolla for export to Europe, and did every job imaginable. She said this with a guttural laugh. I weighed the meat, packed the flesh into cans, stuck labels, any job they needed, I did it. Senor Ralph arrived at the end of 1964 and helped the company prosper. During the Pinochet years, it would be honoured as Chile's Exporter of the Year. Each morning, Margarita's boss arrived with a little wave, then disappeared into his office. He was discreet, solitary, meticulous. His main concern was that every tin should be filled as tightly as possible with crab meat, she said. He made sure the centolla legs were properly packed in, not hanging over the side. With nimble hands, she deftly showed how he did it, fingers pincered, flipping imaginary legs that hung over the side back into the can, then patting the meat down firmly. Macabre, she said, knowingly. She knew about his prior activities. We called him El Viejo Nazi, the old Nazi, not a term of endearment. Everybody knew about the gas fans, and the older workers were wary. Why is this criminal working here? They'd asked. Margarita worked with him until 1968. I stepped in initially to take messages and phone calls in Spanish, which he understood. He took his own calls, work and personal. He had a separate telephone in his apartment with a different number and was so secretive and controlling that he stopped me taking calls even from the Camellia family. Still, she mused, he treated her well. Margarita showed me a letter of reference he wrote when she left. I confirm that Senora Margarita Alegria Romero always worked to our entire satisfaction, performed her duties, and was not absent from work except in justified situations. This was the same signature as on Ralph's letter of May 1949 to Otto Wächter. He was a man alone. No friends or sons visited, although there was a woman who cooked for him, and 2 Yugoslavs lived nearby, although they despised him, as they knew he hated communists, including them. Was there a temper? I never saw it, but I imagine so. From the way he issued orders, so controlling on every detail. She paused, then said, "Actually, the truth is, we couldn't stand him." "Do you remember Ralph?" she asked her son Juan Carlos, a cartoonist. "Yes, and his dog. I was 8, and there was a myth around that he was a Nazi Yarpa. This was a reference to Sergio Onofre Yarpa, a virulently anti-communist right-winger, later a minister in Pinochet's government. Juan Carlos continued, "I learned about Nazis in Chilean comic books, where the bad ones were always Nazis," he said with a chuckle. "Maybe knowing him made me become an illustrator." Mother and son remembered incidents. People sent by Wiesenthal, I hadn't mentioned the Nazi hunter, found him in the Brown hardware store next to the Cinema Palace and tried to shoot him. The story made the newspapers, but Ralph didn't press charges to avoid publicity, and then disappeared for a few days. After that, the factory gates were kept shut and more guards hired. "I saw how fearful he was," said Margarita. Given what she knew, would she be surprised if he had supported Pinochet after the coup? I would not, because of his past and his character. Could he have been involved with the Dina? I think he would do it. He did it before and he could do it again. On that note, we said our farewells. A year on, her son sent me an illustration. My mother and her old boss. 48. In November 1970, much to the dismay of Ralph and the Camellios, local man Salvador Allende was elected president of Chile. It was his 4th attempt, on a leftist platform, in support of workers' rights and nationalization of the country's resources. "I know Allende," Ralph told his sister. "He has visited my cannery several times." Allende tried to invest. "We always exchange friendly greetings, a la chilena," Ralph said, "but I don't like him. He's a filthy rich man with a ferocious hunger for power and political ambition, and he would be crushed by the communists. The situation is worse than Cuba," he added, "and I'm thinking of emigrating to Argentina." Fearing a revival of extradition attempts, Ralph adopted a cautious approach. "Courtesy and precaution forbid me to write about the overall situation in Chile," he told his nephew, while signalling reassurance. "I've been elected to the board of the local lifeboat association, and am developing even closer relations with the Navy. The Admiral, the Chief of Staff, and the Officer for Public Relations for the 3rd Naval Zone are aware of my dark past, but invited me to give a lecture on the German Navy to the officers." His good friends included several generals and the head of Chile's secret police, he told his sister Ilse, and he had excellent contacts with Navy leaders, including Admiral Pablo Weber, who would even embrace him publicly. 2 years into his presidency, Allende gave a speech condemning racism and anti-Semitism. Ralph believed this prompted the Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal into renewing his efforts to send him to West Germany, as a new UN treaty was agreed to end limitation periods for international crimes. In August 1972, Wiesenthal wrote to Allende, "International law takes precedence over national law. It was time to end Ralph's impunity." Ralph heard of the new effort. Mr. Wiesenthal wrote a letter saying that I had not only killed Jews, but also a bunch of socialists, communists, and whatever else. Allende politely rejected Wiesenthal's request. The Nazis committed grave crimes, but he was bound to respect the Supreme Court's judgment. Wiesenthal then turned to West German prosecutors, who obtained legal advice and concluded there was no prospect of getting Ralph back. Wiesenthal's efforts put Ralph's name back in the spotlight. In July 1972, a new play on impunity, La Grande Prescription, the Great Statute of Limitations, opened in Santiago, with the main character, Walter Koch, based on Ralph. The play received poor reviews and the run was short. "Everything that needs to be said about genocide has been said," one reviewer complained, and the production was not rescued by the portrayal of Ralph by Roberto Parada, a leading Chilean actor. As the play opened, there was growing political and economic instability across Chile and mounting opposition to Allende. Strikes and conflicts, nationalizations, inflation and food shortages engendered talk of a military coup. Businesses in Punta Arenas had largely shut down, Ralph told his nephew. "My cannery is the only one still working. He'd taken steps to avoid strikes. My workers don't grumble, they go along with it." And he prayed for a military intervention. "I could give the commanding general of the Army's 5th Division some good advice," he added. "With a single SS division, I would rule the whole country very well, but they won't let me." On August the 23rd, 1973, General Carlos Prats resigned as Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Allende appointed Augusto Pinochet to succeed him. 2 weeks later, on September the 9th, a group of senior military officers met at the home of Admiral Pablo Weber, Ralph's friend, to plan the details of a coup. In the early hours of September the 11th, 1973, Augusto Pinochet supported the attack on the Moneda Palace. By the end of the day, the coup was completed, Salvador Allende was dead, and Ralph's old friend from Ecuador was Chile's new leader. 49. Augusto Pinochet headed a 4-man military junta. Its stated mission was to restore the Chilean way of life, justice, and institutional order, and extinguish the principles of Marxism-Leninism that had infected the country. As Pinochet took control, hundreds of decrees and laws dissolved Congress and courts, outlawed political parties, halted elections, and dismissed mayors. The junta proclaimed a nationwide state of emergency, constrained unions and universities, ended the right to strike, and created dark new institutions. Ralph welcomed it all. The DINA became an all-powerful intelligence and police service. Drawn largely from officers of the Tejas Verdes Regiment in San Antonio, west of Santiago on the Pacific coast, it acted on the direct instructions of the junta, gathering intelligence to protect national security. Manuel Contreras headed the DINA, a gruff and brutal man who had entered the army in 1944 and was photographed as a cadet by renowned photographer Miguel Rubio Feliz. Contreras served as secretary of the Army General Staff under Allende, then director of the School of Engineers at the Tejas Verdes barracks in San Antonio. From September the 11th, 1973, he reported daily to Pinochet and was given unlimited powers to detain, torture, execute, and disappear. His deputy was Colonel Pedro Espinosa. The events that followed the coup are not disputed. Tens of thousands were detained, thousands were tortured and killed, and many were disappeared. In Chile, the first book on the disappeared was published in July 1990, 3 months after Pinochet left office. Tras la huella de los desaparecidos, In the Footsteps of the Disappeared, listed the names of 682 men and women, of whom 51 were last seen at Londres 38. The author was Leon Gomez. He was held at Londres 38 in 1974, arriving with 6 colleagues. He was the only survivor among them. 50. Until September 11th, 1973, the building at Londres 38 was the headquarters of Chile's Socialist Party. It was soon expropriated and made over to the DINA to be used as a secret interrogation and torture centre. It operated alongside many other sites in Santiago and around the country, used to target leftists, members of the MIR, the Revolutionary Left Movement, communists, socialists, and other undesirables. Most victims were aged between 21 and 30. A majority were workers, the rest mainly academics, professionals, and students. At least 3,216 people were executed or disappeared, and 31,856 were tortured. The terror was perpetrated around the country. In Punta Arenas and Porvenir, the armed forces established places of repression in full public view. Ralph knew exactly what was going on. A bit of shooting in the morning, and by the afternoon they had all the Marxists rounded up, an elderly lady told Bruce Chatwin during his visit not long after the coup. Ralph's employers, the Camelios, supported the coup and the repressive acts that followed, and one member of the family, Salvador Camelio, served as secretary of the military tribunal, known as a war council, in Punta Arenas, under the direction of the 3rd Naval Zone with which Ralph was connected. This body conducted secret trials and could apply the death penalty. The old Naval Hospital on Avenida Cristobal Colon, in the centre of Punta Arenas, became a notorious detention centre. Over 1,000 people were detained, interrogated, and tortured here, a place that came to be known as the Palacio de las Sonrisas, the Palace of Smiles. Many who entered would disappear forever. On José Ignacio Centennial Street, close to the Pesquera Camelio, hundreds of detainees were incarcerated at the barracks of the 10th Motorized Infantry Regiment, the Pudeto Regiment. The Punta Arenas football stadium served as a place of detention, holding dozens of prisoners. We were beaten and exposed to several kinds of torture methods, one detainee reported. From their windows next to the stadium, people saw exactly what was happening. Political prisoners arriving at the airport from Santiago were taken to the pontoon dock of Asmar, Astilleros y Maestranzas de la Armada, the state-owned boatyard in Tres Puentes that built and repaired navy vessels, and with which Ralph worked, to be transported by barge to Dawson Island across the Straits of Magellan. There, a special camp awaited, constructed with labour and materials from Punta Arenas to hold Allende's ministers and advisers, including Orlando Letelier, Sergio Bitar, the Minister of Mines, and Miguel Launa, an architect. The 3 survived and wrote of their experiences. In the first weeks after the coup, over 1,000 people were tortured in Punta Arenas. The scale was so great that everybody knew a local who was taken or disappeared. One day after the coup, Silvio Betancourt, aged 23, appeared before the military authorities in the town. The unmarried petrochemical engineer, active in a leftist organisation, fled from his home. Last seen on the outskirts of Punta Arenas, he disappeared. On September the 29th, José Alvarez, a 28-year-old worker, left home to visit the shops. The army shot him dead on the streets for resisting arrest. On October the 27th, Juan Vera Oyarzun, 53 years old, a Communist Party official and former municipal officer, was arrested near the Argentine border. He was never seen again. On November the 1st, Carlos Mascareña Diaz, 21 years old, student and mere activist, was arrested and transferred to Puerto Montt, where he was tortured, sexually assaulted, and killed. On November the 7th, Juan Carlos Ruiz Mancilla, aged 21, a student of engineering, was arrested at his parents' home and flown to Temuco to be executed in the Tucapel Regiment barracks. José Toja, 47 years old, a lawyer and minister in Allende's government, who had also worked closely with Pinochet, was tortured on Dawson Island. In March 1974, he died in a military hospital in Santiago. The Cementerio Sarah Brown has a memorial with the names of many victims. The last is Susana Estrella Obando, killed on July the 26th, 1988, aged 23. 51. Porvenir did not escape the crimes. The retired schoolteacher Juan Torres Toro told me of one case. The army arrested 3 local men, he said. I took the last photographs of them alive. After their bodies were found outside town, the military took his film and negatives. Juan Torres shook his head and looked towards the window. Porvenir, small town, big hell. Ralph's life was transformed by the coup. I am protected like a cultural monument, he wrote to his nephew. He supported all that Pinochet did. He's doing a very good job. The accusations against the government were unfounded, he said. There were no dead bodies lying on the street, and West German accounts of Pinochet's bloodthirstiness and atrocities were nonsense. He knew Pinochet personally, he assured his sister Ilse. He had entertained him at his home in Quito. I will not die in a country ruled by communism, Ralph enthused, and that is worth a lot. Still, the past impressed upon him the need for discretion. With the coup, he was careful about what he said and wrote about his contacts. A loose word or a signature on a document might cause difficulties. Say nothing, write nothing. Occasionally, however, he couldn't stop himself. After the coup, Pinochet appointed his friend Admiral Weber as Intendiente, governor of Magallanes province. A few weeks later, in February 1974, General Cesar Mendoza, winner of an equestrian silver medal at the 1952 Helsinki Olympics and one of the 4 members of the junta in charge of Chile's Carabinieri, turned up in Punta